This is Audible.
Brilliance Audio presents What the Wind Knows by Amy Harmon, performed by Saskia Marleveld and Will Dameron. Let us go forth, the tellers of tales, and seize whatever prey the heart long for, and have no fear. Everything exists, everything is true, and the earth is only a little dust under our feet. W.B. Yeats. Prologue. November, 1976. Grandfather, tell me about your mother. He was silent as he smoothed my hair, and for a long time I thought he hadn't heard me. She was beautiful. Her hair was dark, her eyes green, just like yours are. Do you miss her? Tears leaked out the sides of my eyes and made his shoulder wet beneath my cheek. I missed my mother desperately. Not anymore, my grandfather soothed. Why? I was suddenly angry with him. How could he betray her that way? It was his duty to miss her. Because she is still with me. This made me cry even harder. Hush now, Annie. Be still. Be still. If you're crying, you won't be able to hear. Hear what? I gulped, slightly distracted from my anguish. The wind. It's singing. I perked up, lifting my head slightly, listening for what my grandfather could hear. I don't hear a song, I contended. Listen closer. Maybe it's singing for you. It howled and hurried, pressing against my bedroom window. I hear the wind, I confessed, allowing the sound to lull me. But it isn't singing a very pretty song. It sounds more like it's shouting. Maybe the wind is trying to get your attention. Maybe it has something very important to say, he murmured. It doesn't want me to be sad? I proposed. Yes, exactly. When I was little, about your age, I was very sad too. And someone told me everything would be okay because the wind already knew. Already knew what? I asked, confused. He sang a line from a song I'd never heard, in a voice both warm and rolling. The wind and waves remember him still. He stopped singing abruptly, as if he didn't know what came next. Remember who still? I pressed. Everyone who has ever lived. The wind and the water already know, he said softly. Know what? Everything. The wind you hear is the same wind that has always blown. The rain that falls is the same rain, over and over, round and round, like a giant circle. The wind and the waves have been present since time began. The rocks and stars, too. But the rocks don't speak, and the stars are too far away to tell us what they know. They can't see us. No, probably not. But the wind and water know all the earth's secrets. They've seen and heard all that has ever been said or done. And if you listen, they will tell you all the stories and sing every song. The stories of everyone who has ever lived. Millions and millions of lives, millions and millions of stories. Do they know my story? I asked, stunned. Yes, he whispered on a sigh, and smiled down into my upturned face. And yours, too? Oh, yes. Our stories belong together, Annie lass. Your story is a special one. It might take your whole life to tell it. Both of our lives. 1. Ephemera. Ah, do not mourn, he said, that we are tired, for other loves await us. Hate on and love through unrepining hours. Before us lies eternity, our souls, our love, and a continual farewell. W.B. Yeats. June, 2001. They say that Ireland is built on her stories. Fairies and folklore inhabited Ireland much longer than the English, or even Patrick and the priests. My grandfather, Owen Gallagher, pronounced Gallagher, not Gallagher, valued the story above all else, and he taught me to do the same. For it is in the legends and tales that we keep our ancestors, our culture, and our history alive. We turn memories into stories, and if we don't, we lose them. If the stories are gone, then the people are gone too. Even as a child, I found myself entranced by the past, wishing I knew the stories of the people who had come before me. Maybe it was due to an early acquaintance with death and loss, but I knew someday I would be gone too, and no one would remember that I had ever lived. The world would forget. It would go on, shaking itself free of those who had been, sloughing off the old for the new. The tragedy of it all was more than I could bear, the tragedy of lives beginning and ending with no one remembering. Owen was born in County Leitrim in 1915, 9 months before the famed Easter Rising that changed Ireland forever. His parents, my great-grandparents, died in that rebellion, and Owen was orphaned without knowing either of them. We were alike in that way, my grandfather and I, both orphaned young, his loss cycling into mine, my loss becoming his. I was only 6 years old when I lost my parents. I was a little girl with a tied tongue and an overly active imagination, and Owen stepped in, rescued me, and raised me. When I struggled to get the words out, my grandfather would hand me a pen and paper. "If you can't say them, write them. They last longer that way. Write all your words, Annie. Write them and give them somewhere to go." And so I have. But this story is like no other tale I've ever told, no story I've ever written. It is the history of my family, woven into the fabric of my past, etched in my DNA, and seared into my memory. It all began, if there is a beginning, when my grandfather was dying. "There's a locked drawer in my desk," my grandfather said. "Yes, I know," I teased, as if the locked drawer had been something I'd been trying to break into. I'd actually had no idea. I hadn't lived in Owen's Brooklyn brownstone for a long time, and hadn't called him grandfather for even longer. He was just Owen now, and his locked drawers were of no concern to me. "Don't sass, lass," Owen chided, repeating a line I'd heard 1,000 times in my life. "The key is on my fob. The smallest one. Will you get it?" I did as he asked, following his instructions and pulling the contents from the drawer. A large manila envelope sat atop a box filled with letters, hundreds of them, neatly ordered and bundled. I paused over the letters for a moment, noting that none of them appeared to have ever been opened. A small date was written in the corner of each one, and that was all. "Bring the manila envelope to me," Owen instructed, not raising his head from the pillow. He'd grown so weak in the last month he rarely left his bed. I set the box of letters aside, picked up the envelope, and returned to him. I opened the clasp on the envelope and carefully upended it. A handful of loose pictures and a small leather-bound book slid out onto the bed. A brass button, the top rounded and dull with time, rolled out of it last, and I picked it up, fingering the innocuous item. "What's this, Owen?" "That button belonged to Sean McDermott," he rasped, a glint in his eye. "The Sean McDermott?" "The one and only." "How did you get it?" "It was given to me. Turn it over. His initials are scratched into it. See?" I held the button to the light, turning it this way and that. Sure enough, a tiny S followed by a McD marred the surface. "The button was from his coat. Owen began, but I knew the story. I'd been steeped in research for months, trying to get a feel for Irish history for a novel I was working on. He carved his initials into his coat buttons and a few coins and gave them to his girlfriend, Min Ryan, the night before he was executed by a firing squad for his involvement in the Rising, I said, awed by the tiny piece of history I held in my hand. "That's right," Owen said, a small smile flitting over his lips. "He was from County Leitrim, where I was born and raised. He travelled the country, setting up branches of the Irish Republican Brotherhood. He was the reason my parents became involved." "Unbelievable," I breathed. "You should have the button authenticated and put it somewhere safe, Owen. This has got to be worth a small fortune." "It's yours now, Annie lass. You can decide what happens to it. Just promise me that you won't give it to someone who won't understand its significance." My eyes met his, and my excitement over the button fizzled and fell. He looked so tired. He looked so old. And I wasn't ready for him to rest. Not yet. "But I don't know if I understand it, Owen," I whispered. "Understand what?" "Its significance." I wanted to keep him talking, to keep him awake, and I rushed to fill the void his weariness left in me. "I've been reading about Ireland, biographies and documentaries and collections and diaries. I've been doing research for 6 months. I have so much information in my head, and I don't know what to do with it. The history after the 1916 Easter Rising is just a garbled mess of opinions and blame. There's no consensus." Owen laughed, but the sound was brittle and mirthless. "And that, my love, is Ireland." "It is?" That was so sad, so disheartening. "So many opinions and so few solutions. And all the opinion in the world doesn't change the past." Owen sighed. "I don't know what story I'm going to tell. I'll arrive at one opinion only to be swayed by another. I feel hopeless."
"That is how the people of Ireland felt too. That's one of the reasons I left."
Owen's hand had found the book with the worn leather cover, and he caressed it the way he'd stroked my head when I was a child. For a moment we were silent, lost in our own thoughts. "Do you miss it? Do you miss Ireland?" I asked. It wasn't something we'd talked about. My life, our life together, was in America, in a city as alive and vibrant as Owen's blue eyes. I knew very little about my grandfather's life before me, and he'd never been eager to enlighten me.
"I miss her people. I miss her smell and her green fields. I miss the sea and the timelessness. She is timeless. She hasn't changed much. Don't write a book about Ireland's history, Annie. There are plenty of those. Write a love story."
"I still have to have context, Owen," I argued, smiling.
"Yes, you do. But don't let the history distract you from the people who lived it."
Owen picked up one of the pictures, his fingers trembling as he brought it close to his face to better study it.
"There are some paths that inevitably lead to heartache, some acts that steal men's souls, leaving them wandering forever after without them, trying to find what they lost,"
he murmured, as if quoting something he'd once heard, something that had resonated with him. He gave me the picture in his hand. "Who is this?" I asked, staring down at the woman who gazed fiercely back at me.
"That is your great-grandmother, Anne Finnegan Gallagher."
"Your mother?" I asked.
"Yes,"
he breathed. "I look a lot like her," I said, delighted. The clothes she wore and the style of her hair made her an exotic foreign creature, but the face looking up at me from decades past could have been my own.
"Yes, you do. Very much,"
Owen said. "She's a little intense," I observed.
Smiling wasn't the thing to do in those days.
Ever?
No,
he chortled.
not ever. Just not in pictures. We tried very hard to look more dignified than we were. Everyone wanted to be a revolutionary.
And is that my great-grandfather? I pointed at the man standing next to Anne in the next picture.
Yes, my father, Declan Gallagher.
Declan Gallagher's youth and vitality were preserved in the yellowed print. I liked him immediately and felt a surprising pang in my chest. Declan Gallagher was gone, and I would never know him. Owen handed me another picture, a photo of his mother, his father, and a man I didn't recognize. Who's he? The stranger was dressed like Declan, formally in a three-piece suit, a fitted vest peeking out from behind his lapels. His hands were in his pockets, and his hair was slicked back in careful waves, and was short on the sides and longer on top. Brown or black, I couldn't tell. His brow was furrowed slightly, as if he wasn't comfortable having his picture taken.
That is Dr. Thomas Smith, my father's best friend. I loved him almost as much as I love you. He was like a father to me.
Owen's voice was soft, and his eyes fluttered closed again. He was? My voice rose in surprise. Owen had never talked about this man. Why haven't you shown me these pictures, Owen? I've never seen any of them before.
There are more,
Owen murmured, ignoring my question, as if it required too much energy to explain. I moved on to the next picture in the pile. It was a picture of Owen as a young boy, his eyes wide, his face freckled, and his hair slicked down. He wore short pants and long socks, a vest and a little suit coat. He had a cap in his hands. A woman stood behind him, her hands on his shoulders, her mouth grim. She might have been handsome, but she looked too suspicious to smile. Who's she?
My grandmother, Bridget Gallagher. My father's mother. I called her Nana.
How old were you here?
6. Nana was very unhappy with me that day. I didn't want to take a picture without the rest of my family, but she insisted on a picture with just the two of us.
And this one? I picked up the next photo. Tell me about this one. That's your mother. Her hair is longer here, and the doctor, right? My heart fluttered in my chest as I stared at it. Thomas Smith was looking down at the woman beside him, as if at the last moment he'd been unable to resist. Her gaze was cast down as well, a secret smile on her lips. They weren't touching, but they were very aware of each other. And there was no one else in the picture with them. The picture was oddly candid for the time period. Was Thomas Smith in love with Anne? I stammered, strangely breathless.
Yes, and no,
Owen said softly, and I looked up at him with a scowl. What kind of answer is that? I asked.
A truthful one.
But she was married to your father, and didn't you say he was Declan's best friend?
Yes,
Owen sighed. Oh, wow, there's a story there, I crowed.
Yes, there is,
Owen whispered. He closed his eyes, his mouth quavering.
A wonderful story. I can't look at you without remembering.
That's a good thing, isn't it? I asked. Remembering is good.
Remembering is good,
he agreed, but the words came out with a grimace, and he clutched at the covers. When was the last time you took a pain pill? I asked, my voice sharp. I dropped the pictures and rushed the pills stacked on his bathroom counter. I took one out with anxious hands and filled a glass of water, then lifted Owen's head and helped him drink it down. I'd wanted him to be in a hospital, surrounded by people who could take care of him. He'd wanted to be home with me. He'd spent his life in hospitals, caring for the sick and dying. When he was diagnosed with cancer 6 months ago, he'd calmly announced he would not be receiving treatment. His only concession to my tearful ranting and cajoling was that he would manage his pain.
You need to go back, Annie lass, he said a while later, the pill making his voice dreamlike and soft.
Where? I asked, heavy-hearted.
To Ireland.
Go back? Owen, I've never been, remember?
I need to go back too. Will you take me?
He slurred. I've been wanting to go to Ireland with you all my life, I whispered. You know that. When should we go?
When I die, you'll take me back.
The pain in my chest was a physical thing, biting and twisting, and I bore down to combat it, to extinguish it. But it grew like Medusa's hair, the writhing tendrils slipping up and out of my eyes in hot, wet rivulets.
Don't cry, Annie,
Owen said, his voice so weak that I did my best to quell the tears, if only to save him from distress.
There is no end to us. When I die, take my ashes back to Ireland and set me loose in the middle of Lough Gill.
Ashes? In the middle of a lake? I asked, trying to smile. Don't you want to be buried near a church?
The church just wants my money, but I hope God will take my soul. What's left of me belongs in Ireland.
The windows rattled, and I rose to pull the drapes. Rain beat against the panes, a late spring storm that had been threatening the East Coast all week.
The wind is howling like the hound of Cullen,
Owen murmured. I love that story, I said, sitting back down beside him. His eyes were closed, but he continued to speak, softly musing like he was remembering.
You told me the story of Cuchulainn, Annie. I was afraid, and you let me sleep in your bed. Dog kept watch all night long. I could hear the hound and the wind.
Owen, I didn't tell you the story of Cuchulainn. You told me, so many times. You told me, I corrected him, straightening his blankets. He clutched at my hand.
Yes, I told you. You told me, and you will tell me again. Only the wind knows which truly comes first.
He drifted off, and I held his hand, listening to the storm, lost in memories of us. I was 6 years old when Owen became my anchor and my caretaker. He'd held me while I wept for parents who weren't coming back. I wished desperately that he could hold me again, that we could start over, if only to have him with me for another lifetime. How will I live without you, Owen? I mourned aloud.
You don't need me any more. You're all grown up,
he murmured, surprising me. I thought he was fast asleep. I'll always need you, I cried, and his lips trembled again, acknowledging the devotion that underscored my words.
We'll be together again, Annie.
Owen had never been religious, and his words surprised me. He'd been raised by a devout Catholic grandmother, but left the religion behind when he left Ireland at 18. He'd insisted I attend a Catholic school in Brooklyn, but that was the extent of my religious upbringing. Do you really believe that? I whispered.
I know it,
he said, opening his heavy eyelids and regarding me solemnly. I don't know it. I love you so much, and I'm not ready to let you go. I was crying in earnest, already feeling his loss, my loneliness, and the years that stretched before me without him.
You're beautiful, smart, rich, he laughed weakly. And you did it all by yourself, you and your stories. I'm so proud of you, Annie lass, so proud. But you don't have a life beyond your books. You don't have love.
His eyes clouded and searched the space beyond my head.
Not yet. Promise me you'll go back, Annie.
I promise. After that he slept, but I could not. I stayed by his side, hungry for his presence, for the words he might say, for the comfort I'd always drawn from him. He awoke once more, panting from the pain, and I helped him swallow another pill.
Please, please, Annie. You must go back. I need you so badly. We both do.
What are you talking about, Owen? I'm right here. Who needs me? He was delirious, floating in pain, beyond sentience, and I could only hold his hand and pretend I understood. Sleep now, Owen. The pain will be easier to bear.
Don't forget to read the book. He loved you. He loved you so much. He's been waiting, Annie.
Who, Owen? I couldn't hold back the tears, and they dripped onto our clasped hands.
I miss him. It's been so long.
He sighed deeply, his eyes never opening. What he saw was in his memory, in his pain, and I let him ramble until the mumbled words became shallow breaths and restless dreams. The night ended, and the day dawned, but Owen didn't wake again.
2 May, 1916. He's dead. Declan is dead. Dublin is in ruins. Sean McDiarmid is in Kilmainham jail awaiting the firing squad, and I don't know what's become of Anne. Yet here I sit, filling the pages of this book as though it will bring them all back. Every detail is a wound, but they are wounds I feel compelled to reopen, to examine, if only to make sense of it all. And someday, little Owen will need to know what happened. I intended to fight. I started Easter Monday with a rifle in my hands that I put down and never picked up again. From the moment we stormed into the General Post Office, I was up to my elbows in blood and chaos in the makeshift first aid post. There was very little organization and a great deal of excitement, and for the first few days no one knew what to do. But I knew how to bind wounds and staunch blood flow. I knew how to make a splint and dig out a bullet. For 5 days, under constant shelling, that's what I did. I moved through the days in a dream, never resting. So tired I could have slept on my feet, my head bobbing in time with the artillery rounds. Through it all, I couldn't believe it was happening. Declan was euphoric, and Anne was moved to tears when the gunboat started firing on Sackville Street, as if the use of big weapons solidified our dreams of a rebellion. She was sure the British were finally listening. I teetered between pride and despair, between my boyhood dreams of nationalism and Irish rebellion, and the sheer destruction being meted out. I knew it was futile, but I was compelled through friendship or loyalty to take part, even if my part was only to see that the rebels, the whole ragtag, idealistic, fatalistic lot, had someone looking after their wounded. Declan had made Anne promise to stay out of harm's way. She, Bridget, and little Owen were holed up in my house in Montjoy Square when Declan and I joined the volunteers marching through the streets, intent on carrying out our revolution. Anne joined Declan in the GPO on Wednesday, kicking in a window and climbing over the jagged edge to reach him. She hadn't even noticed the blood streaming from a slice on her left leg and palm from the broken glass, until I made her sit so I could tend to it. She told Declan that if he was going to die, she was going to die with him. Rage and threaten as he would, she turned a deaf ear, and made herself useful playing messenger between the GPO and Jacob's factory, since no one would give her a gun. The women were much more able to move about without being questioned or fired upon. I don't know when her luck gave out. The last time I saw her was early Friday morning, when the flames creeping down both sides of Abbey Street made abandoning the post office unavoidable. I had started evacuating the wounded to Jervis Street Hospital with a stretcher I'd begged off a St. John ambulance worker. He gave me 3 Red Cross armlets as well, so that we wouldn't be fired upon or stopped as we moved south on Henry Street to Jervis and back again. Connolly's ankle was shattered, but he wouldn't leave. I left him in the care of Jim Ryan, a medical student who'd been there since Tuesday. I made the trip 3 times before darkness fell, and barricades prevented 2 volunteers, boys from Cork who'd come to Dublin to join the fight, and me from returning. I told the boys to get out of the city, to start walking. The rebellion was over, and they were needed at home. Then I went back to the Jervis Street Hospital and found an empty corner, folded my coat beneath my head, and collapsed. only to be awakened by a nurse who was certain that the hospital was going to be evacuated due to the flames that had followed me from the GPO. I went back to sleep, too spent to care. When I awoke, the fire had been contained, and the rebel forces had surrendered. The staff at Jervis Street Hospital told the British soldiers that I was a surgeon when they came to round up the insurgents, and miraculously I wasn't detained. Instead, I spent the rest of the day attending to the dead and dying on Morris Street, where 40 men had tried to secure a line of retreat from the burning GPO. Civilians and rebels alike had been mowed down by Crown forces. Women, children, and old men had been caught in the crossfire, and their dead faces were covered in soot. Flies buzzed round their heads. Some of them burned beyond recognition. In my heart of hearts, I could not divorce myself from some of the blame. It is one thing to fight for freedom. It is another to condemn the innocent to die in your war. That is where I found Declan. I said his name, ran my hands down his blackened cheeks, and he opened his eyes to my voice. My heart leapt. I thought for a minute I might be able to save him. "You'll take care of Owen, won't you, Thomas? You'll take care of Owen and my mother. And Anne. Look after Anne." "Where is she, Declan? Where's Anne?" But then his eyes closed, and his breath rattled in his throat. I lifted him up, over my shoulder, and ran for help. He was gone, I knew it, but I carried him to the Jervis Street Hospital, demanded a place to lay him down, and washed the blood and grit from his skin and hair, and straightened his clothes. I bandaged his wounds, which would never heal, and then I carried him through the streets again, up Jervis, across Parnell, through Gardiner Row, and into Mountjoy Square. Nobody stopped me. I carried a dead man on my shoulders to the centre of town, and the people were so shell-shocked they looked the other way. I don't think Declan's mother, Bridget, will ever recover. The only person who might love Declan more than Anne is Bridget. I am taking him home to Dromahair. Bridget wants to bury him in Ballinagar, beside his father. And then I'll come back to Dublin for Anne. God forgive me for leaving her behind. T.S.
2. The Lake Isle of Innisfree. I will arise and go for now, for always night and day I hear lake water lapping with low sounds by the shore. While I stand on the roadway or on the pavement's grey, I hear it in the deep heart's core. W. B. Yeats. I flew into Dublin, smuggling the urn of Owen's ashes in my suitcase. I had no idea if there were international laws, or Irish laws, about transporting the dead, and decided I didn't want to know. My suitcase was waiting for me at the baggage claim, and I double-checked to make sure the urn hadn't been confiscated before renting a car to drive northwest to Sligo, where I would stay for a few days while I explored nearby Dromahair. I hadn't adequately prepared myself to drive on the wrong side of the road, and spent much of the 3-hour journey to Sligo weaving across the road and screaming in terror, unable to enjoy the landscape for fear I would miss a sign or hit an oncoming car. I rarely drove in Manhattan. There was no reason to own a car. But Owen had insisted I learn how and get a driver's license. He said freedom was the ability to go wherever your heart called, and growing up we'd driven up and down the East Coast on little vacations and adventures. The summer I turned 16, we spent July crossing the entire United States, starting in Brooklyn and ending in Los Angeles. That is when I learned to drive, traversing long stretches of highway between small towns that I would never see again, over rolling hills, through the red cliffs of the West, across the expanse of nothing and everything, with Owen at my side. I'd memorized Baila and Allen by Yeats as we drove, a narrative poem filled with legend and longing, death and trickery, and love that transcended life. Owen had held the dog-eared copy of Yeats's poetry, listening to me stumble through lines, gently correcting me, and helping me pronounce the Gaelic names of the old legends, until I could deliver each line and verse like I had lived it. I had a passion for Yeats, for his love for the actress Maud Gonne, who gave her love to a revolutionary instead. Owen let me ramble on about things I thought I understood, but only romanticized, like philosophy and politics and Irish nationalism. Someday, I told him, I wanted to write a novel set in Ireland during the Rising of 1916.
Tragedy makes for great stories, but I'd much rather your story, the one you live, not the one you write, be filled with joy. Don't revel in tragedy, Annie. Rejoice in love. And once you find it, don't let it go. In the end, it is the one thing you won't regret.
Owen had said. I was not interested in love beyond what I could read on a page. I spent the next year pestering Owen to take me to Ireland, to Dromahair, the little town where he'd been born. I wanted to attend the Yeats Festival in Sligo, which Owen said wasn't far from Dromahair, and perfect my Gaelic. Owen had insisted I learn, and it was the language of us, our life together. Owen had refused. It was one of the few times we fought. I spoke in a bad Irish accent for 2 months to torture him.
You're trying too hard, Annie. If you have to think about the way your tongue is moving in your mouth, then it doesn't sound natural,
he'd coached, wincing. I redoubled my efforts. I was relentless in my fixation. I wanted to go to Ireland. I went so far as to call a travel agent to help me. Then I presented the arrangements, complete with dates and pricing options, to Owen.
We're not going to Ireland, Annie. It's not time, not yet,
he said, a stubborn set to his chin, rejecting my travel brochures and itineraries.
When will it be time? I wheedled. When you've grown.
What? But I'm grown now, I insisted, still holding on to the accent.
See there, that was perfect. Natural. No one would know you're an American, he said, attempting to distract me.
Owen, please. It's calling me, I moaned theatrically. But I was sincere in my fascination. It did call to me. I dreamed about it. I yearned for it.
I believe that, Annie. I believe it is, but we can't go back yet. What if we go and we never come back?
The thought had filled me with wonder. Then we'll stay. Ireland needs doctors. Why not? I could go to college in Dublin.
Our life is here now, Owen argued. The time will come, but not now, Annie.
Then we'll just visit. Just a trip, Owen. And when it's over, no matter how much I love it and want to stay, we'll come home. I thought I was being so reasonable, and his adamancy confused me.
Ireland is not safe, Annie,
he said, losing his temper. The tips of his ears were red, and his eyes flashed.
We're not going. Jesus, Mary and Joseph, girl, let it go.
His anger was worse than a slap, and I ran to my room and slammed the door, crying and raging and making childish plans to run away. But he never yielded, and I was not a rebellious child. He'd never given me anything to rebel against. He didn't want to go to Ireland, didn't want me to go to Ireland, and out of love and respect for him, I eventually gave up. If his memories of Ireland hurt him so deeply, then how could I insist he return? I threw away the brochures, retired my Irish accent, and read Yeats only when I was alone. We'd kept up the Gaelic, but Gaelic didn't make me think of Ireland. It made me think of Owen, and Owen had urged me to pursue other dreams. I began to write my own stories, to craft my own tales. I wrote a novel set during the time of the Salem witch trials, a young adult book that I'd sold to a publisher at 18, and Owen had spent 2 weeks with me in Salem, Massachusetts, letting me research to my heart's content. I wrote a novel about the French Revolution through the eyes of Marie Antoinette's lady-in-waiting. Owen happily rearranged his schedule, reassigned his patients, and took me to France. We'd been to Australia, so I could write a story about the English prisoners who'd been sent there. We'd been to Italy, to Rome, so I could write a tale about a young soldier during the fall of the Roman Empire. We'd been to Japan, the Philippines, and Alaska, all in the name of research. But we had never gone to Ireland. I'd gone on dozens of trips by myself. I'd spent the last decade of my life absorbed in my work, crafting one story after another, traveling from one location to the next to research and write. I could have gone to Ireland alone, but I never did. The time never seemed right, and there were always other stories to tell. I'd been waiting for Owen, and now Owen was gone. Owen was gone, and I was finally in Ireland, driving on the wrong side of the road, with Owen's ghost in my head and his ashes in the trunk. The anger I'd felt as a 16-year-old girl, the injustice and confusion at his refusal, reared in my chest again. "Damn you, Owen! You should be here with me!" I cried, pounding on the wheel, my eyes filling with tears, causing me to narrowly miss plowing into a truck that swerved and blared its horn in warning. When I arrived at the Great Southern Hotel, a stately, pale yellow establishment built a few years after the Irish Civil War, in Sligo at sundown, I sat in the crowded parking area and said the rosary for the first time in years, grateful to be alive. I stumbled into the hotel, bags in tow, and after checking in, I climbed a staircase that reminded me of pictures of the Titanic, which was strangely symbolic of the sinking feeling I'd been battling since leaving New York. I collapsed onto the big bed, which was surrounded by heavy furniture and papered walls in various shades of purple, and fell asleep without even removing my shoes. I awoke 12 hours later, disoriented and starving, and stumbled to the bathroom to huddle in the ridiculously narrow tub, shivering while I tried to figure out how to turn the hot water on. Everything was different enough that it took a moment to adjust, but similar enough that I grew impatient with myself for the difficulty I was experiencing. An hour later, washed and dried, dressed and pressed, I took my keys and headed down the ornate staircase to the dining room below. I walked down the streets of Sligo in tragic wonder, the girl in me gaping at the smallest things, the grieving woman devastated that I was finally here, and Owen wasn't with me. I walked down Wolfe-Tone Street and over to Temple, where I stood beneath the bell tower of the enormous Sligo Cathedral, my head tipped back as I waited for it to ring. William Butler Yeats's face, with white hair and spectacles, was painted on a wall next to words that proclaimed this Yeats country. The painting made him look like Steve Martin, and I resented the tacky display. Yeats deserved more than a shoddy mural. I passed by the Yeats Museum in stony protest. The town sat higher than the sea, and here and there the long strand, glistening and bared by the tide, peeked out at me. I'd walked too long, not paying attention to how far I'd gone, my eyes gobbling up what was immediately around me. I ducked into a candy shop, needing sugar and directions back to the hotel, and to Dromahair if I was going to attempt another afternoon behind the wheel. The owner was a friendly man in his 60s, selling me on sour licorice and chocolate caramel clusters, and asking me about my visit to Sligo. My American accent gave me away. When I mentioned Dromahair and an ancestral search, he nodded. "It's not far away at all. 20 minutes or so. You'll want to take the loop around the lake. Stay on 286 until you see the sign for Dromahair. It's a pretty drive. And Park's Castle is along the route. It's worth stopping for." "Is the lake called Loch Gill?" I asked, catching myself just in time and pronouncing it correctly. Loch was pronounced like the Scottish loch. "That's the one." My chest ached, and I pushed thoughts of the lake away, not ready to think about ashes and goodbyes just yet. He pointed me back in the direction of the hotel, telling me to listen for the bell tower on the cathedral if I got turned around. As he rang up my purchases, he asked me about my family. "Gallagher, huh? There was a woman named Gallagher who drowned in Loch Gill. Oh, it had to be almost a century ago. My grandmother told me the story. They never found her body, but on a clear night, folks say you can sometimes see her walking on the water. We've got our own Lady of the Lake. I think Yeats wrote a poem about her. He even wrote about Dromahair, come to think." He stood among a crowd at Dromahair, his heart hung all upon a silken dress, and he had known at last some tenderness, before earth took him to her stony care, I quoted, lilting immediately into the Irish accent I'd perfected in my youth. I didn't know the poem about a ghost lady. It didn't ring any bells at all. But I knew the one about Owen's beloved Dromahair. "That's it. Not bad, lass. Not bad at all." I smiled and thanked him, popping a piece of chocolate in my mouth as I traipsed back across town to the hotel that reeked of time and bygone eras. The Candyman was right. The drive to Dromahair was beautiful. I plodded along, gripping the wheel and taking the turns slowly for my own safety and the safety of the unsuspecting Irish traveller. At times, greenery rose so thick on either side of me, I felt goaded by the canopy that threatened to enclose the road at every turn. Then the foliage broke, and the lake glimmered below, welcoming me home. I found an overlook and stopped the car, climbing onto the low rock wall that separated the road from the drop so I could drink it in. From the map I knew that Lough Gill was long, stretching from Sligo into County Leitrim. But from my vantage point, looking down on her eastern banks, she seemed intimate and enclosed, surrounded by squares of stone-lined farmland that rose from the banks and onto the hills on every side. An occasional home dotted the hills, but I didn't imagine the view could be much different from what it had been 100 years before. I could have easily climbed the wall and made my way down the long, grassy slope to reach the shore, though it might have been farther than it looked from above. I considered it, knowing I could take the urn with me and have the dreaded task behind me. Part of me wanted nothing more than to dip my toes in the placid blue and tell Owen I'd found his home. I resisted the call of the water, not knowing if the terrain to the lake shores was marshy beneath the grass that stretched below me. Being stuck up to my hips in boggy mud with Owen's urn was not in the plan. 10 minutes later, I was pulling down the main street of tiny Dromahair, searching for signs and symbols. I was not sure where to begin. I couldn't start knocking on doors, asking questions about people who had lived so long ago. I walked through a church cemetery, eyeing the names and dates, the clusters that indicated family, the flowers that indicated love. There were no Gallaghers in the small graveyard, and I climbed back into my car and continued down the main street until I saw a small sign that said library, underlined by an arrow pointing down a narrow lane, no bigger than an alleyway. It was little more than a stone cottage with 4 rough walls, a slate roof, and 2 dark windows. But libraries were great for research. I rolled to a stop in a gravel space not big enough for more than 3 patrons and turned off the car. Inside, it was smaller than my home office in Manhattan, and apartments in Manhattan were notoriously small, even when they cost $2 million. A woman, maybe a few years older than I, hunched over a novel, and books that needed to be reshelved were piled on her desk. She sat up and smiled vacantly, still lost in her story, and I stretched out my hand in greeting. "Hello. I know this is strange, but I thought maybe the library was a good place to start. My grandfather was born here in 1915. He said something about his father being a farmer. My grandfather went to America in the early 30s, and he never came back. I wanted to see—" I waved my hand helplessly toward the broad window that gave me a view of a little alleyway and not much else. "Where he was from, and maybe see where his parents are buried." "What was the family name?" "Gallagher," I said, hoping I wouldn't hear the story of the woman who drowned in the lake again. "That's a common enough name. My own mother was a Gallagher, but she's from Donegal." She stood and made her way around her desk and the piles of books she clearly had no room for. "We have a whole collection of books written by a woman named Gallagher." She stopped in front of a shelf and straightened a stack. "They were written in the early 20s, but professionally reprinted and donated to the library last spring. I've read them all. Delightful, really. All of them. She was ahead of her time." I smiled and nodded. Books by a woman with a common last name weren't exactly what I was looking for, but I didn't want to be rude. "What townland?" she asked expectantly. I stared at her blankly. "Townland? The land is divided up into townlands, and each one has a name. There are roughly 1,500 townlands in County Leitrim. You said your great-grandfather was a farmer." She smiled ruefully. "Everyone in rural Ireland was a farmer, lovey." I thought of the painfully small village I'd driven through, the cluster of homes, and the little main thoroughfare. "I don't know. Isn't there a cemetery? I thought I could just explore a bit. It's a small county, isn't it?" It was her turn to stare at me blankly. There are plots in every townland. If you don't know the townland, you'll never find the grave. And most of the older graves don't have headstones. It required money to have a headstone, and nobody had money. They just used markers. The family knows who was who. But I'm family and I have no idea, I blurted, oddly emotional. Jet lag, near-death experiences, and needles and haystacks were catching up to me. I'll call Maeve. She was the Killanumry Parish Secretary for almost 50 years, she offered, her eyes widening at my distress. Maybe there are some church records you could look through. If anyone knows something, it will be Maeve. She picked up the phone and dialed from memory, her eyes flitting uncomfortably between me and the stack of books on her desk. Maeve, this is Deirdre at the library. The book you've been waiting for is available. No, not that one. The one about the bad boy billionaire. Deirdre was silent, nodding, even though the woman she was speaking to couldn't know she was being agreed with. That's right. I peeked at it. You'll like it. Her eyes swung to me and away again. Maeve, I've got a woman here, all the way from America. She says she has family from the area. I was wondering if there are parish records she could look at. She's wanting to find where they're buried. She nodded again, sadly this time, and I guess Maeve was telling her what she already knew. You could go to Ballinamore, Deirdre said, moving her mouth from the receiver, as if Maeve had instructed her to tell me immediately. There's a genealogical centre there. Maybe they can help. Are you staying in Sligo? I nodded in surprise. There's really nowhere to lodge around here, unless you've rented a room at the manor by the lake. But most people don't even know it's there. They don't advertise, Deirdre explained. I shook my head, indicating I had not known either, and Deirdre reported this to Maeve. The family name is Gallagher. She listened for a moment. I'll tell her. She pulled the receiver away from her mouth again. Maeve wants you to bring her the book about the billionaire and have some tea with her. She says you can tell her about your family, and maybe she'll think of something. She's as old as the hills, Deirdre whispered, muffling the receiver so Maeve wouldn't hear her commentary. But she remembers everything. The woman opened the door before I could knock. Her hair was so fine and wispy, it created a grey cloud around her head. Her glasses, rimmed in black and as thick as the palm of my hand, were wider than her face. She peered up at me through them with blinking blue eyes and pursed lips painted fuchsia. Maeve? I realized suddenly I didn't know her last name. I'm so sorry. Deirdre didn't tell me your full name. Can I call you Maeve? I know you, she said, her brow, already a topographic map of grooves and valleys, wrinkling even further. You do? I do. I stuck out my hand in greeting. Deirdre sent me. She didn't take it, but stepped back and waved me in. What was your name, lass? Just because I know your face doesn't mean I remember your name. She turned and tottered away, clearly expecting me to follow. I did, shutting the door behind me, the smell of damp and dust and cat dander wafting around me. Anne Gallagher, I said. I'm Anne Gallagher. I suppose I'm on a roots trip of sorts. My grandfather was born here, in Drumahair. I would really like to find where his parents are buried. Maeve was heading for a small table set for tea, tucked next to a pair of tall windows looking out over an overgrown garden. But when I said my name, she stopped abruptly, as though she'd forgotten her destination entirely. Owen? She said. Yes. Owen Gallagher was my grandfather. My heart cantered giddily. I took a few steps, not certain if she wanted me to sit for tea or remain standing. She was perfectly still for several moments, her back to me, her small figure framed by the afternoon light and frozen in remembrance or forgetfulness. I didn't know which. I waited for her to offer instruction or extend an invitation, hoping that she wouldn't forget she'd let a stranger into her home. I cleared my throat gently. Maeve? She said you'd come. Deirdre? Yes, she also sent your book. I dug it from my purse and took a few more steps.
Not Deirdre, goose. Anne. Anne said you'd come. I need tea. We'll have tea, she muttered, moving once again.
She sat at the table and looked at me expectantly. I debated making my excuses. I suddenly felt like I was caught in a Dickens novel, having tea with Miss Havisham. I had no desire to eat ancient wedding cake and drink Earl Grey in dusty teacups. "Oh, that's very kind of you," I hedged, setting the Bad Boy Billionaire book on the end table nearest me.
Owen never came back to Drumahair. Not many do. There's a name for that, you know. They call it an Irish goodbye. But here you are,
Maeve said, still staring at me. I couldn't resist the lure of Owen's name. I set my bag down next to the chair across from her and slid into the seat. I tried not to look too closely at the little plate of cookies or the flowered plates and teacups. What I didn't know wouldn't hurt me.
"Will you pour?"
she asked primly. Yes, I'd be glad to," I stammered, trying to remember a moment when I'd felt more uncomfortably American. I mentally scrambled for the etiquette, trying to remember what came first. "Strong or weak?" I asked.
"Strong."
My hand shook as I held the little strainer over her cup and filled it 3/4 full. Owen had always preferred tea. I could serve tea. "Sugar, lemon, or milk?" I asked. She sniffed.
"Plain."
I bit my lip to hide my gratitude, splashed a little tea in my own cup, and wished for wine. She raised the tea to her lips and drank with disinterest, and I followed her lead. "Did you know Owen well?" I asked, after we'd both set our saucers down.
"No, not really. He was much younger than I, and a little scamp at that."
Owen was younger than Maeve. Owen was just shy of 86 when he died. I tried to calculate what much younger might mean.
"I'm 92,
Maeve supplied.
My mother lived to be 103. My grandmother was 98. My great-grandmother was so old, no one really knew exactly how old she was. We were glad to see the old one go."
I hid my snort of laughter in a demure cough.
"Let me look at you,"
she demanded, and I raised my eyes to hers obediently.
"I can't believe it. You look just like her," she marveled.
"Like Owen's mother."
"Like Anne," she agreed. "It's uncanny."
"I've seen pictures. The resemblance is strong. But I'm surprised you remember. You would have been a very little girl when she died."
"No."
She shook her head.
"Oh, no. I knew her well."
"I was told Declan and Anne Gallagher died in 1916. Owen was raised by his grandmother, Bridget, Declan's mother."
"No,"
she disagreed, drawing out the word as she shook her head.
"Anne came back. Not right away, mind you. I remember how folks talked about her after she returned. There were some rumours, speculation about where she'd been. But she came back."
I stared at the old woman, stunned. My grandfather didn't tell me," I stammered. She considered this, nodding and drinking her tea, her eyes cast down, and I gulped my own, my heart racing from a sense of betrayal.
"Maybe I am confused," she retracted softly. "Don't let the ramblings of an old woman cause you to doubt."
"It was a long time ago," I offered.
"Yes, it was. And memory's a funny thing. It plays tricks on us."
I nodded, relieved that she had withdrawn her assertion so easily. For a moment she had seemed so sure, and her confidence had made mine crumble.
"They're buried at Balnagar, that I'm sure of."
I rushed to retrieve my little notebook and a pencil from my bag. "How do I get there?"
"Well, now, it's a pretty walk from here, or a short drive, maybe 10 minutes or less. Go south on the main street, just there, see?"
She pointed toward the front door. It'll take you straight out of town, about 3 kilometres. You're going to veer right at the fork and continue for half a kilometre or so. Then go left, go a wee bit farther. Then the church, St. Mary's, will be on your left. The cemetery is there too, behind it. I'd stopped writing after she'd said to veer right. Don't these streets have names? Well, they're not streets, dear. They're roads. And people around here just know. If you get lost, pull over and ask someone. They'll know where the church is. And you can always pray. God always hears our prayers when we're wanting a church.
15 May, 1916. The drive to Dromahair with Declan's body wrapped and secured to the running board of the car was the longest of my life. Bridget would not speak, and the baby was inconsolable, as though he felt the black of our despair. After I dropped them at Garva Glebe, I took Declan to Father Darby for burial. We laid him to rest in Ballinagar, next to his father. I purchased a stone that will be laid when the engraving is done. If Anne is dead, as I fear, we will bury her beside Declan, and they will share the stone. It is what they would have wanted. I returned to Dublin, though getting back into the city proved arduous. The British Army had declared martial law, and all the roads were cordoned with armoured vehicles and soldiers. I showed my papers and my medical bag, and they eventually let me pass. The hospitals are full of injured insurgents, soldiers, and civilians. Mostly civilians. The need is great enough, so they let me through when others were turned away. I searched the dead houses and the hospital morgues, Jervis Street, the Mater, St. Patrick Duns, even the women's hospital where I'd heard the rebels had gathered on the grass after they surrendered. A temporary field hospital had been assembled at Marion Square, and I went there as well, though nothing remained but the folks that resided in the homes nearby. They told me the wounded and dead had been taken, and they weren't sure where. Rumours of mass graves of the unidentified dead at the Glasnevin and Deansgrange cemeteries had me begging beleaguered groundsmen for names they couldn't provide. I was too late, they said, adding that the lists of the dead would be compiled and eventually posted in the Irish Times, though no one knew when. I searched the streets, walking down the burned-out shell of once grand buildings on Sackville, and trundling through endless ash that was still hot enough in some places to melt my shoes. On Moore Street, where I had found Declan, people moved in and out of the crumbling tenements. One, situated right in the centre, had taken a direct hit. It had collapsed in on itself, and children scrambled over the debris, searching for firewood and things they could sell. Then I saw Anne's shawl, a bright grass green that matched her eyes. When I saw her last, she'd been wearing it wrapped tightly around her shoulders and tucked into her skirt to keep it out of the way. A young girl wore it now, and it fluttered in the breeze like the tricolour flags we'd raised above the GPO as triumphant conquerors. Those flags were gone now, destroyed. Just like Declan and Anne. Senseless with fear and fatigue, I ran to the girl and demanded that she tell me where she'd found the shawl. She pointed to the rubble at her feet. She had a blank stare and old eyes, though she couldn't have been more than 15. "It was just here, buried under the bricks. It has a small hole, but I'm keeping it. This was my house, so it's mine now." She jutted out her chin, as though she thought I'd rip it from her. Maybe I would have. Instead, I spent the rest of the day in the tumbled pile of rock and walls, searching through debris, looking for Anne's body. When the sun set and I had nothing to show for my efforts, the girl removed the shawl and handed it to me. "I've changed my mind. You can have it. It might be all that's left of your lady." I could not hide my tears, and her eyes were not as ancient when she turned to go. Tomorrow, I'll go back to Dromahair and bury the shawl beside Declan. T.S.
3. The Stolen Child. For he comes, the human child, to the waters of the wild with a fairy, hand in hand, from a world more full of weeping than he can understand. W. B. Yeats. With my heart in my throat and my eyes peeled, I repeated Maeve's directions like a Gregorian chant. I found my way to Gallagher Cemetery and to the church that sat like a guardian over the graves. It was in the middle of empty fields, a parochial house behind it, and only the endless stone walls of Ireland and a smattering of cows keeping it company. I pulled into the empty lot in front of the church and stepped out into the tepid June afternoon. If Ireland had a summer, it hadn't arrived. Feeling as though I'd found Golgotha and seen Jesus on the cross. With tear-filled eyes and shaking hands, I pushed through the huge wooden doors into the empty chapel, where reverence and memory had seeped into the walls and the wooden pews. The high ceiling echoed with 1,000 christenings, countless deaths, and innumerable unions that stretched back beyond the dates on the nearby graves. I loved churches the way I loved cemeteries and books. All three were markers of humanity, of time, of life. I felt no censure or guilt, no heaviness or dread inside religious walls. I knew my experience was not widely shared, and perhaps that was because of Owen. He had always approached religion with respect and humor, an odd combination that valued the good and put the bad into perspective. My relationship with God was equally untroubled. I had heard once that our view of God has everything to do with those who taught us about him. Our image of him often reflected our image of them. Owen taught me about God, and because I loved and cherished Owen, I loved and cherished God. In school, I'd studied Catholicism, learned the catechisms and the history, and absorbed it the way I'd absorbed all my other subjects, cleaving to the things that resonated and setting aside the things that didn't. The nuns complained that religion was not a buffet from which I could select only certain dishes. I politely smiled and quietly disagreed. Life, religion, and learning were exactly that, a series of choices. If I had tried to consume everything that was presented to me all at once, I would have been too full too quickly, and all the flavors would have run together. Nothing would have made any sense in and of itself. I sat in the old church where generations of my ancestors may have worshipped, where prayers had been spoken, and hearts broken and healed. It all made sense for a small moment. Religion made sense, if only to add context to the struggle of life and death. The church was a monument to what had been, a connection to the past that comforted those in the present, and it comforted me. I climbed the slope beyond the church to where the cemetery stretched. It overlooked the spires and the winding road I'd just traveled. Some of the stones were tipped or sunken. Some were so covered with lichen and time that I couldn't make out names or dates. Other plots were new, lined by rocks and filled with mementos. The newer plots, newer deaths, rimmed the edges of the graveyard as if death rippled outward like a rock tossed in a lake. Those markers were clean, the marble smooth, the names easily read. Maeve had warned that the cemeteries in much of Ireland were a mix of ancient and recent, the connections familial, even if the relationship was centuries old. In Gallagher Cemetery, most of the graves, especially those higher up the rise, stood like petrified gnomes and hobbits amid the grass, peeping out at me and drawing me to them. I found my family beneath a tree, on the edge of an older section. The stone was a tall rectangle with the name Gallagher engraved at the base. Just above it were the names Declan and Anne. I stared, incredibly moved, and touched their names. The years, 1892 to 1916, were visible as well, and I felt a flood of relief that Maeve had been wrong after all. Declan and Anne had died together, just as I believed. I sank to my knees, light-headed and euphoric, not trusting myself to remain standing. I found myself talking to them, telling them about Owen, about myself, about how much it meant to me to find them. When I was talked out, I rose to my feet and touched the stone again, noticing for the first time the graves around it. A smaller stone, also with the name Gallagher, sat to the left. The names Bridget and Peter were visible, but the dates, 2 sets of them, were not. Peter Gallagher, Declan's father, had died before Declan and Anne, and Bridget had passed away some time after. Owen had never told me, or maybe I'd never asked. I only knew his grandmother was gone when he left Ireland. I touched Bridget's and Peter's names too, thanking Bridget for raising Owen, for molding him into the man who had loved and looked after me with so much care. Surely she had loved him as intently as he'd loved me. He had to have learned it somewhere. The clouds were gathering, and the wind nipped at my cheeks, telling me it was time to go. As I turned to leave, a headstone, set back from the Gallaghers, caught my eye. Or maybe it was the faded name scratched across the dark stone. It said Smith, the words so close to the ground that the grass obscured part of the lettering. I hesitated, wondering if the grave belonged to Thomas Smith, the somber man in the three-piece suit, the man Owen had loved like a father. I felt one raindrop and then another, and the skies split apart with a groan and a grumble, releasing an angry torrent. I abandoned my curiosity and stumbled down the hill, weaving in and out of the now glistening monuments, and promising the stones that I would be back. That night, back in my hotel in Sligo, I dug through my suitcase in search of the items from Owen's locked drawer. I'd thrown the manila envelope into my suitcase on a whim, mostly because Owen had been so insistent that I read the book. But I'd hardly given it a second thought since his death. I'd been too grief-stricken to concentrate, too frazzled for research, too lost to do anything but search for my bearings. But now that I'd seen the graves of my great-grandparents, I wanted to remember their faces. I wondered how long it had been since someone had remembered them, and my heart broke again. I'd been fighting tears since Owen's death, and Ireland had not eased my pain. Still, the emotion was different now. It was laced with joy and gratitude, and though the tears looked the same, they didn't feel the same. I upended the envelope across the small desk, the way I'd done a month ago at Owen's bedside. The book, heavier than the other items, slid out first, the pictures fluttering around it like afterthoughts. I tossed the envelope aside, and it fell heavily, making a small thunk as it hit the edge of the desk. I picked it up again, curious, and reached inside. A ring had found its way under the padded lining and was wedged into the corner. I worked it free, finding a delicate band of gold filigree that widened around a pale cameo on an agate background. It was lovely and old, an intoxicating combination for a historian, and I slipped it on my finger, delighted that it fit, wishing Owen could tell me to whom it had belonged. It was probably his mother's, and I picked up the old photos to see if she wore it on her hand in any of the shots. Anne's hands were tucked in the pockets of her gray coat in one photo, wrapped around Declan's arm in another, and out of frame or out of sight in the rest. I thumbed through them all again, touching the faces that had preceded my own. I stopped on Owen's picture, his unhappy little face and stiffly parted hair, making my eyes tear and my heart swell. I could see the old man in the child's expression, in the set of his chin and the frown on his lips. Age was the only color in the photo, and I could not guess at the vibrancy of his hair or the blue of his eyes. My grandfather had been snowy-haired as long as I'd known him, but claimed he'd had hair as red as his father's before him, and my father after him. I set Owen's picture aside and studied the others, pausing once more at the picture of Thomas Smith and my grandmother. It hadn't been taken at the same time as the picture with the three of them, Anne, Thomas, and Declan, together. Anne's hair and clothes were different, and Thomas Smith wore a darker suit. He seemed older in the one, though I couldn't think why. The patina was forgiving, his dark hair and uncovered. Maybe it was the set of his shoulders, or the solemnity in his stance. The picture was slightly overexposed, leaching the details from Anne's dress, and giving their skin a pearly quality, so often found in very old photos. There were pictures in the stack I hadn't seen. Owen's pain had interrupted my perusal on the night of his death, and I paused over a photo of a grand house, with trees clustered around the edges, and a glimmer of lake in the distance. I studied the landscape and the stretch of water. It looked like Lough Gill. I should have taken the photos with me to draw my hair. I could have asked Maeve about the house. In another photo, a group of men I didn't know stood around Thomas and Anne in an ornate ballroom. Declan wasn't in the picture. A big, smirking man with dark hair stood in the center of the shot, one arm slung loosely around Anne's shoulders, and his other arm around Thomas. Anne stared at the camera, wonder stamped all over her face. I recognized that look. It was one often captured on my own face at book signings. It was a look that telegraphed discomfort and disbelief that anyone would want to paint a picture with me in the first place. I'd gotten better at controlling my expressions and pasting on a professional smile, but I made it a rule not to look at any of the shots my publicist regularly sent me from such events. What I didn't see wouldn't fill me with insecurity. I continued to study the picture, suddenly riveted by the man who stood next to Anne. "No," I gasped. "It can't be." I gazed at it in wonder. But it is. The man with his arm around Anne's shoulder was Michael Collins, leader of the movement that led to the treaty with England. Before 1922, there were very few pictures of him. Everyone had heard of Michael Collins and his guerrilla tactics, but only his inner circle, men and women who worked alongside him, knew what he looked like, making it harder for the Crown to detain him. But after the treaty was signed and he began rallying the Irish people for its acceptance, his picture had been taken and saved in the annals of history. I'd seen those shots, one of him mid-speech, his arms raised in passion, and one in his commander's uniform, the day the British relinquished control of the castle, a symbol of British control in Dublin for the last 100 years. I stared at the picture a moment longer, marveling, before I set it aside and reached for the book. It was a journal, an old one, the writing neatly slanted, the cursive beautiful in the way old handwriting often was. I thumbed through it without reading, simply checking the dates. The entries ranged from 1916 to 1922, and were often sporadic, with months between them and sometimes years before the record picked up again. The handwriting was the same throughout the entire book. Nothing scribbled or crossed out, no ink stains or torn pages. Each entry had TS at the bottom of the page, and nothing more. Thomas Smith? I said to myself. It was the only thing that fit. But it surprised me that Owen would have the man's journal. I read the first entry, a date marked May 2nd, 1916. My horror and amazement grew as I read about the Easter Rising and the death of Declan Gallagher. I thumbed through several more entries and read about Thomas's efforts to find Anne and to come to terms with the loss of his friends. An entry the day Sean McDermott was executed at Kilmainham jail simply said, "Sean died this morning. I thought he might be spared when the executions were halted for several days, but he's been taken too. My only comfort is that I know he welcomed it. He died for the cause of Irish freedom. That's the way he would have seen it. But selfishly, I can only consider it a dreadful shame. I will miss him terribly." He wrote of his return to Dromahair after attending medical school at the University College, Dublin, and of trying to set up a practice in Sligo and County Leitrim. "The people are so poor, I can't imagine I will make much of a living from the effort, but I have more than sufficient for my needs. It is what I've always planned to do, and here I am, driving from one end of the county to the other, from the north to the south, east to Sligo and west again. I feel like a peddler half the time, and the people can't pay for what I'm offering. I made a house call in Ballinamore yesterday, and collected no payment but a sweet song from the oldest daughter. A family of 7 in a 2-room cottage. The youngest, a girl of 6 or 7, had been unable to get out of her bed for several days. I discovered she wasn't sick. She was hungry. Hungry enough to have no energy to move. The entire family was skin and bones. I have 30 acres at Garvaglebe that are not being cultivated, and an overseer's house sitting empty on the property. I told the father, a man named O'Toole, that I needed someone to farm it, and the position was his, if he thought he could do it. It was an impulsive offer. I have no interest in farming or in taking on the responsibility of providing for an entire family, but the man wept and asked if he could start in the morning. I gave him £20, and we shook hands on it. I left the supper Bridget had packed for me that morning, more food than I needed, and made the little girl eat a piece of bread and butter before I left. Bread and butter. Years of medical training and study, and the child simply needed bread and butter. From now on, I'll bring eggs and flour along with my medical bag on my travels. I think the food is needed more than a doctor. I'm not sure what I'll do when I come across the next family starving in their beds. I stopped reading, a lump in my throat, and turned the page only to find another sad account of doctoring in Drumahair. He wrote, "One mother seemed more interested in me marrying her daughter than healing her. She pointed out her fine features, rosy cheeks, and bright eyes, which were all due to an advanced case of consumption. She won't live much longer, I'm afraid. But I promised to come back with medicine to ease her cough." The mother was ecstatic. I don't think she understands that I'm not calling on the girl. He wrote of Bridget Gallagher's anger at the Irish Republican Brotherhood, of which Thomas was still an active member. Bridget blamed the Brotherhood for Declan's death, and for the increased presence of the Black and Tans, the British police force, throughout Ireland. Thomas refused to argue the issue with her. "I can't talk her out of her opinions any more than I can ignore my own. I still yearn for liberty and Irish emancipation, though I don't see how we will accomplish it. My guilt is almost as great as my longing. So many of the men who fought in the Rising, men that I consider my friends, are at Frongoch in Wales, and in my heart I know I should be with them." He wrote lovingly of Owen. "He is a light in my life, the glimmer of something better in my days. I've asked Bridget to keep house for me so that I can take care of her and the boy. Anne had no family to call on. She and I were alike in that way, alone in the world. She has a sister in America, parents and a brother long dead. Bridget is all the family Owen has left. But I will be his family, and I will make sure he knows who his parents were and who Ireland is." He was like a father to me, Owen had said. I felt a rush of tenderness for the melancholy Thomas Smith, and read on. His next entry was months later. He spoke of the O'Tooles, of the efforts of the new overseer, and the satisfaction he felt at the weight the children had gained. He wrote of Owen's first words, and his propensity to run to him, babbling when he arrived home. "He has begun to call me Da." Bridget was horrified when she realized what he was saying, and cried noisily for days. I tried to convince her that Owen was saying Doc, but she refused to be comforted. I have begun coaching the little lad in the evenings. He says Doc quite clearly now, and calls Bridget Nana, which made her smile just a bit. He wrote of the release, just before Christmas 1916, of the last of the Irish freedom fighters, as he called them. He went to Dublin to see them home, and remarked at the welcome, at the change in the people. "When we marched through the streets the day after Easter, with all intentions of staging rebellion and inciting a confrontation, the people jeered and told us to go fight the Germans. Now they welcome the boys home like they are returning heroes instead of troublemakers. I'm glad of it. Maybe the hearts of the people have turned enough that real change is possible. Mick seems to think so." Mick. Michael Collins was known as Mick among his friends. The picture I'd seen made me think Thomas Smith was well acquainted with him. The journal was a treasure trove, and I wondered why Owen hadn't given it to me much earlier. He knew I was knee-deep in research about events that Thomas Smith had seemed to know intimately. My eyes were growing heavy, and my heart had not recovered from the odd emotional toll of my visit to Ballinagar. I moved to set the book aside, and the pages fell forward, revealing the final page. Instead of a journal entry, 4 stanzas marched across the yellowed paper. No title, no explanation. Just a piece of poetry written in Thomas Smith's hand. It sounded like Yeats. It felt like him, too, though I'd never seen it before. I wondered if it was possibly the poem about the woman who drowned in the loch, the poem the owner of the candy store had mentioned just that morning. I read the words and read them again. The lines were so filled with longing and trepidation, I couldn't tear my eyes from the page. "I pulled you from the water and kept you in my bed, a lost, forsaken daughter of a past that isn't dead. Somehow love from sweet obsession branched and broke a heart of stone. Distrust became confession, solemn vows of blood and bone. But in the wind I hear the strain, pilgrim soul that time has found, It moans to whisk you back again. Bid me follow, sweetly drown. Don't go near the water, love. Stay away from strand or sea. You cannot walk on water, love. The loch will take you far from me. I turned the page and was met with the leather-bound back of the book. There was nothing else written. Pilgrim soul that time has found. Yeats referred to a pilgrim soul in his poem, When You Are Old. But this was not Yeats, I was certain, though it was beautiful. Maybe Thomas Smith had simply loved it and wanted to remember it. Or maybe the words were his. Don't go near the water, love. Stay away from strand or sea. You cannot walk on water, love. The loch will take you far from me. I read again. In the morning I would take Owen's ashes to Loch Gill, and the lake would take him. I shut the book softly and turned off the lamp, drawing the spare pillow on the bed to my chest, lonely and alone in a way I'd never been. The tears came then, a deluge, and there was no one to pull me from the water and keep me in his bed. I wept for my grandfather, and wept for a past that was dead, and I felt forsaken when the wind refused to whisk me away.
11 July, 1916. Owen turned 1 today. He's a smiley lad, healthy and content. I find myself watching him, absorbed in his perfect innocence and unblemished spirit. And I mourn for the day when he will grasp what he's lost. He wanted his mother in the days after Dublin and cried for her. He had not yet been weaned from her milk, and he sought a comfort no one else could give. But he doesn't ask for her any more. I doubt he'll have any memory of them at all, and the tragedy of that truth weighs on me. There is a rumbling in rural Ireland, spurred on by the executions after Easter week. Some men were spared, Eamon de Valera, who was in command at Bullen's Mill, while others, Willie Pearce and John McBride, men on the periphery, were sentenced to death. Instead of the executions and imprisonments tamping down the rebellious undercurrent in the country, it seems to have fed it, contributing to a growing sentiment that another injustice has been done. We simply add it to the centuries-old list every Irishman keeps tucked in the back of his mind and hands on to the next generation. Regardless of the rumbling, the people are wounded and afraid. We are in no position to fight back now, not yet. But there will come another day. When Owen is a man, Ireland will be free. I have promised this to him, whispering the words into his downy hair. Bridget has begun to mutter about taking Owen to America. I have not discouraged her or made my feelings known, but I can't bear to lose Owen too. He has become mine, my stolen child. Bridget worries that I will marry, and then I will not need her to keep house and look after me. On that count, I have reassured her often. She and Owen will always have a place in my home. I have not told her that, when I close my eyes, I see Anne's face. I dream about her, and my heart is unsettled. Bridget would not understand. I'm not sure I do. I didn't love Anne, but she haunts me. If I had found her, maybe it would be different. But I didn't find her. T.S.
4. The meeting. Hidden by old age a while, in master's cloak and hood, each hating what the other loved, face to face we stood. W.B. Yeats. Deirdre didn't seem especially surprised to see me, and she beamed at me in cheerful welcome when I walked through the library door the next day. "Maeve sent you to Balnagar. Any luck?" she asked. "Yes, I found them. Where they were buried, I mean. I'm going to go back tomorrow and put flowers on their graves." The tender feelings I'd had among the grass and the stones welled in me again, and I smiled awkwardly, embarrassed that I was, once more, becoming overly emotional in the librarian's presence. I cleared my throat and retrieved the picture of the house. I tucked it between the pages of Thomas Smith's journal, and held it out to Deirdre, brandishing it like a shield. "I wondered if you could tell me where this is," I asked. She took it, looking down through the lower half of her glasses, her chin jutting forward, her eyebrows raised. "That's Garva Glebe," she said, delighted. "This is an old picture, isn't it? Goodness, when was this taken? It really doesn't look all that different, except for the car park off to the side. I think there's been some guest cottages added in recent years as well." She squinted at the picture. "You can just see Donnelly's cottage there in the trees. It's been there for longer than the manor. Jim Donnelly fixed it up about 10 years ago. He takes tourists out on the lake and out exploring the old caves where smugglers used to store arms during the Black and Tan War. My grandfather told me the loch was used to move weapons in and out of this area all through those years." "Garva Glebe," I breathed, stunned. I should have known. It was owned by a man named Thomas Smith, wasn't it? She looked at me blankly. "When would that have been?" "In 1916, I said sheepish. "I guess that was a little before your time." "Just a bit." She laughed. "But I might remember something about that. Well, I don't know. I think so. The house and property are run from a family trust. None of the family live there now. They have groundskeepers and staff, and they let out rooms. It's on the Drumahair side of Lough Gill. Some folks call it the Manor." "You mentioned the manor yesterday. I didn't realize." "Yes, there's a dock there as well, and people rent boats from Jim to fish or just spend the day on the lake. The lake leads to a little inlet. When the tides are high, you can follow the inlet all the way out past the Strand in Sligo and into the sea. There are stories of pirate ships in Lough Gill back in the days of O'Rourke, the man who built the castle. They call it Park's Castle. Have you been?" I nodded, and she babbled on with barely a pause. "He built Creevely Abbey as well. O'Rourke was hung for treason by the English for giving shelter to marooned Spanish sailors of the Spanish Armada. The English king gave O'Rourke's castle to a man named Park. Can you imagine working for 20 years to build something that would survive for centuries, and having someone just swoop in and take it away?" She shook her head in disgust. "I'd like to see Garva Glebe. Is the house open to visitors?" She gave directions much the way Maeve had the day before. "Go left for a bit, go right for a bit more. Pull over and ask if you get lost. But you shouldn't get lost because it's not that far." I listened intently, scratching notes into the little pad from my purse. "Thank you, Deirdre. And if you talk to Maeve, would you thank her for me as well? It meant a great deal to me to find those graves." "Maeve O'Toole is a veritable fountain of information. She knows more than the rest of us put together. I'm not surprised she knew something about your kin." I turned to leave and stopped, realizing I'd heard the name before. "Maeve's last name is O'Toole." "This was her maiden name. It's been McCabe and Colbert and O'Brien. She's outlived 3 husbands. It's got a bit confusing, so most of us just stick with what came first." "Why?" "No reason." I shrugged. If Maeve's family had once lived at Garva Glebe, she hadn't mentioned it, and I hadn't read far enough into the journal to know what became of the O'Tooles Thomas had tried to help. The lane to Garva Glebe was gated, and the gate was closed and padlocked. I could see the house through the trees. The photograph come to life, drenched in color, but just as unattainable. I pushed a buzzer to the left of the gate and waited impatiently for a response. None came. I climbed back in the car, but instead of going back the way I'd come, I took the fork, following the lane that ran alongside the lake, hoping to see the house from another angle. Instead, the narrow road ended in a gravel parking lot overlooking a long dock where a handful of canoes and small boats were tied off. The cottage Deirdre had mentioned, which was gleaming white under blue shutters and matching blue trim, was nearest the dock, and I walked toward it, hoping someone was home. A little sign hung from a nail next to the door and declared the establishment open, and I went inside. The tiny foyer had been converted to a reception area, with a narrow wooden counter and a few folding chairs. A little bell had been placed on the counter, and I tapped it reluctantly. One of the nuns in school had had one just like it on her desk that she pinged constantly and ferociously. The sound had put my teeth on edge ever since. I didn't ring it again, though several minutes passed without a response. "Mr. Donnelly," I called. "Hello?" The door opened behind me, and I turned expectantly. A man with watery eyes and a red nose ambled in with tall waders on his feet, a baker boy cap on his head, and suspenders keeping his pants from falling down. I stared at him, and he jerked, wiping at his mouth.
"I am sorry, miss. I didn't know you were waiting on me. I saw your car, but I assumed it was someone taking a stroll or throwing a line."
I stuck out my hand, and he took it awkwardly. "I'm Anne Gallagher. I was wondering if I could rent a boat for an hour."
"Anne Gallagher?"
he asked, his brow furrowed, his voice disbelieving. "Yes," I said, drawing out the word. "Is there something wrong?" He shrugged and shook his head.
"Nah, it's nothing," he grunted. "I can take you out if you want. There are clouds rolling in, and I don't like people going out alone."
I didn't want to tell him I was throwing ashes into his lake, and I really didn't want him with me when I said goodbye to Owen. "I won't go far. You'll be able to see me the whole time. I'll take a paddle boat or one of those small rowboats I saw on the dock. I'll be fine." He stewed, eyeing me and peering out the window to the overcast afternoon and the boats bobbing empty at his dock. "I just need half an hour, Mr. Donnelly. I'll pay double," I pressed. Now that I was here, I wanted to be done with the task before me.
"All right. Sign here, then. But stay close and watch the clouds."
I signed his waiver, plunked £40 down on the counter, and followed him to the dock. The boat he chose for me was sturdy enough, though it had clearly seen better days, or a better decade. 2 oars and a life jacket completed the package, and I put one on to allay Mr. Donnelly's concerns. One of the straps was broken, but I pretended it was perfectly fine. Mr. Donnelly had offered to put my things in a small locker in the foyer, but I declined. The bag held Owen's urn, and I wasn't about to pull it out in front of him.
"Your bag will get wet, and you aren't dressed for the lake,"
he complained, eyeing my clothes and my slim flats. I'd worn a heavy cable-knit sweater, a plain white blouse, and cream slacks. This was the only burial Owen would receive, and sneakers and jeans were too informal for the occasion. My thoughts tiptoed back to Gallagher Cemetery once more, to the stones and the grass I'd visited the day before. I wanted that for Owen, a monument that he had lived, something permanent, something with his name and the span of his life. But that was not what he'd asked for, and leaving a grave in Gallagher, a grave no one would visit or care about once I returned to the States, seemed wrong too. I'd made a promise, and with a sigh I grasped Jim Donnelly's hand, stepped into the swaying skiff, and took up the oars in determination. Mr. Donnelly looked down at me doubtfully before untying the boat and giving it a good shove with his foot. I dipped the oar into the water to my left and then to my right, experimenting a little, trying to find a rhythm. The boat cooperated, and I began to inch away from the dock. I would just row a little way out. The skies had grown gray, but the water was placid and peaceful. Mr. Donnelly watched me for a while, making sure I had the hang of it, before making his way back up the dock, toward the beach and his cheery house with the blue roof and the gorse blooming along the walk. I was pleased with myself, moving smoothly through the water. The stretch and pull of rowing was new to me, but the lake was as calm as bathwater, lapping softly against the boat. And I found I enjoyed the motion. Sitting for hours at my writing desk was not conducive to good health, and I'd found if I forced myself to exercise, it aided me in my writing. I ran and forced myself to do push-ups to keep my arms from wasting away and my back from growing a hump. The sweat, the motion, and the music that blared in my ears all contributed to getting me out of my head for a blessed hour. I shook off the brain fog and got the synapses firing, and I'd made it part of my daily schedule in the last 10 years. I knew I was fit enough to row out away and have some privacy to talk to Owen before I gave him to the wind. My oars slid in and out, pulling and displacing the water with hardly a murmur. I wouldn't go far. I could see the dock behind me, and beyond that, the manor tucked back against the roll of the hills, its pale roofline stark against the green. I continued rowing, the bag with the urn at my feet, my gaze drifting away from the shore and up into the sky. It was strange, the grey sky melding with the water. All was quiet, almost otherworldly, and I was lulled by the stillness. I ceased rowing for a time and drifted, the shoreline to my right, the sky all around me. I picked up the urn and cradled it for a heartbeat, then uncorked it, readying myself for the ceremony only I would attend. I brought you back, Owen. We're here, in Ireland, Dromahair. I'm in the middle of Lough Gill. It's lovely, just like you described, but I'll hold you responsible if I get pulled out to sea. I tried to laugh. We had laughed so much, Owen and I. What was I going to do without him? I'm not ready to let you go, Owen, I choked, but I knew I had no choice in the matter. The time had come to say my last goodbyes. I said the words he'd said to me 100 times growing up, words from a poem by Yeats, words that I would have put on his headstone had he allowed me to bury him as I wished. Fairies, come take me out of this dull world, for I would ride with you upon the wind, run on the top of the dishevelled tide, and dance upon the mountains like a flame. I clutched the urn to my chest a moment more. Then, with a silent prayer to the wind and water to forever keep Owen's story on the breeze, I upended it, flinging my arm in a wide arc, gasping as the white ashes melded completely with the wispy tendrils of mist that had begun to settle around me. It was as though the ash became a wall of white fog, billowing and collecting, and suddenly I could not see beyond the end of my boat. There was no shoreline, no sky. Even the water was gone. I put the urn in my bag and sat that way for a while, hidden in the fog and unable to continue. The boat rocked me as Owen had once done, and I was a child again, cradled in his lap, consumed by grief and loss. Someone was whistling. I stared, the tune instantly recognizable. Remember Him Still, Owen's favorite. I was out in the middle of the lake, and someone was whistling. The whistling shivered through the mist, a cheerful flute in the eerie white, embodied and disparate. And I couldn't tell from which direction it originated. Then the sound waned, as if the whistler moved away, teasing me with his game of hide-and-seek. "Hello?" I called, lifting my voice into the mist just to make sure I still could. The word didn't echo, but sat flatly in the air, cushioned by moisture and curtailed by my own reluctance to break the stillness. I grasped the oars, but didn't begin rowing, suddenly uncertain of my direction. I didn't want to come out on either side of the lake. Best to let the fog lift before attempting to row back to shore. "Is someone there?" I called. "I think I might be in trouble." The bow of a barge slid into view, and I was suddenly staring up at 3 men, who in turn stared down at me, clearly as shocked by my presence as I was by theirs. They wore the peaked caps of a bygone era, the brims pulled low over their foreheads, over eyes that peered at me with obvious alarm. I stood slowly, beseeching, suddenly fearful that I would be stuck in the fog forever, and that these men would be my only chance at rescue. It wasn't the smartest thing I've ever done, or maybe it saved my life. The men stiffened as I rose, as if my standing posed a threat, and the man in the middle, his eyes wide with tension and his lips thin with mistrust, jerked his hand from his pocket and pointed a gun at me. His hand shook, and I swayed. With no warning, no demand, no reason at all, he pulled the trigger. The sound was a muted crack, and the sudden and violent shuddering of my skiff felt wholly separate from his action, as if a great, whistling beast had risen from the depths of Lough Gill beneath my boat and tossed me into the drink. The frigid water stole my breath and didn't give it back. I chased it, floundering, and kicked for the surface, sputtering as my face broke free into the heavy white that was almost as wet and thick as the water I'd fallen into. I couldn't see anything but white, endless white. No boat, no land, no sky, no men with guns. I tried to lean back, to force myself to float and stay silent. If I couldn't see them, they couldn't see me, I rationalized. I managed to keep my head above water without a great deal of splashing, listening and peering into the white. Beneath the adrenaline and the clawing cold was a burning fire in my side. I continued treading water, trying to avoid the truth. I'd been shot, and I had to find my boat. If I didn't find my boat, I was going to drown. I began swimming furiously this way and that, making a wide circle around the area where I'd fallen, trying to find my boat in the mist. The whistling began again, abruptly, mid-tune, as if the whistler had been singing whole stanzas in his head while his lips took a 10-minute breather. The sound warbled and broke and came back stronger, and I cried out again, my teeth chattering around my plea, my arms and legs kicking frantically to keep my head above water. If the whistler was one of the men on the barge, I was only alerting them that I was still alive. But somehow the thought did not occur to me at the time. "Help me! Is someone there?" The whistling ceased. "Help! Please! Can you hear me?" The life vest with the broken strap was gone. My shoes had come free the moment I started kicking my legs. My clothes were heavy, my cable-knit sweater dragging me down, even as I tried to swim in the direction of the whistling. "Is someone there?" I called again, and my panic made my voice shrill, cutting through the dense fog. A faded red boat, not unlike the one I'd rented from Jim Donnelly, emerged from the mist like a sea serpent and glided toward me. There was a man at the oars, his features obscured by the thick fog, but I heard him curse in surprise. I was too cold to know if I was hallucinating or dying, or maybe both, but the face looking down at me was strangely familiar. I could only pray I wasn't imagining him. "Can you grab on? I'll pull you in," he urged. I reached for the mirage and felt the sweet answer of solidity. The boat was real, as was the man, but I could only cling to the side, so grateful I began to cry. "Oh, God, where did you come from?" the man asked. His hands gripped mine, encircling my wrists. Then he was pulling me up and into the boat, with no assistance whatsoever from me. I felt the bump and scrape of the side of the boat against my hip and stomach, and cried out, drawing his attention to the blood that seeped from my stomach. "What the hell?" he hissed, and I cried out again. "What happened to you?" The bottom of the boat was a cloud, and I was boneless, so weary I couldn't pull his face into focus. He pulled my arms from the sopping sweater that had made it so hard for me to swim. His hands worked briskly against my skin, rubbing and bringing warmth back into my limbs, and I forced my eyes open so I could whisper my thanks. His face was so close, framed by a peaked cap like the ones the men in the barge wore, and set with a pair of blue eyes as pale as the fog. They widened as they met mine. "Anne?" he asked, the incredulous lilt of his voice and the familiarity with which he said my name, as odd as my predicament. "Yes," I whispered, forcing the word between wooden lips. My eyes would not stay open. I thought I had heard him ask again, more urgently this time, but my tongue was as heavy as my head, and I didn't respond. I felt hands on my blouse, pulling it from my body and pushing it over my head, and protested by clutching the fabric weakly. "I need to stop the bleeding, and I need to get you warm," he insisted, and brushed my hands away. He cursed at what he found. "You've been shot. What the bloody hell?" His brogue was so like Owen's, so comforting and welcome, it was as if Owen himself had found me. I nodded weakly. Yes, I'd been shot. I didn't understand it either, and I was tired, so tired. "Look at me, Anne. Don't go to sleep, not yet. Keep your eyes open." I did as he commanded, letting him hold my gaze. In addition to the cap, he wore a tweed coat over a wool vest and brown slacks, as though he'd set out for mass and decided to go fishing instead. He shrugged out of his jacket and vest and tore at his dress shirt, buttons popping free in his haste. He pulled me up and propped me against him, my head bobbing against his chest, which was now covered only in a long-sleeved undershirt. He smelled of starch, soap, and chimney smoke. He made me feel safe. Then he was wrapping his white shirt around my midsection, making a bandage by tying off the sleeves. He put his jacket around my shoulders, enveloping me in his body heat. I'm going to bleed on his clothes, I thought wearily, as he made quick work of the buttons. Then he was easing me back down to the bottom of the boat, tucking the coat firmly around me and draping something larger over that. I willed my eyes open again and peered up at him beneath drooping lids. The man was staring at me with shock stamped on his handsome face. It was a handsome face, I noted. He was square-jawed with a deep groove in his chin that matched the creases in his cheeks and the slash of his brows. I noted once more that he reminded me of someone. I'd seen him before. I tried to place him, but in my state, the familiarity eluded me. He slid back into his seat, gripped the oars, and began rowing, digging into the soft swells of the lake as if there was a race to be won, and his urgency reassured me. He knew my name, and I'd been found. For now, that was enough. I must have slept, because all at once I was floating again, lost in the water and the fog, and I moaned in distress, certain the rescue had been nothing but a dream. Then it occurred to me that I wasn't struggling or sinking, and I realized I wasn't floating but being lifted, hoisted from the boat and onto the dock. I felt the slats against my cheek and the brush of damp, worn wood beneath my palms.
"Eamon!"
my rescuer shouted, and I heard him scrabble up the dock, his footsteps retreating briskly, the slats vibrating beneath my ear.
"Eamon!"
he shouted again, though this time from farther off. 2 sets of hurried feet returned, pulling a cart that made a whop-whop sound against the uneven planks. The man who'd found me on the lake crouched beside me, pushing my hair from my face.
"Do you know who this is, Eamon?"
my rescuer asked.
"Annie?"
a different voice gasped.
"Is that Annie?"
My rescuer cursed, as if the man named Eamon had confirmed something he hadn't quite believed himself.
"What happened to her, Doc? Who did this to her?" "I don't know what's happened, Eamon, or what she's gotten herself into, and I need you to be quiet about this until I do." "I thought she was dead, Doc,"
Eamon gasped.
"We all did,"
Doc murmured.
"How are you going to keep this a secret? You can't exactly hide a person,"
Eamon protested.
"I'm not going to keep her a secret, but I need to keep this a secret until I know where the hell she's been all this time and why someone shot her and dumped her in the loch."
The man named Eamon was silent then, as if something had been communicated without conversation. I wanted to explain, to protest whatever misunderstanding had developed, but the desire was no more than a disintegrating thought, and when they laid me in the cart, a cart that reeked of cabbage and wet dog, it slipped away entirely. I felt their urgency and their fear, but the fog, not unlike the mist that hid the men with guns, stole my questions and my consciousness.
24 February, 1917. Michael Collins was campaigning for Count Plunkett in North Roscommon, south of Dromahair, and I went to hear him speak. It's only been 2 months since he was released from Frongoch, yet he's already in the thick of things. Mick saw me in the crowd and bounded down the steps when he was finished speaking, grabbing me up in his arms and swinging me around like I was his dearest friend. Mick has that way with people. It is something I have always admired, and it is not a trait I possess. He asked after Declan and Anne, and I had to tell him the news. He didn't know Anne well, but he knew Declan and admired him. I took him home to Garvaglebe for the night, anxious to hear what was simmering in Brotherhood circles. According to Mick, the public perception is that we're all Sinn Féiners. But Sinn Féin's core principles vary from my own, Tommy. I believe it will take physical force to rid my country of British rule. When I asked him what he meant, he refilled his whiskey and sighed like he'd been holding his breath for a month. I'm not talking of holing up in buildings and burning down Dublin. That doesn't work. We made a statement in 1916, but statements aren't good enough. It's going to take a different kind of warfare. Stealth. Strikes on the important players. We're going to reorganize the Irish Volunteers and invite Sinn Féin and the Irish Republican Brotherhood to join us. All the factions that came together in some form or other during the Rising need to come together again with one goal, getting the British out of Ireland once and for all. It's the only way we'll ever win a damn thing. When I asked him how I could help, he laughed and pounded me on the back. He stewed for a minute and asked about my house in Dublin. They needed safe houses all over the city to hide men and stash supplies at a moment's notice. I agreed immediately, giving him a spare key and promising to contact the old couple who looked after the residence in my absence. He pocketed the key and said mildly, "We're going to need guns too, Tommy." I was silent, and his dark eyes grew sober. "I'm setting up networks to smuggle weapons throughout Ireland. I know how you feel about taking a man's life when you're sworn to save them. But we have to be able to fight a war, Doc. And the war is coming. I won't run guns for you, Mick." "That's what I thought you'd say," he sighed. "But maybe there's another way you can help." He eyed me for a moment, and I was certain he'd thrown the idea for arms smuggling out first, knowing I'd say no, and that it would be harder to refuse him twice. He asked if my father was an Englishman. I told him my father was a farmer. His father was a farmer, and his father before him, back for hundreds of years. I told him the land they farmed now lies fallow since my great-great-grandfather was accused of being a croppy and was dragged away by the yeomanry to be flogged and blinded with pitch. I told him my great-grandfather lost half his family in the famine of 1845. My grandfather lost half his children to emigration. And my father died young, working land that didn't belong to him. Mick's eyes grew bright, and he clapped me on my back again. "Forgive me, Tommy." My stepfather was an Englishman, I admitted, knowing all along it was what Mick meant, but feeling the sting of past wrongs that I hadn't righted. "So I thought. You are well respected, Tommy, and you don't have the taint of Frongoch like the rest of us. You have a position and connections that may be of use to me here and in Dublin." I nodded my assent, not certain that I really could be of use to him. But Mick said no more, and we began to talk of better days. But even writing of the conversation here, in a book I keep hidden away, makes my heart pound. T.S.
5. A crazed girl. That crazed girl improvising her music, her poetry, dancing upon the shore, her soul in division from itself, climbing, falling she knew not where. W.B. Yeats. I awoke to ruddy darkness and dancing shadows. A fire. A log cracked and fell in the grate, sending splinters hissing and making me jump, and then cry out at the flash of pain along my side. The crack sounded like a gunshot, and I remembered, though I wasn't sure if it was a memory or a new story. It was like that for me sometimes. I would become so immersed in writing that the scenes and characters I created became alive in my head, fleshed out and independently animated, visiting me as I slept. I'd been shot. I'd been pulled from the water by a man who knew my name. And now I was here in a room that looked a little like my room at the Great Southern Hotel, though instead of carpet the floors were wood and covered with flowered rugs. The paper on the walls was less purple, and the windows were adorned with long lace curtains instead of heavy drapes that allowed the guests to sleep in darkness at midday. 2 lamps with pleated fabric shades trimmed with drops of glass sat on end tables at each side of the bed. I breathed deeply, trying to determine how badly I was injured. I fingered my abdomen carefully, tiptoeing around the thickest section of bandaging along my right side. It burned and pulled when I moved even slightly, but if the placement of the bandage was any indication, the bullet hadn't done any serious damage. I'd been cared for, I was clean and dry, though completely naked beneath the blankets, and I had no idea where I was.
"Are you leaving again?"
The child's voice came from the base of my bed, disembodied and startling. Beyond the bars of the brass footboard, someone stood, peering at me. I raised my head slowly for a better look, and immediately abandoned the effort, the muscles of my abdomen contracting painfully. "Will you come closer, please?" I asked, breathless. There was a weighty silence. Then I felt the brush of a little hand at my feet, and the bed shook faintly as if the child hugged the edge and used it as cover. The approach took several long seconds, but curiosity clearly won out over trepidation, and a moment later I found myself eye to eye with a small boy. He wore a white shirt, tucked haphazardly into dark pants, held up by a pair of suspenders, making him look like a little old man. His hair was a red so deep and warm, it was crimson. He had a fine, pert nose and a missing front tooth, the hole visible behind his parted lips. Even in the flickering light, his eyes were blue. They searched mine frankly, wide and measuring, and I was sure I knew him. I knew those eyes.
"Are you leaving again?"
he repeated. It took me a moment to separate his accent from his words. "Are you leaving again?" he'd said. Was I leaving? How could I? I didn't know how I'd even arrived. "I don't know where I am," I whispered, my words strangely slurred, even as I copied his accent. "Morphine. So I don't know where I'll go," I finished.
"You're in Gorva Glebe," he said simply. "No one ever sleeps in this room. It can be your room now."
"That's very nice of you. My name's Anne. Can you tell me your name?"
"Don't you know?"
he asked, his nose wrinkling. "No," I whispered, though oddly the confession seemed like a betrayal.
"Owen Declan Gallagher,"
he answered proudly, giving me his full name, the way children sometimes do. Owen Declan Gallagher. My grandfather's name. Owen? My voice rose in wonder, and I reached out to touch him, suddenly certain he wasn't really there at all. He stepped back, his eyes swinging to the door. I was sleeping. I was sleeping and having an odd, wonderful dream. "How old are you, Owen?" my dream self asked.
"You don't remember?"
he responded. "No, I'm confused. I don't remember very much. Can you tell me, please?"
"I'm almost 6.
6? I marveled. 6. My grandfather was born in 1915, less than a year before the uprising that took his parents' lives. If he was almost 6, it was 1921. I was dreaming about 1921. I was hallucinating. I'd been shot, and I'd almost drowned. Maybe I'd died. I didn't feel dead. I hurt. Despite the pain medication, I hurt. My head, my stomach. But my tongue was working. In dreams, my tongue never worked. "Your birthday is July the 11th, isn't it?" "I remember that," I said. Owen nodded enthusiastically, his skinny shoulders crowding his 2 big ears, and he smiled as if I'd redeemed myself a little bit.
"Yes."
"And what month is it now?"
"It's June," he squealed. "That's why I'm almost 6.
"Do you live here, Owen?"
"Yes, with Doc and Nana,"
he said impatiently, as if he'd already explained as much. "With the doctor?" The good doctor, Thomas Smith. Owen had said he was like a father to him. "What's the doctor's name, Owen?"
"Thomas, but Nana calls him Dr. Smith."
I laughed softly, delighted that my dream was so detailed. No wonder he'd been familiar. He was the man from the pictures, the man with the pale stare and the unsmiling mouth, the one who Owen said loved Anne. Poor Thomas Smith. He'd been in love with his best friend's wife. "And who is your Nana?" I asked the boy, enjoying the dizzy dream conundrum I found myself in.
"Bridget Gallagher."
"Bridget Gallagher," I breathed. "That's right." Bridget Gallagher, Owen's grandmother. Declan Gallagher's mother. Anne Gallagher's mother-in-law. Anne Gallagher. Thomas Smith had called me Anne.
"Thomas says you're my mother. I heard him tell Nana,"
Owen said in a rush, and I gasped, a hand raised to touch him falling back to the bed.
"Is my dad coming back too?"
he pressed, not waiting for my reply. His father? Oh, God, this was Owen. This was my Owen, just a child, and his mother and father were dead. I was not his mother, and neither of them were coming back. I put my hands over my eyes and willed myself to wake up. "Owen!" The woman's call came from somewhere else in the house, seeking, searching, and the little boy was gone in a flash, racing to the door and slipping out of the room. The door shut carefully, quietly, and I let myself fall away into another dream, a safe darkness where grandfathers didn't become little boys with crimson hair and winsome smiles. When I awoke again, there were hands on my skin, and the bed covers were pushed aside, baring my abdomen while my bandages were changed.
"This will heal quickly. It's made a furrow in your side, but it could have been far worse."
It was the man from the pictures again, Thomas Smith. He thought I was someone else. I closed my eyes to keep him away, but he didn't leave. His fingers danced around my denial, steady and sure. I started to panic, my breaths coming in short gasps.
"Are you hurting?"
I whimpered, more afraid than in pain. I was terrified of giving myself away. I was not the woman he thought I was, and more than anything, I was suddenly, desperately afraid to tell him he'd made a terrible mistake.
"You've been asleep so long. You'll have to talk to me sometime, Anne."
If I talked to him, what would I say? He gave me a spoonful of something clear and syrupy, and I wondered if laudanum was responsible for my hallucinations.
"You saw Owen?"
he asked. I nodded and swallowed, recalling the image of the little boy with his vivid hair and familiar eyes peeking at me through the brass footboard. My mind had created such a beautiful child.
"I told him not to come in here," he sighed. "But I can't really blame the lad.
He's exactly the way I pictured him." I said this softly, slowly, concentrating on saying the words the way my grandfather would have said them. The soft burr, something I could imitate, something I had imitated all my life. But it felt false, and I winced even as I tried to deceive Thomas Smith with the accent. The words were true. Owen was just as I'd pictured. But I was not his mother, and none of this was real. When I woke again, my head was much clearer, and the colors that had swum in deep burgundy and orange in the firelight now remained still, within concrete lines and solid shapes. Light was gathering, or going, beyond the glass of the 2 tall windows. The night had faded, but the dream continued. The fire in the grate and the little boy with my grandfather's name were both gone, but the pain was sharper, and the man with the gentle hands remained. Thomas Smith slumped in a chair, as if he'd fallen asleep watching me. Once I had studied him in black and white as he stared up at me from an old photograph, and I did so again, telling myself there was no danger in my delusions. The shadows of the room added a little color to the man. The hue of his hair, dark, was unchanged from the photograph, but the slicked-back waves from yesteryear had fallen over deep-set eyes I knew to be blue, the only color separate from the fog. His lips were softly parted, and their forgiving shape and gentle slope tempered a chin that was too square, a face that was too thin, and cheekbones that were too sharp. He wore the clothes of a much older man, high-waisted trousers topped with a fitted vest secured over a flat torso. A pale, collarless dress shirt was buttoned to his throat. His sleeves were rolled to his elbows, and his feet and black wingtips were firmly planted, as though he'd drifted off expecting to be immediately reawakened. He looked long and angular in the high-backed chair, limbs loose and dangling, wrists and fingers pointed toward the floor, an exhausted warrior king asleep on his throne. I was thirsty, and my bladder was full. I eased to my left and attempted to push myself up, gasping at the fire in my side.
"Careful. You'll reopen your wound,"
Thomas protested, his voice rough with sleep and soft with Ireland. The chair squeaked as I heard him rise, but I ignored him, feeling the covers fall from my shoulders, even as I braced myself and held the sheet to my breasts. Where were my clothes? I was turned away from him, my back was bare to his view, and I heard him approach and stop beside the bed. He held a glass of water to my lips, and I drank gratefully, shakily. His hand was at my back, warm and solid.
"Where have you been, Anne?"
Where am I now? I don't know. It was a whisper. I didn't look at him to gauge his reaction. I don't know. I just know that I'm here.
And how long will you be here?
His voice was so cold that my fear grew, filling my chest and making my limbs numb and my fingertips pulse. I don't know that either, I said.
Did they do this to you?
He asked. Who? The word was a wail in my head, but a sigh on my lips.
The gunrunners, Anne.
It was his turn to whisper.
Were you with them?
No! I shook my head adamantly, the room swimming with the movement. I need to use the restroom.
The restroom?
His voice rose, puzzled. The toilet. The loo. I searched my memory for the Irish terminology.
Hold on to me,
he instructed, leaning over me and sliding his arms beneath me. I grappled with the sheets and didn't hold on to him at all, struggling to remain covered as he straightened, hoisting me as he did. He carried me from the room, down a narrow hallway and into a bathroom, setting me down carefully on the toilet. The tank was high on the wall, connected by a long brass pipe to the perfectly round seat. The space was spotless and white, the pedestal sink and clawfoot tub with heavy rounded curves gleaming and proud. I was ridiculously relieved that he hadn't had to traipse through the house and out into the yard to an outhouse, or that I hadn't had to squat over a chamber pot. At the moment, squatting was out of the question. Thomas left without a word, clearly confident I could handle the rest by myself. He was back, tapping softly a few minutes later, and I opened the door to him, catching our reflections in the little mirror above the basin, before he swept me up again, careful, his eyes clashing with mine in the glass. My hair was a curling mess, flatter on one side than the other, and my eyes were hollow beneath the tepid green. I looked terrible, and I was too exhausted to care. I was almost asleep before he laid me back on the bed and pulled the covers over me.
5 years ago, I found Declan, but I didn't find you,
he said, as if he couldn't stay silent any longer.
I thought you and Declan were together. I was evacuating the wounded from the GPO to Jervis Street. Then the fire was too great, and the barricades were up, and I couldn't get back.
I lifted my concrete lids and found him watching me, his expression desolate. He scrubbed at his face as though he could wipe the memory away.
When the fires consumed the GPO, everyone abandoned it. Declan...
The GPO? I was so tired, and the question slipped out. He stared at me, his brow furrowed.
The post office, Anne. Weren't you and Declan with the volunteers at the post office? Martin said he thought you evacuated with the women, but Min said you turned back. She said you insisted on being with Declan to the end. But you weren't with Declan. Where did you go, Anne?
I didn't remember, but I suddenly knew. The Easter Rising, he was describing events I'd read about in considerable detail.
It was a battle we weren't going to win, Thomas murmured. We all knew it. You and Declan knew it. We talked about what revolution would mean, what it meant to even fight back. There was something glorious about it. Glorious and terrible.
Glorious and terrible, I whispered, picturing it, wondering if I'd conjured this scene the way I'd imagined stories as a child, putting myself in the very center of the action and losing myself in my own productions.
The day after we withdrew from the GPO, the leadership surrendered. I found Declan lying in the street.
Thomas gazed at me, watching my face as he spoke of Declan, and I could only stare back helplessly.
He wouldn't have left you at the GPO, and the Anne I knew wouldn't have left him at all.
The Anne I knew. Fear, sour and hot, churned in my stomach. I didn't like this development in the story. They had never found Owen's mother. They'd never found her body. They had assumed she was dead, alongside her husband, lost in an insurrection that had ended very badly. And now I was here, raising questions that were long since buried. This was bad. This was very bad.
We would have known, If you'd been sent to England with the other prisoners, we would have known. They released the other women. Everyone has been released years ago, and you're well," Thomas insisted. He turned away, shoving his hands into the pockets of his trousers. "Your hair, your skin, you look well." My good health was an accusation, and he threw the words at me, although he never raised his voice. He turned back toward me, but he didn't approach the bed. "You look well, Anne. You definitely haven't been wasting away in an English prison." There was nothing I could say, no explanations I could give. I didn't know what had happened to the Anne Gallagher of 1921. I didn't know. The image of the graves in Balnagar rose in my mind, the tall stone with the name Gallagher at the base. Anne and Declan shared that stone, and the dates had been clear. 1892 to 1916. I'd seen it yesterday. I was dreaming. Only dreaming. "Anne," Thomas pressed. I was a wonderful liar, not because I was deceitful, but because my mind could immediately conjure variations and plot twists, and any lie became an alternate version of a tale. I didn't especially like that I was so skilled, but considered it an occupational hazard. I couldn't lie now. I didn't know enough to create a convincing story, not yet. I would go to sleep, and when I woke, this would be over. I gritted my teeth and closed my eyes, blocking it all out. "I don't know, Thomas." I used his name, a plea to let me be, and turned my head toward the wall, needing the safety of my own thoughts and the space to examine it.
8 September 1917. Garva Glebe means rough place. I've always thought that an interesting name for such a beautiful spot, as the land sits next to the loch, and the trees are tall, the soil rich, and the grass green. The land isn't a rough place. Yet for me, that is exactly what Garva Glebe has always represented. A rough place, a hard spot. And I've always struggled between loving her and resenting her. She belongs to me now, but she was not always mine. She belonged to John Townsend, my stepfather, an English landowner whose family had been granted the land on the loch 300 years before his birth. John was a kind man. He was good to my mother, good to me, and when he died, I inherited it. An Irishman. For the first time in 300 years, the land had returned to Irish hands. I'd always believed that Irish land should be owned by Irish men and women, by the people who had lived and died in the soil generation after generation. But the knowledge did not stir pride or vindication within me. Instead, contemplating Garva Glebe and the fates that had smiled on me usually filled me with quiet desperation. To whom much is given, much is expected, and I expected a great deal of myself. I did not blame John Townsend for his Englishness. I loved him. He had carried no ill opinions or intentions, no biases against the Irish, no hate in his heart. He was simply a man who received what he'd been given. The taint on his inheritance had faded with the centuries. He felt no guilt for the sins of his fathers, and he shouldn't. But the history was not lost on me. I supposed I was no different than my stepfather. I'd benefited from his wealth. I'd happily taken what I'd been given. He provided an excellent upbringing and brought in the best doctors and tutors when I was young and ill. He paid for my advanced education when I grew older, for the fine house in Dublin where I'd lived to attend medical school at the University College Dublin. He'd purchased the car to take me back home when my mother died halfway through my second year. And when my stepfather died 6 months before the Rising, he left everything he owned to me. I had not made the money I'd invested in the London Stock Exchange. I hadn't worked for the funds that sat in the Royal Bank on Knox Street, or the bank notes that filled the safe in the library at Garva Glebe. The accounts all bore my name, but it wasn't money I'd earned. I could have walked away in protest, rejecting John Townsend's wealth and his kindness. But I was not a fool. I was an idealist, a nationalist, a proud Irishman, but I was not a fool. I'd promised myself as a boy of 15, sitting in a classroom in Wexford, listening to my teacher read Speeches from the Dock, that I would use my education, position, and good fortune to better Ireland. Those were the days when Declan was always at my side, just as passionate and just as committed to the cause of Irish freedom as I was. John Townsend's money had paid for Declan's education, too. My stepfather had wanted me to live among friends, and he had paid Declan's room and board, arranged for his trips back home to see his mother, and years later, when Declan had married Anne, he even paid for the wedding, and let the couple live in the overseer's cottage on Garva Glebe, rent-free. John Townsend had not approved when Declan and I became involved in the local branch of Sinn Féin, or when we joined the Irish Republican Brotherhood, but he'd never withdrawn his funds or his affection. I wonder now that the walls of Garva Glebe no longer echo with his voice if we hurt him in our fervour. I wonder if our rhetoric of unjust British rule and bloody Englishmen ever made him wilt and walk away. The thought causes me great remorse. I have had to come to terms with the fact that idealism often rewrites history to suit her narrative. The truth is, the English are not all tyrants, and the Irish are not all saints. Enough blood has been spilt, enough blame has been cast to condemn us all. But Ireland deserves her independence. I am not as fiery or fierce as I once was. I am not as naive or blind. I've seen what revolution costs, and the price is dear. But when I look at Owen and see his father, I still feel the longing in my belly and the promise in my bones. T.S.
6. A dream of death. I dreamed that one had died in a strange place, near no accustomed hand, and they had nailed the boards above her face, the peasants of that land, and left her to the indifferent stars above until I carved these words: She was more beautiful than thy first love, but now lies under boards. W.B. Yeats. I'd seen a documentary once on a nightly news program about a woman who'd woken up in her own home one morning, clueless as to how she'd gotten there. She didn't know her children or her husband. She didn't know her past or her present. She'd walked through the hallways and the rooms of her home, looking at the pictures of her loved ones and her life, and staring at her unfamiliar face in the mirror. And she decided to fake it. For years she didn't let on that she couldn't remember anything before that day. Her family had never guessed her secret until she'd tearfully confessed years later. Doctors believed she'd had some sort of aneurysm, some health issue that had affected her memory, but left her otherwise whole. I had watched the program with great skepticism, doubting not that she'd forgotten, but that she'd been able to pull such a thing off without her family realizing something was terribly wrong. For 3 days I lay in discomfort and denial, sleeping when I could, and staring at the flowered walls when I could not. I listened to the house and begged it to take me into its confidence, to reveal the secrets I didn't know, and to confess the details I should know, the pieces that were scattered like bits of paper in the wind, impossible to recapture. With all the innocent ambivalence of a child, I hadn't thought to ask Owen about his early life. Growing up, I was immersed in the world he built for me, a world that was filled with all the accoutrements of childhood. I was the center of his universe. I had never thought about the time before, when he had existed separate from me, without me. But he had, and I realized how little I knew of that life. There were moments I wept in fear, pulling the blankets up over my face to hide and tremble beneath the comforter that did not really exist. These people, Thomas, Bridget, Owen, they didn't exist. Not anymore. Yet here they were, as alive as I was, flesh and bone and feelings, moving through days that were already past. And then the tears would begin again. I was half convinced I was dead, that I'd died on the lake and gone to a strange heaven where Owen existed as a child again. Ultimately, that was the thought that glimmered and grew, a spark that became a flame, warming me and calming the crazed circling of my thoughts. Owen was here, in this place, in my world. He was gone. Here we were together again, just like he'd promised we would be. Owen made me want to stay, if only for a while. Thomas checked on me frequently, changing my bandages and checking for infection.
"You'll be fine, Anne. Sore, but fine. No serious damage was done."
"Where's Owen?" I asked. The boy had not been in to see me since that first night.
"Bridget has gone to her sister's in Kiltyclare for a few days."
"Kiltyclare?" I repeated, trying to remember where I'd heard it before. "Sean MacDiarmid was born in Kiltyclare," I said, pulling the factoid from the recesses of my mind.
"He was. His mother, Mary, was a McMorrow. She and Bridget are sisters."
"Declan and Sean were cousins?" I marvelled.
"They were. Anne, you know this."
I could only shake my head in incredulous denial. Why had Owen kept so much of his history from me? Such an important family connection, and he'd never divulged it. Bridget McMorrow Gallagher. I closed my eyes and tried to clear my head, but not before a little honesty slipped from my lips. "Bridget wants to keep Owen from me," I whispered.
"Yes,"
Thomas answered, unapologetic.
"Can you blame her?"
"No." I understood Bridget perfectly. I wouldn't trust me either. But I was not guilty of Anne's sins, whatever they might be. "I'd like a bath. Would that be possible?" I needed a bath, desperately. My hair was lank and limp against my back, and I smoothed it self-consciously.
"No, not yet. You need to keep your wound dry."
"Maybe I can just wash a little, with a cloth, brush my teeth, maybe wash my hair." His eyes fell on the tangled mess and quickly looked away. He nodded.
"If you feel strong enough, then yes. But the help is gone. Even Bridget is not here to assist you."
I didn't want Bridget to assist me. She'd entered my room once like a frigid wind and left a draft in her wake. She wouldn't look directly at me, not even when she'd helped me into an ancient nightgown that tied at my throat and hung to my ankles. "I can do it myself, Thomas."
"Not your hair, you can't. You'll pull the stitches from your side." "I'll do it,"
he said stiffly, drawing back the blankets and helping me rise.
"Can you walk?"
I nodded, and he held my arm as I shuffled to the bathroom he'd carried me to several times in the last few days. My persistent, ordinary need to pee was one of the things that had convinced me I wasn't dreaming, or dead. "Teeth first, please," I said. Thomas set a small wooden brush with short bristles and a tube, not unlike the toothpaste I was familiar with, on the sink. The bristles were some sort of animal hair, and they were rough. I tried not to think too much about it, or the soapy taste of the paste. I scrubbed carefully, finishing with my finger to avoid making myself bleed. Thomas waited for the warm water to gurgle through the pipes, though I caught him watching me, a small furrow between his brows. When I was finished, Thomas moved a wooden stool of medium height next to the enormous clawfoot tub and eased me down into it. I wrapped Bridget's ill-fitting old nightgown around me and tried to lean over the edge of the large tub, but the angle made me hiss in pain. "I don't think I can bend over yet."
"Stand. Hold on to the side, and I'll do the rest."
The angle was better with me on my feet, but I was wobbly and weak, and the weight of my head was uncomfortable. I let it fall against my chest as he began to fill a porcelain pitcher and pour the water over my head, following the lukewarm stream with steady hands. It felt wonderful, the warmth and his gentle ministrations, but I felt so undignified as I tried to keep the voluminous nightgown from getting wet, while I struggled to stay upright, that I started to laugh. I felt Thomas become still beside me.
"Am I doing it wrong?"
he asked. "No, you're doing fine, thank you."
I'd forgotten what it sounded like.
"What?"
"Your laugh."
I stopped laughing immediately. I was an imposter, and the knowledge was ugly and frightening. The stream of water continued until my head was so heavy with the watery weight it pulled at my side. I swayed, and Thomas steadied me, wringing the length of my hair with his right hand, while he held on to me with his left.
"I need both my hands to wash your hair. If I let go, are you going to fall?"
"No."
"It does no good to say you won't if you will," he chided.
Something about the accent, the sing-song words chopped with a very distinct tease, slid beneath my skin. I didn't know if it was simply the sound of my childhood, of Owen, but it comforted me. Thomas released me slowly, testing the veracity of my claim. When I didn't wobble, he rushed to lather the streaming mass with a clunk of soap. I grimaced, but not from pain. I couldn't imagine what my hair was going to look like when it dried. I used expensive hair products to keep my curls from becoming frizzy and unmanageable. He was thorough but gentle, working the soap through my hair and rinsing it free, long fingers on my scalp, a steady presence at my side. And his kindness made me weepy. I gritted my teeth to battle the tears that pricked my eyes and told myself I was ridiculous. I must have swayed again because Thomas pulled a towel around my shoulders, squeezed the excess water from my hair, and eased me down to the stool once more. "Do you have oil or tonic to smooth the hair?" I stammered, trying to use appropriate terms. "Something to ease the tangles." Thomas's brow rose, and he pushed back the dark lock of hair that had fallen over his forehead. His shirt was damp, and his sleeves, rolled to the elbows, hadn't fared much better. I felt like a needy child. "Never mind. I'm sorry. Thank you for helping me." He pursed his lips, thinking, and turned to the hall cupboard near the door. "My mother used to wash her hair with a well-beaten egg and rinse it with rosemary tea. Maybe next time, eh?" He looked at me with the barest hint of a smile. He took a fine-toothed metal comb and a small glass bottle from the cupboard. A yellow label with brilliantine written above a drawing of a man with deeply parted, slicked-back hair made me think the bottle belonged to him. "I'll just use a wee dab. It leaves a greasy residue that Bridget complains about. She says I leave spots on the furniture where I rest my head." He sat on the toilet and pulled the stool I was sitting on toward him, so that I was situated between his knees, my back to him. I heard him remove the lid of the tonic and rub his hands together. The scent was not unpleasant, as I'd feared. It smelled like Thomas. "Start at the tips and work your way up," I suggested softly. "Yes, madam." His tone was droll, and I bit my lip, trying not to laugh. The intimacy of his actions was not lost on me. I couldn't imagine other men of the 1920s caring for their women this way. And I was not his woman. "No patients to see today?" I asked as he began to do as I'd suggested, working his hands up through the wet strands that hung down my back. "It's Sunday, Anne. The O'Tooles don't work on Sundays, and I don't see patients, unless it's an emergency. I've missed Mass 2 weeks in a row. I'm sure Father Darby will be stopping by to ask why, and to drink my whiskey." "It's Sunday," I repeated, trying to remember what day it had been when I'd spread Owen's ashes on Loch Gill. "I pulled you out of the loch last Sunday. You've been here for a week," he supplied, gathering my hair in his hand and carefully working the stiff comb through the length. "What's the date?" I asked. "July 3rd. "July 3rd, 1921. "Yes, 1921. I was silent as he continued, carefully picking through the snarls. "They'll call a truce," I murmured. "What?" "The British will propose a truce with the Dáil. Both sides will agree on July 11th, 1921. The date, unlike many of the others, had stuck in my head, because July 11th was Owen's birthday. "And you know this how exactly?" He didn't believe me, of course. He sounded weary. "De Valera has been trying to convince the British Prime Minister to accept a truce since December of last year." "I just do." I closed my eyes, wondering how I would ever tell him, how I would convince him of who I was. I didn't want to pretend I was someone else. But if I wasn't Anne Finnegan Gallagher, would he let me stay? And if I couldn't go home, where would I go? "There. That should do it," Thomas said, and ran the towel over the freshly combed strands, blotting up the water and excess oil. I touched the sleek length, the ends already starting to curl, and thanked him quietly. He stood and, Hands curved around my upper arms, helped me to my feet.
I'll leave you now. There's a cloth and soap for washing. Stay clear of your bandages. I'll be close. Call to me when you're done, and for heaven's sake, don't faint.
He moved toward the door, but hesitated as he turned the knob.
Anne.
Yes?
I'm sorry.
The apology rang in the air for several moments before he continued.
I left you behind in Dublin. I looked for you, but I should have kept looking.
His voice was very soft, his face averted, his back rigid. I had read his words, his account of the rising. I'd felt his anguish. I felt it now, and I wanted to unburden him.
You have nothing to apologize for,
I said, conviction ringing in my voice.
You took care of Owen and Bridget. You brought Declan home. You are a good man, Thomas Smith, a very good man.
He shook his head, resistant, and when he spoke again his voice was strained.
Your name is on his headstone. I buried your shawl beside him, the green one you loved. It was all I could find.
I know, I soothed.
You know?
He turned abruptly, and the grief I'd heard in his voice glittered in his eyes.
How do you know?
I've seen it. I've seen the grave at Ballinagar.
What happened to you, Anne?
He pressed, repeating the question he'd asked too many times. I can't tell you, I implored.
Why?
The word was a frustrated cry, and I raised my voice to match it.
Because I don't know. I don't know how I got here.
I was clinging to the edge of the sink, and there must have been enough truth or desperation in my face, because he sighed heavily, running his hand through his now tousled hair.
All right, he whispered. Call to me when you're done.
He left without another word, closing the bathroom door behind him, and I washed myself with shaking hands and trembling legs, more afraid than I'd ever been in my entire life. Owen and Bridget returned the next day. I heard Owen scampering up the wide staircase and down again, and I heard Bridget telling him I was resting and not to disturb me. I'd been to the bathroom twice by myself, moving gingerly but with increasing confidence, brushing my teeth and combing my own hair. I wanted to get dressed, to see Owen, to move, but I had nothing to wear but the 2 borrowed nightgowns I'd been wearing through my convalescence. I was restless and weak, and I spent the days staring at the view beyond my 2 windows. The room I slept in was on the corner of the house, and I had a clear view of the front drive out one window, and a nice view of the lake out the other. When I wasn't staring at the leafy trees and the shimmering lake framed in their boughs, I was watching for Thomas to return down the canopied lane. The man rarely slept. Someone had summoned him Sunday evening. A baby needed delivering, and I'd spent the night in the big house alone, exploring the main floor. Thomas had come to my room before he left, concerned that I was not well enough to be left by myself. I reassured him that I was fine. I didn't tell him that I'd spent much of my adult life alone, and I didn't need constant companionship. I didn't explore for long. My shuffling from the formal dining room to the huge kitchen and beyond, to the 2 rooms Thomas clearly used as an office and clinic, almost did me in. I wobbled to my bed, grateful beyond measure that the room I'd been given didn't require climbing stairs. The staff returned the next morning, and a young girl in a long, plain dress, covered in a white apron, her blonde hair braided down her back, came in with a tray of soup and bread at supper time. She stripped my bed of the sheets and comforter while I ate, making it up again with quiet competence. When she finished, she turned, her eyes curious, her arms full of the soiled bedding.
"Can I do anything else for you, ma'am?"
she asked.
"No, thank you. Please call me Anne."
"What's your name?"
"I'm Maeve, ma'am. I've just started. My older sisters, Josephine and Eleanor, work in the kitchen, and I'm here to help Moira, my other sister, clean. I'm a hard worker."
"Maeve O'Toole?" My spoon clattered loudly against the porcelain bowl.
"That's right, miss. My dad is the overseer for Dr. Smith. My brothers work outside. We girls work inside. There's 10 of us O'Tooles, though wee Bart is just a baby. 11 if you count my great-grandmother, though she's a Gillis, not an O'Toole.
She's so old, we might have to count her twice. She laughed. We live a little farther down the lane, behind the big house. I stared at the girl, 12 years old at the most, and tried to find the old woman in her features. I couldn't. Time had transformed her so completely there was no obvious resemblance. It's lovely to meet you, Maeve, I stammered, trying to cover my shock. She beamed and bobbed her head, as if I were visiting royalty, and left the room. She came back. Anne came back, that's what Maeve had said. She hadn't forgotten. I'd been a part of her history. Me, not my great-grandmother. Anne Finnegan Gallagher hadn't come back. I had.
23 May, 1918. An anti-conscription pledge was waiting for Irish signatures at the doors of every church in Ireland last month. The Prime Minister of England declared that Britain's boys are in anguish, fighting on a 50-mile front in France, and the Irish have no real grievance. Forced conscription into the British armed services is the current fear in every Irish home. The British have begun a cat-and-mouse game of releasing political prisoners, only to snatch them up again and re-arrest them. They've also started arresting people for participating in any activity seen as promoting Irishism, traditional dancing, language classes, hurling matches, and fomenting anti-British sentiment. It's only made the pot simmer. I went to Dublin on 15 May, only to get news of a series of raids that were going to be conducted at homes of prominent members of Sinn Féin the following Friday. My name was not on the list, but Mick was worried. He got the list from one of his inside men in Dublin Castle and warned me not to go home. I spent the night at Vaughan's Hotel with Mick and a few others, waiting out the raiders. De Valera and several others of the council went home despite the warning, and they were picked up and arrested in the sweep. I'm not sure what would make a man doubt Michael Collins when he tells you not to go home, but the British had to be happy with the men they detained. Mick was back at it at dawn, bicycling all over town in his grey suit, right under the noses of the very men who wanted nothing more than to arrest him. Comforted by the fact that my name was still clear, I made my own rounds to Dublin Castle. The newly appointed General Governor of Ireland, Lord John French, is an old friend of my stepfather's. Mick is thrilled by the connection. I met Lord French for tea in his office at his headquarters at the castle, as he listed all his ailments, which people tend to do when they have a doctor's ear. I promised to check in on him once a month, with new treatments for his gout. He promised to get me an invitation to the Governor's Ball held in the fall. I tried not to grimace, and was mostly successful. He also claimed, in strident tones, that his first order of business in his new position was to make a proclamation banning Sinn Féin, the Irish Volunteers, the Gaelic League, and Cumann na mBan. I nodded, contemplating the pot that would soon be a cauldron. Whenever I go to Dublin, I think of Anne. Sometimes I catch myself looking for her, as though she remained here after the rebellion, just waiting to be found. The list of the casualties of the Easter Rising was finally published in the Irish Times last year. Declan's name was there. Anne's was not. There were a handful of casualties still listed as unidentified. But at this point, they will never be identified. T.S.
7. Hound voice. Some day we shall get up before the dawn and find our ancient hounds before the door, and wide awake know that the hunt is on, stumbling upon the blood-dark track once more. W.B. Yeats. Thomas must have arrived home after I'd gone to bed, and he was gone most of the next day. I spent another day in my room, venturing as far as the bathroom and back again, and listening to the boiler rumble in the basement, a modern extravagance most rural homes did not enjoy. I heard Maeve and another girl, Moira, marveling about it in the hallway outside my room. It was Maeve's second day in the big house, and she was obviously thrilled by the luxury. Thomas arrived home after dark and knocked softly on my door. When I called out, he stepped partially inside, His blue eyes were bloodshot and red-rimmed. He had a dark smudge on his forehead, and his dress shirt was soiled, the button-down collar of his shirt missing.
"How are you feeling?"
he asked, hovering at the door. He hadn't gone a day without checking my bandages, and it had now been 2, but he didn't approach the bed.
"Better? I'll be back to change your bandages after I wash," he said.
"No need. I'm fine. Tomorrow will be soon enough. How's the baby?" He looked at me blankly for a moment before his eyes cleared in comprehension.
"Baby and mother are well. I was hardly needed."
"Why do you look like you've been to war?" I asked gently. He looked at his hands and the state of his rumpled shirt and sagged wearily against the doorframe.
"There was trouble at the Cargan farm. The constabulary were looking for weapons. When there was resistance, they set the barn and the house on fire and shot the mule. The oldest son, Martin, is dead. He killed one of the constables and wounded another before they brought him down."
"Oh, no," I gasped. I knew the history, but it had never been real.
"When I got there was nothing left of the barn. The house fared a little better. It will need a new roof. We saved what we could. Mary Cargan kept trying to pull their belongings out of the cottage while the thatch rained down on her. Her hands are burned and her hair is half gone."
"What can we do?"
"You can't do anything," he said,
and smiled feebly to soften his rejection.
"I'll make sure Mary's hands heal, and the family will move in with Patrick's kin until the roof is repaired. Then they'll carry on."
"Were there weapons?" I asked.
"They didn't find any,"
he answered, his eyes holding mine for a moment, considering before he looked away.
"But Martin had a reputation for gun running."
"What are the guns for?"
"What the guns are always for, Anne. We fight the British with flaming balls of shit and homemade grenades. And when we're lucky, we fight them with the Mausers too."
His voice had grown edgy and his jaw was tight. "We?" I ventured.
"We. Once upon a time, we included you. Does it still?"
I searched his eyes, uncertain and unsettled, and remained silent. I could not answer a question I didn't understand. When he closed the door, he left a dark handprint behind. Sometime long after the tall clock in the broad foyer struck 1, I came awake to little hands on my cheeks and a small nose pressed to mine. "Are you sleeping?" Owen whispered. I touched his face, overjoyed to see him. "I must be." "Can I sleep with you?" he asked. "Does your grandmother know you're here?" I murmured, moving my hand to the soft pelt of crimson hair curling over his brow. "No, she's asleep. But I'm afraid." "What are you afraid of?" "The wind is very loud. What if we don't hear the tans? What if the house is on fire and we are all asleep?" "What are you talking about?" I soothed, stroking his hair. "They burned down Connor's house. I heard Doc talking to Nana," he explained, his eyes wide, his tone plaintive.
"Owen."
Thomas stood at the door, washed and changed, but not for bed. From the looks of it, he hadn't been sleeping. He wore trousers, a white button-down shirt, and his boots. He clutched a rifle in his right hand. "Are you watching for the tans, Doc?" Owen gasped. Thomas didn't deny it, but propped the gun against the wall and entered the room. He closed the distance to my bed and stretched out his hand to Owen.
"It's the middle of the night, lad. Come."
"My mother is going to tell me a story," Owen fibbed stubbornly, and my heart groaned in tender protest. "What if you watch from that window and listen with me, Doc?" Owen pointed, impudent, at the view of the long lane stretching into darkness.
"Anne,"
Thomas sighed, clearly seeking reinforcement. "Please let him stay," I urged. "He's frightened. He can sleep here." "I can sleep here, Doc." Owen warned the idea like it was his own, which, after all, it was.
"Careful, Owen," Thomas warned. "Don't climb over your mother. Go around."
Owen immediately scurried to the other side of the bed and scrambled up, squirming down in the covers beside me. his body so close to mine there was room for Thomas to join us. He didn't. Instead, he moved the chair beside my bed to the window overlooking the lane and sat, eyes trained on the shadows. Owen had not been wrong. He was keeping watch. I told Owen the Irish legend of Fionn and the Salmon of Knowledge, and how Fionn came to have a magic thumb. When Fionn needed to know something, he simply stuck his thumb in his mouth, and the answer would come to him, I said, coming to the end of the tale. "More, please," Owen whispered, clearly hoping Thomas wouldn't hear. Thomas sighed, but didn't protest. "Do you know the story of Setanta?" I asked. "Do I know the story of Setanta, Doc?" Owen forgot he was being sneaky. "Yes, Owen," Thomas answered. "I can't remember it very well, though. I think I need to hear it again," Owen implored. "All right," I agreed. Setanta was the son of Dectair, who was the sister of Conor MacNessa, the King of Ulster. Setanta was just a young boy, but he wanted very badly to be a warrior like the knights who fought for his uncle. One day, when his mother wasn't looking, Setanta sneaked away and began the long journey to Ulster, determined to join the Knights of the Red Branch. It was a grueling journey, but Setanta did not turn back to the safety of his mother's arms. "Grueling?" Owen interrupted, puzzled. "Very difficult," I supplied. "Didn't he love his mother?" he asked. "Yes, but he wanted to be a warrior." "Oh." Owen sounded doubtful, as though he didn't really understand. He twined one arm around my neck and laid his head on my chest. "He could have waited," he murmured. "Yes," I whispered, and closed my eyes against a sudden rise of tears. But Setanta was ready. When he reached his uncle's court, he did everything he could to impress the king, and even though he was small, he was very fierce and very courageous, and the king said he could train to be a knight. Setanta learned many things. He learned to stay silent when it was wise to be silent. He learned to fight when he must. He learned to listen to the wind and to the earth and to the water, so that his enemies would never take him by surprise. "Did he see his mother again?" Owen asked, still caught on that one detail. "Yes, and she was very proud," I whispered. "Tell me the part about the hound," he demanded. "You do remember this story," I murmured. Owen was silent, realizing he'd been caught in a lie. I finished, regaling him with the story of King Conor dining at the house of his smith, Cullen, and Setanta killing Cullen's savage hound. Setanta had pledged from that day forward to guard the king as the hound had before, forevermore being called Cuchulainn, the Hound of Cullen. "You are a very good storyteller," Owen murmured sweetly, tightening his small arms around me, and the lump in my throat grew so big it overflowed and spilled down my cheeks. "Why are you crying? Are you sad Setanta killed the hound?" Owen asked. "No," I answered, turning my face into his hair. "You don't like dogs?" Owen was shocked, and his voice rose. "Shh, Owen, of course I do." His dismay made me giggle, despite the emotion that clogged my throat. "Setanta had to kill the hound," Owen reassured me, still convinced the story had made me weep. "Or the hound would have killed him. Doc says killing is wrong, but sometimes it has to be done." Thomas turned from the window, a flicker of lightning illuminating the angles of his face, only to retreat and leave him in darkness again. "Owen," he rebuked softly. "You're just like the hound, Doc. You protect the house." Owen was undeterred. "And you were like Fionn. You ask too many questions," Thomas reported mildly. "I need a magic thumb like Fionn." Owen held his hand in the air, curling his fingers and sticking out his thumbs, examining them. "You will have magic fingers instead, just like the dog. You will make people well with your steady hands," I said, keeping my voice low. It had to be close to 3 o'clock in the morning, and Owen showed no signs of drowsiness. This little boy almost vibrated with energy. I reached up and wrapped my hands around his, pulling them down to his sides and repositioning the pillow beneath his head. "It's time to sleep now, Owen," Thomas said. "Will you sing to me?" Owen asked, raising imploring eyes to mine. "No, but I will tell you a poem." Poems can be like a song, but you need to close your eyes. It is a very, very long poem. More like a story. Good, Owen said, clapping. No clapping, no talking, eyes closed, I said. Owen obeyed. Are you comfortable? I whispered. Yes, he whispered back, keeping his eyes shut. I pitched my voice soft and low and began. I hardly hear the curlew cry, nor the grey rush when the wind is high, I narrated slowly, letting the rhythm and the words lull the boy into slumber. Byla and Alan had always put Owen to sleep. He was snoring softly before I reached the end, and I stopped, allowing the story to fade without being finished. Thomas turned from the window. That isn't the end. No, Owen's asleep, I murmured. But I'd like to hear it, he said quietly. Where did I leave off? They come where some huge watcher is, and tremble with their love and kiss, he said, quoting the line perfectly. The words from his mouth sounded erotic and warm, and I picked up the thread eagerly, wanting to please him. They know undying things, for they wander where earth withers away, I recited, and I continued softly through the final stanzas, finishing with the words I loved the most. For never yet has lover lived, but longed to wive, like them are no more alive. For them that are no more alive, he whispered. The room was hushed with the afterglow that a good story always leaves behind, and I closed my eyes and listened to little Owen breathe, hardly daring to breathe myself, not wanting the moment to pass too soon. Why were you crying? You didn't answer him. I examined my answer briefly, unsure of what to reveal, before settling on the simplest version of my complicated emotions. My grandfather told me those stories. He told me about the hand of Culzean. Now I'm telling Owen. Someday he will tell his granddaughter the stories I told him. I told you. You told me. Only the wind knows which truly comes first. Thomas turned from the window, framed in the weak light, waiting for me to continue, and I tried to explain the glorious tumult in my chest. Lying here next to him, his sweetness, his arms around my neck, I realized how happy I am. The truth was odd, making it seem false. I missed my grandfather. I missed my life. I was afraid, terrified. Yet a part of me was overcome with gratitude for the little boy beside me and the man who stood guard at my bedroom window. You're happy, so you cry? Thomas questioned. I've cried a great deal lately, but this time they were tears of joy. There is little reason for happiness in Ireland these days. Owen is reason enough for me, I answered, and marveled again that it was true. Thomas was quiet for so long my eyes grew heavy, and sleep crept up on me. You're so different, Anne. I hardly know you, Thomas murmured. Sleep fled, frightened off by my pounding heart and the sound of his voice. Sleep didn't return, and Thomas didn't leave. He kept vigil, eyes on the dark trees and the empty lane, watching for a threat that never came. When dawn peeped through the trees, Thomas lifted a sleepy child, limp and loose, from my arms. I watched them go, Owen's vivid head on Thomas's shoulder, his little arms dangling over his back. I'll put him back in his bed before Bridget wakes. She need never know. Try to sleep now, Anne, Thomas said wearily. I think we're safe from the Tans for the time being. I dreamed of pages that whirled around my head. I would capture one and hold it against my chest, only to lose it again when I tried to read it. I chased the fluttering bits of white out into the lake, knowing the water would blur the words I hadn't read. I watched the pages come closer with the waves, taunting me for a moment with the possibility of rescue, only to sink slowly beneath the surface. It was a dream I'd had before. I'd always thought it stemmed from my need to write things down, to preserve them, to give them eternal life, if only on a page. I came awake gasping, remembering. Thomas Smith's journal, the one that ended with a warning to his love, might very well be at the bottom of Loch Gill. It had been in my bag, the picture of Garva Glebe tucked between the pages. I'd forgotten about it. It had been lying there beneath the urn with Owen's ashes. A wave of sorrow and regret pinned me back against the pillows. I'd been so foolish, so careless. In that book, Thomas Smith had lived, and now it was gone. We were specks, bits of glass and dust. We were as numerous as the sands that lined the strand, one unrecognizable from the other. We were born, we lived, we died, and the cycle continued endlessly on. So many lives lived, and when we died, we simply vanished. A few generations would go by, and no one would know we even were. No one would remember the color of our eyes or the passion that raged inside us. Eventually, we all became stones in the grass, moss-covered monuments, and sometimes, not even that. Even if I returned to the life I'd lost in the loch, the book would still be gone. Thomas Smith would be gone. The slant of his words, the turn of his phrase, his hopes and his fears, his life, gone. And the thought was unbearable to me.
19 March, 1919. The Great War is over, but Ireland's war is just beginning. An armistice was signed on 11 November, signalling the end of the bloody conflict and the end of conscription fears. Over 200,000 Irish boys still fought, even without conscription, and 35,000 of them died for a country that doesn't recognize their right to self-determination. Maybe that boiling cauldron is finally ready to overflow. In the December general elections, Sinn Féin candidates won 73 of the 105 Irish seats in the House of Commons of the United Kingdom. None of the 73 will take their seats at Westminster. In accordance with the manifesto signed by each member of Sinn Féin in 1918, Ireland will form her own government, the first Dáil Éireann. Mick has been organising breakouts for political prisoners, smuggling in files to cut through bars, throwing rope ladders over the walls, and pretending the spoons in their coat pockets were revolvers to scare off the warders. He couldn't stop laughing when he described the Mountjoy jail breakout, and the fact that they got 20 prisoners instead of 3. "O'Reilly was waiting outside the jail with 3 bicycles," he howled. "He came in here shouting that the whole jail was loose." Mick broke Eamon de Valera, the newly elected president of the Irish Republic, out of Lincoln Prison in February, only to discover de Valera has plans to go to America to raise money in support for Irish independence. No estimates as to how long he'll be there. I've never seen Mick so flabbergasted. He feels abandoned, and I can hardly blame him. The load on his shoulders is enormous. He sleeps even less than I do. He's ready for all-out war, but de Valera says the public is not. I've had very little time for collecting information. Influenza has broken out all over Europe, and my little corner of Ireland has not been spared. I hardly know what day it is most of the time, and I've tried to stay far away from Owen and Bridget to protect them from the disease that must cling to my skin and clothes. When I'm able to come home at all, I remove my clothes in the barn and have bathed in the loch more times than I can count. I've seen Pierce Sheehan and Martin Kerrigan on the lake a time or two when I rode across to check on the O'Briens. I know they're bringing guns from Sligo's docks. Where they go when they leave the lake, I don't know. If they've seen me, they pretend not to. I suppose it's safer that way, for all of us. Hatter and Polly O'Brien's grandson, Willie, passed away from influenza last week. He wasn't much older than Owen. Owen will miss the lad. They played together a few times. Hatter insisted on spreading the boy's ashes on the lake. Cremation has become preferable to stop the spread of the disease. Hatter's boat turned up on the Dromaher side of the lake day before last. Eamon Donnelly found it, but sadly, Hatter wasn't in it. He hasn't come home, and we fear the loch has taken him. Now poor Polly is all alone. Too much sadness all around. T.S.
8. The Mask. I would but find what's there to find, love or deceit. It was the mask engaged your mind, and after set your heart to beat, not what's behind. W.B. Yeats. I wasn't sure if Thomas sent Bridget, or if she'd taken it upon herself, but she'd stomped into my room 2 days later and declared it time I was up and dressed. "When you didn't come back from Dublin, I put your things in the chest there. I kept Declan's belongings." Her voice caught, and she finished in a rush. "I'm sure you'll recognise your clothes. There isn't much. The doctor has seen patients in Sligo today. He said he'd take you to the shops for the other things you're in need of." I nodded eagerly, climbing gingerly from my bed. I was healing, but it would be a while before I could move without pain. "You look like a gypsy with that hair," Bridget snapped, eyeing me. "You'll need to cut it or pin it up. People would think you've escaped from an asylum, but that's what you want them to think, isn't it? If people think you're crazy, you won't have to explain yourself." I tried to smooth my dark curls, embarrassed. I couldn't imagine myself with the Gibson girl updo Bridget wore. I didn't know if it was the fashion of the day, but I wouldn't be adhering to it. Anne's hair had been jaw-length in one of her photos, her hair curling softly around her face. I couldn't imagine myself in that style either. My hair was too curly. With no weight from its length to hold it down, it would be enormous. As for Bridget's assertion of craziness, it wasn't a terrible idea. If people thought I was deranged, they would keep their distance. Bridget continued, muttering bitterly as though I weren't in the room. "You turn up out of nowhere, with a gunshot wound no less, wearing men's clothes, and you expect us to welcome you with open arms." "I expected no such thing," I answered, but she ignored me, unlocking the chest beneath the front window with a small key she withdrew from her apron pocket. She lifted the top, and, satisfied that the chest contained the items she remembered, turned to leave the room. "I think it would be best if you let Owen be. He doesn't remember you, and you'll only upset him with your forgetfulness," she demanded, tossing the order over her shoulder. "I can't do that." I spoke before I realized the words were even on my tongue. She spun to look at me, her mouth tight, her hands pressed to the apron she wore. "You can, and you will," she insisted, so cold and adamant I almost backed down. "I won't, Bridget," I said quietly. "I'm going to spend as much time with him as I can. Don't attempt to keep him away. Don't do it. I know you love him, but I'm here now. Please don't try to keep us apart." Her face became granite, her eyes glacial, her lips clamped so tight no softness remained. "You have loved him so well. He is so beautiful, Bridget. Thank you for all you have done. I will never be able to express the depth of my gratitude," I said, and supplication quivered in my voice. But she turned, seemingly unmoved, and swished from the room. Her anger was a physical thing, her hurt and resentment as present and real as the wound in my side. I would have to keep reminding myself that her anger, though directed at me, was not my burden. I padded down the hallway to the bathroom, washed my face and brushed my teeth and hair, before returning to my room and the chest that awaited. I rifled through the contents, eager to be free of the nightgown and to clothe myself and leave the room I'd languished in for 10 days. I stepped into a long dark skirt and tried to fasten it. The waistband was too small, or I was still too swollen. I stepped out of the garment and searched the chest for underthings. The panties I'd been wearing when Thomas pulled me out of the lake were damp from the scrubbing I'd given him the day before in the bathroom sink. The rest of my clothes were folded neatly on the upper shelf of the small wardrobe, the bullet holes expertly mended. I'd considered donning them even before today, but knew the oddness of that attire would inspire more scrutiny and encourage questions better left tucked away. I unearthed a thigh-length jacket with a thick band around the waist, a wide collar and 3 big buttons marching down the front. A matching ankle-length skirt of the drabbest brown I'd ever seen was beneath it. I found a brown silk hat adorned with a wilted brown ribbon inside a tattered hat box, and guessed the items had all been worn together. A pair of low-heeled boots, worn in the toes and soles, were wedged beneath the hat box. I managed to stuff my feet into them, pleased that they fit well enough, that I wouldn't be going barefoot. However, bending to lace them was out of the question. I stepped out of the boots and continued exploring. I pulled out a contraption that could only be a corset, The boning in ties and hanging buckles had me shuddering in horror and fascination. I slipped it around my midsection, where it sat, gaping like a wide bracelet, its ends not quite touching. At the top it widened slightly, providing a ledge for my breasts to rest on, the crumpled clump of ribbons sitting like a rosebud between them. The corset hung lower in the front and back, and rose slightly on the sides, freeing my hips for movement. Clearly the jangling straps in front and back were designed to attach to long stockings. But what did women wear beneath? The juxtaposition of wearing something as old-fashioned and confining as a corset, and simultaneously being naked where it counted most, was hilarious to me, and I giggled while trying to force the two silk-covered sides together. Most women in Ireland did not have personal maids. I was convinced of that. So how in the world did they fasten the damned things? I succeeded in connecting the top two hooks beneath my breasts before, breathless and aching, I abandoned the contraption. Corsets and gunshot wounds to the abdomen, however minor, did not mix. I turned back to the chest in hopes of finding something I could actually wear. A white blouse, wide-collared and long-sleeved, horribly wrinkled and slightly yellowed in places, fit well enough. The sleeves were a hair too short, but the overall style was forgiving and voluminous, and the three-quarter-length sleeve looked almost deliberate. The brown jacket and skirt fit, but the wool smelled of damp places and mothballs, and the thought of wearing the garment for any length of time was distasteful. I looked like Mary Poppins's dowdy sister, and wondered why the first Anne Gallagher had picked a color that wouldn't have looked any better on her, considering I was her doppelganger. I took off the suit and blouse and went on to the next thing. A white sheath, the neckline square and unadorned, except for some bits of lace at the hem and down the center, looked promising. Another piece, embroidered with the same lace, was clearly designed to be worn over the sheath. It had slim elbow-length sleeves and sides that hung open to reveal the dress beneath. A thick sash was banded around the two garments, and I pulled the sheath over my head, donned the thin overdress, and tied the sash loosely around my waist, the bow and back. It needed to be pressed and hung almost to my ankles, but it fit. I stared at my image in the long oval mirror, and realized with a start that it was the dress my great-grandmother had worn in the picture with Declan and Thomas. In the photograph, my great-grandmother had worn a round-brimmed white hat wreathed in flowers. The dress was too pretty for everyday wear, but I was relieved to have something I could call my own. I pulled my hair off my face and tried to knot it at my nape. A soft knock at the door had me abandoning my hair and curling my bare toes nervously against the wood floors. "Come in," I called, kicking the corset across the floor. It slid under the bed, a buckle peeping out accusingly. "You found your things, then?" Thomas said, his mouth soft and his eyes sad. It felt like yet another lie to admit to a previous ownership, so I drew attention to the wrinkles in the linen. "It needs to be pressed." "Yes, well, it's been in that chest a long time," he said. I nodded and smoothed it self-consciously. "Is there anything else in there you can wear?" he asked, his voice pained. "A few things," I hedged. I would need to sell my ring and the diamond studs in my ears. I couldn't get by with the contents of the chest. Thomas clearly agreed. "You'll need more than the dress you were married in. You could wear it to Mass, I suppose," he mused. "Married in?" I said, too surprised to guard my tongue. I touched my head, thinking of the hat Anne had worn in the picture. It hadn't looked like a wedding photo. "You don't remember that either?" His voice rose in disbelief, and the softness of fond memories left his eyes when I answered him with a shake of my head. "It was a good day, Anne. You and Declan were so happy." "I didn't see a veil in the chest," I said inanely. "You wore Bridget's veil. You didn't like it very much. It was beautiful, a little out of fashion, but you and Bridget—" Thomas shrugged as if the poor relationship was old news. Mystery solved. I breathed deeply and tried to meet Thomas's gaze. "I'll change into the wool suit," I murmured, looking away, desperate to change the subject. "I don't know why Bridget saved that. Ugliest thing I've ever seen. But you're right. That dress won't do." "Bridget says I need to cut my hair," I said, But I'd rather not. I just need some pins or ties, and I'll make it look presentable. I could also use a little help tying my boots.
Turn around,
Thomas ordered. I did as he asked, unsure but obedient. I gasped when he took my hair in his hands and began braiding, weaving the strands around each other until he had a long plait. I was so surprised I remained perfectly still, welcoming the feel of his hands in my hair once more. He tied off the braid and looped the end, and then looped it again, piercing the whole thing several times with what felt like hairpins.
"Done!"
he exclaimed. I felt the coiled knot at the base of my skull and turned around. "You are full of surprises, Thomas Smith. You carry hairpins in your pockets." His cheeks pinked the slightest bit, a blush so faint I would have missed it if I hadn't been standing so close and looking so intently.
"Bridget told me to give them to you."
He cleared his throat.
"My mother always had long hair. I watched her wind it up 1,000 times. After her stroke, she couldn't do it. Sometimes I would do it for her. I didn't do a bang-up job, but if you wear that ugly hat with that hideous suit, no one will be looking at your hair."
I laughed, and his eyes fell to my smile.
"Sit down,"
he commanded, pointing to the bed. I obeyed again, and he grabbed the boots.
"No stockings in there?"
He tossed his head toward the chest. I shook my head.
"Well, we'll fix that as soon as we can, but for now, boots."
He sank down on his haunches, and I pushed my foot into the upheld shoe. He made short work of the hooks and eyes, my foot resting against his chest.
"I can't help you with that,"
he murmured, his eyes on the corset that was all too visible from this angle. "I won't be wearing it anytime soon. I'm too sore, and no one will be able to tell anyway."
"No, I don't suppose they will."
The flush colored his cheeks again, and it puzzled me. He was the one who brought it up. He finished tying my other boot and set it gently on the floor. He didn't rise, but clasped his hands between his knees and looked at the floor, his head bowed.
"I don't know what to tell the man," he said. "I can't keep your secret forever. You've got to help me. You've been dead for 5 years. It would help if we had an explanation, even if it's pure fiction."
"I've been in America." His eyes shot to mine.
"You left your child, a babe, and went to America."
His voice was so flat I could have built a wall on it. I looked away. "I was unwell, mad with grief," I murmured, unable to meet his gaze. I had been in America, and when Owen died, I was mad with grief. He was quiet, and from the corner of my eyes I could see his lightly stooped shoulders, the stillness and the tilt of his head. "Bridget says I look like I've escaped from an asylum. Maybe that's what we should tell them," I continued, wincing.
"Jesus,"
Thomas whispered. "I can play the part," I said. "I feel crazy, and God knows I'm lost."
"Why do you have to play a part? Is it true? What's the truth, Anne? That's what I want to know. I want to know the truth. You can lie to the rest of them, but please don't lie to me."
"I'm trying so hard not to," I mumbled.
"What does that mean?"
He rose from his haunches and stood, looking down at me. "The truth will be impossible for you to believe. You won't believe it, and you will think I'm lying. I would give you the truth if I thought it would help, but it won't, Thomas." He stepped back as if I'd slapped him.
"You said you didn't know,"
he hissed. "I don't know what occurred after the rising. I don't know how I got here. I don't understand what is happening to me."
"So tell me what you do know."
"I will promise you this. If silence is a lie, I'm guilty. But the things I've told you, the things I've said to you so far are true. And if I can't tell you the truth, I won't say anything at all." Thomas shook his head, anger and bewilderment on his face. Then he turned and walked from the room without another word, and I was left to wonder yet again when my predicament would end, when it would all be over, when my life would right itself. I was stronger now, well enough to slip away to the loch. Soon, I would walk out into the water and sink beneath the surface, willing myself home, and leaving Owen and Thomas behind. Soon. But not yet. "Will they recognize me?" I asked, raising my voice to be heard over the wind and the rumble of the motor. Thomas sat behind the wheel of a car straight out of the Great Gatsby, driving us to Sligo. Owen was perched between us, neatly dressed in a little vest and jacket, his bony knees sticking out between the hem of his long shorts and the tops of his tall, dark socks. He wore the same type of peaked hat he'd worn all his life, the thin brim pulled low over his blue eyes. The car had an open top, a hazard in rainy Ireland, but the sky was clear, the breeze gentle, and the trip pleasant. I had not been outside since the day on the lake, and my eyes were glued to the familiar landscape. The population in Ireland had not grown in 100 years, leaving the scenery mostly unchanged, generation after generation.
"Are you worried someone might recognize you?"
Thomas answered, his tone quizzical. "I am," I admitted, meeting his eyes briefly.
"You aren't from Sligo. Few will know you, and those who do—"
He shrugged, not finishing his sentence, his eyes shifting away from me in contemplation. Thomas Smith didn't bite his lip or wrinkle his brow when he stewed. His face was perfectly still, as though he thought so deeply, no echoes crossed his face or marred his features. It was odd, really, that in a matter of days I'd come to recognize his posture, the way he stooped with his head slightly bowed and his features quiet. Had Owen learned his ways? Was that why I knew Thomas Smith so well? Had Owen absorbed the habits of the man who had stepped into his life and raised the boy Declan had left fatherless? I recognized little similarities, the wide stance, the downcast eyes, the outward calm, and the unruffled ruminations. The resemblances made me long for my grandfather. Without thinking, I reached for Owen's hand. His blue eyes shot to mine, and his hand tightened and trembled. Then he smiled, a toothy revelation that eased one longing and gave rise to another. "I'm a little afraid to go shopping," I whispered near his ear. "If you hold my hand, it will help me be brave."
"Nana loves the shops. Don't you?"
I did usually, but the fear in my belly, magnified by the thought of corsets with hanging straps, strange clothes, and my complete dependence on Thomas, grew as Sligo appeared in the distance. I looked around me in wonder, trying to find the cathedral to orient myself. My chest began to burn. "I have earrings, and a ring. I think both would sell for a good price," I blurted, and then thought better of my statement. I really knew nothing about the ring. I pushed the thought from my head and tried again. "I have some jewelry. I'd like to sell it, so that I have some money of my own. Could you help me with that, Thomas?"
"Don't worry your head about money,"
Thomas clipped, eyes forward. A country doctor paid in chickens and piglets or bags of potatoes couldn't be completely unconcerned with money, and the worry coiled deeper. "I want money of my own," I insisted. "I'll need to find employment, too." Employment? Dear God, I'd never had a job. I'd been writing stories from the moment I could form a sentence, and writing wasn't a job. Not for me.
"You can assist me,"
Thomas said, his jaw still tight, eyes on the road. "I'm not a nurse." Was I? Was she?
"No, but you're capable of following directions and giving me a spare set of hands every now and again. That's all I need."
"I want money of my own, Thomas. I will buy my own clothes."
"Nana says you should call Thomas Dr. Smith,"
Owen said, inserting himself into the conversation.
"And she says he should call you Mrs. Gallagher."
We were silent. I had no idea what to say.
"But your Nana is Mrs. Gallagher, too. That would be confusing, wouldn't it?"
Thomas replied.
"Plus, Anne was my friend before she was Mrs. Gallagher. Do you call your friend Miriam Miss McHugh?"
Owen covered his mouth, but a snort of laughter gurgled out.
"Miriam isn't a mess. She's a pest,"
he crowed.
"Yes, well, so is Anne."
Thomas looked at me and looked away, but his eyebrows quirked, softening the words. "Is there a jeweler or a pawnbroker in Sligo?" I insisted, not willing to let the matter go, pest or not. Were they even called pawnbrokers in 1921? The hysteria continued to build inside me. Thomas sighed, and we bounced down the deeply rutted road. I have 3 patients to see. None of the stops will take me long, but I will drop you and Owen. Stay close to your mother, Owen, and help her. On Lower Knox Street. There's a pawnbroker next to the Royal Bank. Daniel Kelly. He'll be fair with you. When you're done, walk up to Lyons department store. You should be able to get everything you need there. Owen was bouncing on the seat between us, obviously thrilled at the mention of the department store. I will meet you there when I'm finished, Thomas promised. We crossed the River Gallagher on Hyde Bridge, a bridge I'd walked across less than 2 weeks before, and I gaped in wonder. The countryside had not changed, but the times certainly had. The streets, unpaved and free of the traffic and congestion of 2001, seemed much larger and the buildings much newer. The Yates Memorial Museum sat on the corner, but it wasn't a museum any longer. The words Royal Bank were written in bold across the side. A few cars and a delivery van rumbled along the street, most of them black, all of them antique. But horse-pulled carts were just as common. The bulk of the traffic was pedestrian, the clothing smart, the steps brisk. Something about the apparel, the formality of suits and ties, vests and pocket watches, dresses and heels and hats and long coats, gave everything a decorum that contributed to my sense of the surreal. It was a movie set, and we were actors on a stage. Anne, Thomas prodded gently. I tore my eyes away from the storefronts, from the wide footpaths and lampposts, from the old cars and the wagons, from the people who were all long dead. We were parked in front of a small establishment just 2 doors down from the stately Royal Bank. 3 golden balls were suspended from an ornate wrought iron pole, and Kelly & Co. was written across the glass in a Baroque font no one used anymore. Owen squeamed impatiently beside me, anxious to get out of the car. I reached for the door handle, my palms damp, my breath shallow. You said he'd be fair, but I have no idea what that might be, Thomas, I blurted, stalling. Don't take less than £100, Anne. I don't know where you got diamonds, but those earbobs are worth a lot more than that. Don't sell your ring. As for the department store, I have an account at Lyons. Use it. They know Owen is mine. Thomas immediately amended his statement. They know Owen lives with me, and they won't ask any questions. Put your purchases on my account, Anne, he repeated firmly. Buy the boy an ice cream cone, and save the rest of your money.
30 November, 1919. Several months ago, on a quick trip to Dublin, I spent a harrowing night on Great Brunswick Street, locked in detective headquarters and going through the files that laid out the castle's secret intelligence operation and named their informants, known as G-men, in Ireland. One of Mick's inside men, a detective who worked at the castle but fed information to Sinn Féin, got Mick inside the records division, and Mick brought me along, just for the crack. He didn't need me for courage, but he seemed to want company. Between the 2 of us, in a matter of hours, we were able to get a fairly clear picture of how the information flowed in the G division and who it flowed through. Mick found the file compiled about him, and had a good laugh at the grainy photo and the half-hearted compliments made to his acumen. But there's no file here for you, Tommy, he'd said. Clean as a whistle, boyo, but not if they catch us here. We got a good scare when a window of the room we were locked in was broken, causing us to hide behind the shelves, praying no one would come to investigate. We could hear the drunken song of the vandal outside, and a policeman shooing him away. After a moment, when it seemed we were in the clear, Mick began to whisper, not about what we'd learned or the contents of the files, but about life and love and women. I knew then he was trying to distract me, and I let him, trying to return the favour. Why haven't you settled down, Doc? Married a pretty girl from County Leitrim and made a few blue-eyed babies, he said. Why haven't you, Mick? We're roughly the same age. The ladies love you. You love them, I responded. And you don't? He scoffed. Yes, I love you too." He laughed, a great happy sound, and I flinched at his boisterous disregard for our situation. "Quiet, you big oaf!" I shushed him. "You're a good friend, Tommy." His broad Cork accent was more pronounced in a whisper. "We make time for what's important. There's got to be someone you can't stop thinking about." I thought of Anne then. I thought of her more than I should. In truth, I thought of her constantly and was quick to deny it. "I haven't found her yet. I doubt I ever will." "Ha!" says the man who shunned advances from one of the most beautiful women in London, Mick teased. "She was married, Mick, and she was more interested in you," I said, knowing he spoke of Moya Llewellyn-Davis, who was indeed beautiful and very married. I'd met her when I'd accompanied Mick to London, when he'd been trying to write up a proposal to the American president. He was hoping President Wilson would pledge his support and shine a light on the Irish question. Irish-born, Moya had become interested in the Anglo-Irish conflict and the excitement and intrigue surrounding it. She'd offered her estate near Dublin, Ferry Park, to Mick to use as a safe house, and he'd taken her up on it. "Not in the beginning, boyo. She said I was pasty and loud, and I smoked too much. She liked your looks, it was obvious. She only turned her attentions on me when she realized I was Michael Collins, and you were just a country doctor," Mick teased, and grabbed me, wrestling and roughhousing the way he was wont to do when the tension got to be too much. "And what exactly is a country doctor doing, hiding in this dust hole with a wanted man?" I asked, my throat itching from said dust, and my arms aching from trying to keep Mick from biting my ear, which was what he always did if he managed to wrestle you to the ground. "He's doing his duty for Ireland, for love of country, and for a bit of fun," Mick wheezed, narrowly avoiding upending a stack of files. It was fun, and I escaped unscathed, even my ears. Mick's man, Ned Broy, had come for us before dawn, and we'd been spirited out, with no one the wiser. Except Mick. That night, Michael Collins grew much wiser. I finished my business in Dublin and returned to Dromahair, to Owen and Bridget, and to the people who needed me to be a country doctor more than a soldier in Mick's army. I'd had no idea then what that night meant in his war. In our war. It was in those files that Mick devised his own plan to destroy British intelligence in Ireland from the inside out. Not long after our night in the Records Division, Mick formed his own elite militarized squad. A group of very young men, younger than Mick or me, all incredibly loyal, all completely committed to the cause. Some call them the 12 Apostles. Some call them murderers. And I suppose they are both. They follow Mick. They do as he tells them. And their orders are ruthless. There are things I don't think Mick wants to discuss with me, and things I don't want to know. But I was there that night on Great Brunswick Street, and I saw the names in those files. When the targeted killing of G-men began happening in Dublin, I knew why. The rumours are that the targets are warned before they're taken out. They're told to back off, to step down, to quit working against the IRA, the Irish Republican Army, which is what the Irish Resistance is now being called. It's no longer the Volunteers, or the IRB, or Sinn Féin. We're the Irish Republican Army. Mick shrugs and says it's about damned time we're seen as one. Some of the G-men listen to the warnings, some don't. And some die. I don't like it, but I understand it. It isn't vengeance. It's strategy. It's war. T.S.
9. His bargain. Who talks of Plato's spindle? What set it whirling round? Eternity may dwindle. Time is unmoved. W.B. Yeats. With Owen's hand clutched in mine, I pushed through the pawnbroker's door, the bell tinkling over my head, and found myself inside a treasure box with the quaint and the curious, the valuable and the varied, tea sets and toy trains, guns and golden gadgets, and everything in between. Owen and I stopped, stunned, and gaped at the trove. The room was long and narrow, and at the far end, a man stood patiently at the wooden counter, his white shirt crisp. His dark tie was tucked into his neatly buttoned dark-colored vest, a pair of tiny gold-rimmed glasses on his nose. He had a thick head of wavy grey hair, and a tidy beard and moustache covered his lower face.
"Good afternoon, ma'am," he called. "Are you looking for something in particular?"
No, sir," I stammered, pulling my eyes away from the walls of intricate oddities, promising myself and Owen that we would come back one day, just to look. Owen was reluctant to budge, his eyes glued to a model car that looked just like Thomas's.
"Good day, Owen. Where's the doctor today?"
the pawnbroker asked, demanding Owen's attention. Owen sighed gustily and let me propel him toward the counter.
"Good day, Mr. Kelly. He had patients to visit,"
Owen replied, sounding so grown-up I was reassured. At least one of us wasn't terrified.
"He works too hard,"
the pawnbroker commented, but his eyes were on me, curious and considering. He extended his hand, clearly expecting me to take it. I did, though he didn't shake it like I expected. He grasped my fingers and pulled me forward, ever so slightly, and brought my knuckles to his bristly lips, setting a small kiss there before releasing me.
"We have not had the pleasure, madam."
"This is my mother,"
Owen crowed, his small hands gripping the edge of the counter, bouncing on his toes, gleeful.
"Your mother?"
Mr. Kelly repeated, confusion furrowing his brow. "I'm Anne Gallagher. Pleasure to meet you, sir," I said, but offered no other explanation. I could see the wheels turn behind his small glasses, the questions that begged to be asked. He stroked his beard once, twice, and then again, before setting both hands on the counter and clearing his throat.
"How can I be of service, Mrs. Gallagher?"
I didn't correct him, but slipped the ring from my finger. The cameo against the dark agate was pale and lovely, the gold band delicate, the filigree finely detailed. I couldn't help but think my grandfather would understand my predicament. "I would like to sell my jewelry, and was told you would treat me fairly." The man produced a jeweler's loupe and made a great show of examining the ring, before he stroked his beard once more.
"You said jewelry,"
he hedged, not quoting a price.
"Do you have something else you'd like to show me?"
"Yes, I thought I might sell my earbobs." I used the word Thomas had used and pulled the diamond studs from my ears, setting them on the counter between us. His furry brows jumped, and he raised the jeweler's loupe again. He took a moment longer on the earrings, saying nothing. They were each 2 carats and set in platinum. They had cost me almost $10,000 in 1995.
"I cannot give you what they're worth,"
the man sighed, and it was my turn for surprise.
"What can you give me?"
I pressed gently.
"I can give you £150, but I'll be able to sell those in London for a great deal more. You will have 6 months to repay the loan before I do so," he explained. "It would be wise to keep them, madam."
£150 is more than satisfactory, Mr. Kelly, I said, ignoring his suggestion. The earrings meant nothing to me, and I needed money. The thought had hysteria burbling in my throat. I needed money. I had millions of dollars in a time and place that did not yet exist. I took a deep breath, steadying myself, and focused on the task before me. "And the ring?" I asked firmly. The pawnbroker fingered the cameo again. When he hesitated too long, Owen reached into his pocket and placed his own treasure on the counter. His eyes barely cleared the edge, and he pinned the pawnbroker with a hopeful gaze.
"What'll you give me for my button, Mr. Kelly?"
Mr. Kelly smiled and picked up the button, eyeing it through the loop as though it were of great value. I was slow to make the connection, and had just begun to protest when the jeweler frowned.
"S. McD," he read. "What's this, Owen?"
"It's very valuable,"
Owen said. "Owen," I rebuked softly. "I'm sorry, Mr. Kelly. We won't be selling that button. I didn't realize Owen had it with him." I heard Sean McDermott scratched his name into a few buttons and coins. Is this one of them? Mr. Kelly asked, still studying the little brass bauble. I don't know about that, Mr. Kelly, but the button is a keepsake. Will you excuse us for a moment? Mr. Kelly inclined his head and turned his back, busying himself with the cases behind him. We stepped away from the counter and I knelt in front of Owen. Owen, do you know what that button is?
Yes, it was Doc's. His friend gave it to him, and Doc gave it to me. I like to carry it in my pocket for good luck.
Why would you want to sell something so precious?
Because you need the money,
Owen explained, his eyes wide and pleading. Yes, but that button is more important than money.
Nana said you were penniless. She said you are a beggar with no home and no shame, he quoted. I don't want you to be a beggar.
His eyes grew shiny and his lips quivered. I swallowed the angry lump in my throat and reminded myself again that Bridget was my great-great-grandmother. You must never, ever part with that button, Owen. It is the kind of treasure that no amount of money can replace, because it represents the lives of people who are gone, people who mattered and are missed. Do you understand?
Yes,
Owen said, nodding.
But I missed you, and I would give up my button to keep you.
My eyes swam, and my lips trembled in concert with his. Someone very wise told me that we keep the people we love in our hearts. We never lose them as long as we can remember how it felt to be loved by them. I pulled him to me, embracing his small body so tightly that he squirmed and giggled. I released him and wiped at the tear that had escaped and was clinging to my nose. Promise me you will stop carrying that button in your pocket. Put it somewhere very safe and treasure it, I said, infusing as much sternness into my voice as I could muster.
I promise,
Owen said simply. I rose and we walked back to the counter, to the man who was pretending not to watch us.
My mother won't let me sell the button, Mr. Kelly.
I think that's wise, young man.
Dr. Smith told my mother not to sell a ring either.
Owen, I whispered, embarrassed.
Did he now?
Mr. Kelly asked.
Yes, sir,
Owen said, nodding. Mr. Kelly raised his eyes to mine.
Well then, I suppose he's right. Mrs. Gallagher, I will give you £160 for the diamonds, and you must keep your ring. I remember a young man coming in here quite a few years ago and buying this piece.
He rubbed his thumb over the cameo, reflective.
It was more than he could afford, but he was determined to have it. He told me it was for the girl he wanted to marry. We made a deal, his pocket watch for this ring.
He placed the ring in my hand and folded my fingers over it.
The watch wasn't worth much, but he was a great negotiator.
I stared at Mr. Kelly in stunned remorse. No wonder Thomas had been so adamant. I had tried to sell Anne's wedding ring. Thank you, Mr. Kelly. I have never heard that story, I whispered.
Well, now you have,
he answered kindly. A memory skidded across his features, and his lips pursed in reflection.
You know, I might still have that pocket watch. It stopped ticking shortly after the trade. I set it aside, thinking it might just need tinkering.
He pulled open drawers and unlocked curios. A moment later he cried out in triumph, pulling a long chain attached to a simple gold timepiece from a velvet-lined drawer. My heart caught, and I pressed a trembling palm to my mouth to muffle my surprise. It was the timepiece Owen had worn most of his life. It had always made him look old-fashioned, the drooping chain and the gold locket, but he'd never abandoned it for a newer model.
See this, lad?
Mr. Kelly showed Owen how to release the latch on the cover, revealing the clock face beneath. Owen nodded happily, and the pawnbroker stared down at the watch with a frown.
Well, look at that,
Mr. Kelly marveled.
It's ticking after all.
He checked his own watch, which was hanging from the little pocket in his vest. With a little tool he adjusted the time on Declan Gallagher's watch, and studied the tiny hands as they ticked. He grunted in satisfaction.
I think you should have it, lad,
Mr. Kelly said, pushing the timepiece across the counter until it was within Owen's reach.
After all, it belonged to your father.
Little Owen and I left the pawn shop with much more than we'd arrived with. In addition to £160 and Declan's pocket watch, which Owen clutched tightly in his hand, even though I'd pinned the chain to his vest, a pair of agate earrings with tiny dangling cameos were clamped to my lobes. I realized belatedly that most women probably didn't have holes in their ears in 1921. Mr. Kelly insisted the earrings matched my ring so well that I should have them. He was being so kind and generous, I suspected I'd given him a very good deal indeed. But I still wore Anne's ring, and I could never repay him for that. The pawnbroker had saved me from making a terrible blunder, and he told me a story even more precious than the ring itself. I found myself puzzling over the dizzying ramifications of Declan's timepiece. If I had not gone into the pawnbroker with Owen, would Mr. Kelly have ever given Owen the watch? Owen had had the watch all the years I'd known him. Was I changing history? Or had I always been a part of it? And how had Owen gotten Anne's ring? If she'd died and was never found, wouldn't she have been wearing it? I realized suddenly that I had no idea where I was going. I was clutching the money pouch in my right hand and Owen's hand in my left, letting him lead me along, my mind 80 miles, or years, away. "Owen, do you know where the department store is?" I asked sheepishly. He laughed and let go of my hand.
"Right there, goose."
We were standing across the street from a row of huge glass windows, at least 6 of them, shaded by deep red awning that boasted the store's name, Henry Lyons and Company Limited, the Sligo Warehouse, in pale lettering. Behind the glass, hats and shoes were displayed on pedestals, and dresses and suits were modeled by pale-faced mannequins. Relief swelled for seconds, before fear regained dominance. "I will simply ask for help," I encouraged myself out loud, and Owen nodded.
"Nana's friend, Mrs. Geraldine Cummins, works here. She's very helpful."
My heart sank so low it rubbed the bottom of my belly, and I thought for a moment I would be sick. Bridget's friend would surely know about Anne Gallagher, the real Anne Gallagher, the original Anne Gallagher. I braced myself as Owen pulled me forward, clearly eager for the wonders of the huge store. A group of men were gathered around a large set of windows just right at the entrance. Their backs were to the road, their arms folded as they stared at something on the other side of the pane. I craned my neck, trying to see what had drawn the crowd. As I neared, one man abandoned his spot, giving me a clear view of the window before the hole closed with someone else. They were reading a newspaper. Someone had taped the Irish Times to the inside of the department store window, the pages open and spread to allow passers-by to read through the glass. I slowed, curious and predictably drawn to the words, but Owen surged ahead. I was propelled through the door, being patiently held open by a man who tipped his hat as I passed. All thoughts of newsprint and words were replaced by wonder and dread as I looked around at the high shelves and wide aisles, the displays and the decor, and tried to ascertain exactly where to start. There was no canned music being piped into the store, and no fluorescent lighting. Lamps were suspended overhead, spilling warm light on the highly buffed wood floors, and I turned in a complete circle to get my bearings. I was in the men's department, and would need to explore. Clothes, stockings, a pair of new boots, a pair of shoes, a hat, a coat, and 2 dozen other things, I murmured, trying to make a list that would keep me from crying in a corner. I had no idea how far my money would take me. I peeked at the price tag on the overcoat hanging to my right. £16. I started doing mental calculations and gave up immediately. I would simply buy as much as I could for £100. That would be my limit. The other 60 would be my emergency money, until I could earn more, or until I woke up, whichever came first.
"Nana always goes up the stairs where the dresses are,"
Owen prodded, and I let him lead the way once more. We climbed a broad staircase, which opened up to the second floor, revealing elaborate hats, colorful fabrics, and perfumed air.
"Hello, Miss Geraldine Cummins,"
Owen cried, waving at a woman about Bridget's age, who was standing behind a nearby glass display.
"This is my mother. She needs help."
Another woman shushed him loudly, as though we were in a library and not standing amid racks of clothes. Geraldine Cummins moved out from behind the glass and walked toward us, her posture regal, her figure plump. "Hello, Mr. Owen Gallagher," she greeted sedately. She was well coiffed in a navy dress with a loose sash, her enormous bosom covered with a drooping bow of the same shade, her sleeves elbow-length, and her flowing skirt brushing just above her ankles. Her hair was a tidy grey cap of shellacked waves, hugging her round face, and she met my gaze unblinking, hands clasped in front of her, heels together like a soldier at attention. She didn't seem surprised the way Mr. Kelly had, and I wondered if Bridget had made a trip to Sligo while I was recovering. I decided it didn't matter, as long as the woman could help me, and as long as I didn't have to answer any questions. "How can I help you, Mrs. Anne Gallagher?" she said, wasting no time on polite introductions and small talk. I began to rattle off my list, hoping she would fill in the blanks. She raised one hand in the air, summoning a young woman standing next to a huge rack of hats. "I will take Mr. Owen Gallagher with me. Mrs. Beatrice Barnes will personally assist you." I realized that Owen called Geraldine Cummins by her full name, because she called everyone else by theirs, title included. Beatrice Barnes was hurrying toward us, a helpful smile pasted on her pretty face. "Miss Beatrice Barnes, this is Mrs. Anne Gallagher. You will assist her. I trust you will be prudent." Beatrice nodded emphatically, and Geraldine turned away, extending a hand toward Owen. "Where will you take him?" I asked. Certain good parents did not just hand their children over to complete strangers. Owen knew her, but I did not. "The toy department upstairs, of course, and then we will go to Ferguson's drugstore for a treat." She smiled down at Owen, two deep dimples appearing on her powdered cheeks. When she met my gaze again, her smile was gone. "My shift is over. I'll bring him back at 1/2 the hour. That should give you plenty of time to see to your purchases without the lad underfoot." Owen bounced on his toes, clasping her hand in excitement, before his face fell and his shoulders slumped. "Thank you, Mrs. Geraldine Cummins," he said. "But Doc said I must stay close to my mother and help her." "And you will help your mother most by coming with me," Mrs. Cummins said briskly. Owen looked at me, hope and doubt in his smile. "Go ahead, Owen. Enjoy yourself. I'll be fine," I lied. I watched Owen walk away, his hand in the older woman's grasp, and desperately wanted to call him back. He was already showing her his pocket watch, babbling about our recent adventure at the pawn shop. "Shall we get started, Mrs. Gallagher?" Beatrice said, her voice high, her eyes bright. I nodded, insisting she call me Anne, and stammered through my list of needs once more, eyeing the prices as we walked, pointing out the things I liked and the colors I preferred. The average dress was around £7, and the way Beatrice was rattling about dinner dresses and house frocks and winter wear and summer clothes, not to mention hats, shoes, and handbags, made me start to feel faint. "You will need slips, corsets, knickers, and stockings as well?" she asked discreetly, though there was no one near us. "Yes, please," I said, deciding it was time to lie a little if I was going to accomplish anything. "I've been ill for a long time, you see, and I'm afraid it's been so long since I purchased clothing that I don't know what size I am or what's in fashion. I'm not even sure what a lady needs," I said. And it wasn't hard to make my eyes well up pathetically. "I hope you'll be able to give me some advice, bearing in mind that a whole new wardrobe could get expensive. I need the basics, nothing more." "Of course," she said, patting my shoulder. "I am going to take you to a dressing room, and we will begin. I have a good eye for sizes. This is going to be great fun." When she returned, her arms were filled with white frills. "We have some lovely artificial silk just in from London, and knickers that fall above the knee," she purred. "We also have some new corsets that lace up in the front and are quite comfortable." An image of me at my writing desk wearing drawstring cotton pants and a ribbed tank flitted through my mind, and I swallowed the bubble of panic that wanted to break free. The artificial silk felt like rayon, and I wondered how well it would launder, but I did my best to wiggle into the corset, appreciating the relative ease of the front laces and the long ruffle that fell halfway down my thighs. It was designed to wear over a chemise, which fit like a square-necked slip and provided little lift or support to my breasts, but was soft and comfortable. I slipped on the knickers Beatrice had whispered about, and decided it could be worse. I tried on a deep blue dress with a square neckline and sheer elbow-length sleeves. The lines were straight and simple, with a bit more volume at the hem of the skirt, so it swished softly a few inches above my ankles. A sash gave the dress some shape, and Beatrice studied me, her lips pursed.
The colour is good. The style, too. You have a lovely neck, and you could wear this with jewels and dress it up for dinner, or wear it plain with just a hat for mass. We'll add the rose-coloured one just like it to the stack.
2 cotton blouses, one pink and one green, with lapels that created a wide V above 3 buttons, could be worn with the long grey skirt Beatrice insisted was a staple. I tried on 2 house dresses next, one peach, the other white with tiny brown dots. Both had deep, thigh-high pockets and long, straight sleeves that ended in thick cuffs. They were simply styled with round necklines that skirted the collarbones, and a pleated waistband that separated the bodice from the shin-length skirt. Beatrice set a wide-brimmed white straw hat, decorated in peach flowers and lace, on my head, and declared me perfect. She added 2 shawls to my purchases, one a soft green and one white, and scolded me when I tried to tell her no.
You were born in Ireland, yes? You've lived here all your life. You know you must have shawls.
Beatrice brought me a long wool coat and a matching charcoal hat, decorated with a spray of black roses and a black silk ribbon. She called it a cloche hat. Instead of the stiff circular brim and round dome of the straw hat, the cloche hat was snug and flared around my face coquettishly, following the line of my head. I loved it and left it on while I moved on to the next thing. I started making a pile. In addition to the underthings and clothes, I would need 4 pairs of stockings, a pair of brown kid pumps, a pair of medium-heeled black T-strap shoes, and a pair of black boots for the colder months. I could also use Anne's old boots for long walks or chores. I mentally balked at the thought of chores, wondering what kind of chores a woman in 1921 was typically tasked with. Thomas had servants, but he'd said he wanted me to assist him with his patients. I reassured myself that the boots would suffice for that as well. I'd been keeping a tally in my head, stockings 4 for £1, shoes and shawls 3 pounds apiece. The cotton dresses were 5 pounds each, the boots and the linen dresses were 7, the chemises and knickers were £1 apiece, and the skirt was 4. The blouses were 2.5 pounds, the corset a little more, the hats as much as the cotton dresses, and the wool coat 15 pounds all by itself. I had to be getting close to 90 pounds, and I still needed to buy toiletries.
You need a dress or 2 for parties. The doctor is often invited to the homes of the well-to-do,
Beatrice insisted, a frown curving between her brows.
And do you have jewellery? We have some beautiful costume jewellery that looks almost real.
I showed her my ring and earrings and indicated that was the extent of it. She nodded, biting her lip.
You also need a handbag, but that can wait, I suppose. When winter comes, you'll wish you had another wool suit, she added, eyeing the ugly, outdated suit I'd worn coming into the department store. That's not the loveliest suit I've ever seen, but it will be warm.
I won't be going to any parties with the doctor, I protested. And this suit will have to do. I'll have my shawls and my coat. I'll be fine. She sighed as if she'd failed me, but nodded her assent.
All right. I'll have your purchases wrapped and boxed up while you finish dressing.
26 October, 1920. Black and tans and auxiliaries, forces pumped into Ireland from Great Britain, are everywhere, and they don't seem to answer to anyone. Barbed wire and barricades, armoured vehicles, and soldiers with fixed bayonets patrolling the streets are all commonplace now. It's quieter in Dromahair than in Dublin, but we still feel it here. All of Ireland is feeling it. In Little Balbriggan, just last month, the Tans and the Auxies set half the town on fire. Homes, businesses, factories, and whole sections of town were burned to the ground. Crown forces said it was a reprisal for the death of 2 Tans, but the reprisals are always excessive and are always completely indiscriminate. They want to break us. So many of us are already broken. This past April, the Mountjoy jail was full of Sinn Féin members whose only crime was political association. The political prisoners were mixed in among the regular criminals, and in protest of their incarceration, several of them began a hunger strike. In 1917, a political prisoner, a member of the IRB, went on strike and was force-fed. The brutal way in which he was fed cost him his life. As the crowds outside Mountjoy prison grew, the national attention grew as well, until Prime Minister Lloyd George, still feeling the sting of worldwide outrage from the hunger strike of 1917, capitulated to their demands, gave the men prisoner of war status, and moved them to the hospital to recover. I was able to see them at the Mater Hospital in an official capacity, as a medical representative appointed by Lord French himself. I volunteered. The men were weak and thin, but it was a battle won, and they all knew it. The Dáil, Ireland's newly formed government, made up of the elected leaders who refused to take their seats at Westminster, has been outlawed by the British administration. Mick and the other council members, those who aren't in jail, have continued to carry on in secret, establishing a working government and doing their best to create a system under which an independent Ireland can function. But local mayors, officials and judges who work in a more public capacity can't hide as easily as the Dáil officials can. One by one, they have been arrested or murdered. The Lord Mayor of Cork, Thomas McCartan, was shot in his house, and his elected replacement, Terence McSwiney, was arrested during a raid on Cork City Hall not too long after he took office. Mayor McSwiney, along with the 10 men he was arrested with, decided to go on a hunger strike to denounce the continued unlawful imprisonment of public officials. Their strike, just like the one in April, has attracted national attention, but not because it ended well. Terence McSwiney died yesterday in England at a Brixton jail, 74 days after he began his hunger strike. Every day it's another terrible story. Another unforgivable event. The whole country is under immense strain, yet there is an odd hopefulness mixed with the fear. It's as if all of Ireland is coming awake, and our eyes are fixed on the same horizon. T.S.
10. The Three Beggars. You that have wandered far and wide can ravel out what's in my head. Do men who least desire get most, or get the most who most desire? W.B. Yeats. Beatrice was waiting for me when I emerged from the dressing room, my hair a little disheveled. I was wearing one of the cotton dresses and a new hat that covered the worst of my hair. Beatrice left the brown kid pumps, as she called them, for me to wear out of the store as well, saving me from having to lace Anne's boots by myself. Beatrice had taken Anne's old brown suit, hat, and boots to be boxed with the rest of my purchases. I looked much better than I had when I arrived, but my side ached and my head pounded from overexertion. I was glad the adventure was almost over. Beatrice prattled on beside me, inquiring over my toilette. I told her I needed a shampoo for my hair and something to smooth the curl. She nodded as if shampoo were a known term. I need products for my menses? It was the most old-fashioned word I knew to describe a woman's period. But Beatrice nodded again, clearly understanding. We have sanitary napkins and menstruation belts on a discreet display, with a little money box beside them, so that women don't have to purchase them publicly. Most ladies are more comfortable with that. But I'll put them in your box while no one is looking, and add them to your total, she murmured. I thought it better not to ask what a menstruation belt was. I would figure it out. The two most important things tackled, I followed her to the cosmetics department on the lower floor, scouring the products stacked and displayed, and pointing gleefully at names I recognized: Vaseline, Ivory Soap, and Pond's Cold Cream. Beatrice began making a receipt, writing the items in a neat row, and adding my selections to a pale pink box that reminded me of something from a bakery. Beatrice added Pond's Vanishing Cream to my purchases. Cold cream at night, vanishing cream in the morning, she instructed. It won't make you shine, and it works well under powder. Do you need powder?
I shrugged, and she pursed her lips, studying my skin. "Flesh, white, pink, or cream?" she asked. "What do you think?" I hedged. "Flesh," she said confidently. La Blanche is my favourite face powder. It's a bit more expensive, but worth the extra. And maybe a soft pink rouge." She took a small tub from behind the glass and unscrewed the metal lid. "See?" The colour was a little too pink for my taste, but she reassured me. "It will be the softest blush on your cheeks and lips, and no one will even know you're wearing it. And if they do, never admit it." That seemed to be the goal, to look like you weren't wearing any paint, which suited me fine. "There's a new lash cream. We always used Vaseline and Ash growing up. Well, not anymore." She unscrewed another small container, no bigger than a lip balm, and showed me the black grease inside. It didn't resemble any mascara I'd ever seen. "How was it applied?" I asked. Beatrice closed the distance between us, told me to hold still, and dabbed her pointer finger in the goo and then against her thumb. With absolute confidence, she rubbed the ends of my lashes between the pads of her blackened fingertips. "Perfect. Your lashes are already so long and dark, you hardly need it. But they're more noticeable now." She winked and tossed it into the box. She added some coconut oil shampoo that she swore would make my hair luxurious, as well as some talcum powder to keep me fresh, and a little glass spritzer of a perfume that didn't make me sneeze. I added a tube of toothpaste, a toothbrush, a little box of silk tooth floss, as well as a comb and brush set. When I asked where I could settle my bill, Beatrice gave me an odd look. "It's already settled, Anne. The doctor is waiting for you at the entrance. Your purchases are there as well. I thought you were simply being frugal." "I would really like to pay for these things on my own, Beatrice," I insisted. "But it's done, Mrs. Gallagher," she stammered. "Your bill has been added to his account. I don't want to cause a stir." I didn't want to cause a stir either, but embarrassment welled in my chest. I took a deep breath and tamped it down. "These things have not been added to his tab." I raised the pink box in my arms. "I will pay for my toiletries," I insisted. She looked as though she wanted to argue, but nodded, veering to the cash register near the entrance and the moustached clerk who waited there. She handed him the receipt for my toiletries. "Mrs. Gallagher needs to purchase these things, Mr. Barry," she explained, taking the box from my hands so I could pull out the thick paper money pouch Mr. Kelly had given me.
"Dr. Smith said for me to add Mrs. Gallagher's purchases to his account," Mr. Barry said, frowning.
"I understand, but I will be paying for these items," I said firmly, matching his frown with one of my own. The clerk looked from me to the door and back again. I followed his gaze to where Thomas stood watching me, his head tilted slightly, one hand holding Owen's and the other shoved into his trouser pocket. Owen's cheek bulged with the round end of a lollipop, the stick protruding from his puckered lips. "What is the total, please?" I said, turning my attention back to the clerk. The man grunted in disapproval, but he entered the items into the cash register, a happy dinging signalling each new total.
"That will be £10, madam," he huffed,
and I took what appeared to be 2 £5 notes from my stash. I would have to examine the bills when I had more privacy to do so.
"We've just finished boxing your other purchases,"
Mr. Barry said, taking my notes and putting them in his till. He indicated the stack of parcels behind him and beckoned to a boy who scrambled to his side and began piling boxes in his arms.
"After you, Mrs. Gallagher,"
Mr. Barry said, pointing to the door. I turned and walked toward Thomas. I felt flushed and uncomfortable, the beggar with no shame leading a royal procession. Beatrice tottered behind me, carrying my toiletries and 2 hat boxes, while the boy and Mr. Barry juggled the rest of the parcels between them. Thomas held the door and nodded to his car, parked next to the sidewalk.
"Put the parcels on the back seat,"
Thomas instructed, but his eyes were on 4 men walking swiftly down the street toward the store. They wore khaki uniforms and tall boots with black belts and Glengarry hats. The hats made me think of Scottish men and bagpipes, but these men weren't carrying bagpipes. They had guns.
"You look like a beautiful queen, Mother," Owen cried,
reaching for the skirt of my dress with sticky fingers. I sidestepped his attempt and grabbed his hand instead, ignoring the way his palm stuck to mine. Thomas began hustling us into the car, his eyes never leaving the approaching soldiers. When Mr. Barry saw the men, he shoved the packages into the rear seat and urged Beatrice and the boy to go back in the store. Thomas shut the door behind me and strode around to the front of the car. With one swift pull on the crank, the car, clearly already warm and primed, roared to life. Thomas slid behind the wheel and pulled his door shut, just as the men stopped in front of the large window that featured the open pages of the Irish Times. With the backs of their rifles, they began to hit the huge window, shattering it and causing the newspaper to flutter and fall amid the broken glass. One soldier leaned down and lit the pages with a flick of a match. People on either side of the street had stopped walking, watching the vandalism.
"What are you doing?"
Mr. Barry pushed through the door, his mouth gaping and his cheeks red.
"Tell Mr. Lyons he's fomenting rebellion and violence against the Royal Irish Constabulary and the Crown. Next time he displays the paper, we'll break all the windows," one of the men said, his Cockney voice raised so the growing crowd across the street could hear. With a final kick at the smoldering pages, the men continued down the street, toward Hyde Bridge. Thomas was frozen, both hands on the wheel, the car rumbling impatiently. His jaw was clenched so tight, a muscle danced near his ear. People started to rush across the street to view the damage and talk among themselves, and Mr. Barry started organizing the cleanup.
"Thomas?"
I whispered. Owen's eyes were huge, his lower lip trembling. His sucker had fallen from his mouth, and it lay forgotten beside his feet.
"Doc, why did the Tans do that?"
Owen asked, tears threatening. Thomas patted Owen's leg, released the choke, and adjusted the levers by the wheel, and we eased away from the department store, leaving the destruction behind us.
"What was that about, Thomas?" I asked.
He hadn't answered Owen, and his mouth was still tight, his eyes bleak. We crossed Hyde Bridge behind 4 constables and headed out of Sligo, back toward Dromahair. The farther away from town we moved, the more Thomas relaxed. He sighed and cast a quick glance my way before settling his gaze back on the road before us.
"Henry Lyons sends a driver to Dublin every day to get a paper. He puts it up in the store window so the people know what is happening in Dublin. The action is in Dublin. The battle for all of Ireland is being fought in Dublin, and people want to know about it. The Tans and the Auxies don't like him posting the paper."
"The Auxies?"
"The auxiliaries, Anne. They're a separate command from the regular constabulary. They're all ex-officers of the British Army and Navy who have nothing to do now that the Great War is over. Their one job is to crush the IRA.
I remembered that much from my research.
"They weren't Tans?"
Owen asked.
"No, lad. The auxiliaries are even worse than the Tans. He'll always know an Auxie from his hat and his gun belt. You saw their hats, didn't you, Owen?"
Thomas pressed. Owen nodded so emphatically his teeth chattered.
"Stay far away from the Auxies, Owen, and the Tans. Stay the hell away from all of them."
We were quiet then. Owen was biting his lips and picking the dirt from his reclaimed sucker, clearly needing the comfort of it back in his mouth.
"We'll wash it off when we get home, Owen. You'll see. It'll be good again. Why don't you show Thomas your watch and tell him the story Mr. Kelly told us?"
I urged, trying to distract him, to distract us all.
Owen unreeled the long chain from his pocket, extending the swinging timepiece in front of Thomas's face, so he was sure to see it. "Mr. Kelly gave it to me, Doc. He said it was my dad's. Now it's mine, and it still ticks."
Thomas lifted his left hand from the wheel and took the watch in his palm, surprise and sorrow twisting his lips.
"Mr. Kelly had it in a drawer. He forgot all about it until we came to the shop," Owen added.
Thomas's eyes met mine, and I felt certain he already knew the story of the ring.
"I got my father's watch, and my mother got to keep her ring, see?"
Owen patted my hand.
"Yes, I see. You'll have to take very good care of this watch. Put it with your button somewhere safe,"
Thomas said. Owen looked at me, a guilty expression on his sticky face. He wondered if I was going to tell Doc about his attempt to sell the treasure. I could see the dread wrinkling his nose. I helped him put the watch back into his pocket, meeting his eyes with a smile.
reassuring him. "Do you know how to tell time, Owen?" I asked. He shook his head. "Then I will teach you so that you can use the watch." "Who taught you how to tell time?" he asked. "My grandfather," I said softly. There must have been sadness in my face, because the little boy patted my cheek with his grubby fingers, comforting me. "Do you miss him?" "Not anymore," I said, and my voice quaked. "Why?" He was shocked the way I had been once, long ago. "Because he is still with me," I whispered, repeating the words my grandfather had said to me as he'd rocked me in his arms. And suddenly the world shifted and the light dawned, and I wondered if my grandfather had known who I was all along. I helped Owen wash his hands, and together we tidied ourselves before dinner. My hair had lost its pins, and curls hung loose around my face and down my back. I set it all free, wet my fingers, and tamed each curl as best I could, before pulling the bulk of it back into a loose ponytail with a piece of ribbon I'd found in Anne's chest. I wanted nothing more than to fall face first into my bed. My sides screamed, my hands shook, and I had no appetite. But for the first time I sat down at the table with the family. Bridget sat in stony silence at dinner, her back stiff. She chewed minuscule bites of food that barely moved her jaw. Her eyes had grown wide and then narrowed to slits when she'd watched us traipse inside, arms full of parcels, shoeboxes, and hat boxes that were taken to my room. She didn't respond to Owen's excited recounting of the smashed store windows, or the lollipop Mrs. Geraldine Cummins had purchased for him, or the wondrous toys he'd seen on the shelves. Bridget had placed the boy next to her at the table, with Thomas as the head, and me on the opposite side. Across from Owen, an empty space between Thomas and me. It was an odd placement, but it saved Bridget from having to look at me, and kept me as far away from Owen and Thomas as possible. Eleanor, Maeve's older sister, hovered near the kitchen door, standing by in case something was needed. I smiled at her and complimented her on the fare. I didn't have much appetite, but the food was delicious. "That will be all, Eleanor. Run along home. Anne can clear the table and clean up when we are finished," Bridget commanded. After the girl excused herself, Thomas eyed Bridget with raised brows. "Reassigning chores, Mrs. Gallagher?" he asked. "I'm happy to do it," I interjected. "I need to contribute." "You are exhausted," Thomas said. "And Eleanor's going to worry all the way home that she's done something wrong and displeased Bridget, because she always cleans up after dinner and takes the leftovers home to her family." "I simply think Anne owes you a great debt that she should begin repaying as soon as possible," Bridget shot back, her color high, her voice elevated. "I will handle my debts and those who are indebted to me, Bridget," Thomas said, his tone quiet but clipped. Bridget flinched, and Thomas sighed. "First 2 beggars, and now 3. Bridget sniffed. "Is that what we are?" "My mother isn't a beggar with no shame, Nana. Not anymore. She sold her earbobs. Now she's rich," Owen said happily. Bridget pushed back her chair and stood abruptly. "Come, Owen. It's time for a bath and bed. Say good night to the doctor." Owen began to protest, though his plate was empty and had been for some time. "I want Mother to tell me about the Hound of Culzean," he wheedled. "Not tonight, Owen," Thomas said. "It's been a long day. Go with your Nana." "Good night, Doc," Owen said sadly. "Good night, Mother." "Good night, Owen," Thomas said. "Good night, sweet boy," I added, blowing him a kiss. It made him smile, and he kissed his own palm and blew it back to me, as if it was the first time he'd ever done such a thing. "Owen," Bridget demanded. He followed his grandmother from the room, his shoulders drooping and his head low. "Go to bed, Anne," Thomas ordered when the sound of their footsteps faded. "You're about to fall asleep in your soup. I'll take care of this." I ignored him and stood, stacking the dishes around me. "Bridget's right. You've taken me in. No questions," I began. "No questions," he interrupted wryly. "I've asked several, if I recall." "No demands," I adjusted. "And when I'm not terrified, I'm incredibly grateful." He stood and took the plates. I'll do the heavy lifting. You can wash.
We worked quietly, neither of us especially comfortable in the kitchen, though I suspected our reasons were different. I didn't know where anything belonged, and Thomas wasn't much help. I wondered if he'd ever washed a dish or prepared a meal. I was surprised by the luxury: a huge icebox, a large sink, 2 recessed ovens, 8 electric burners, and a pantry. Thomas called it a larder, the size of the dining room. The counter space was vast, each surface clean and well cared for. I already knew the home, and the comforts weren't typical of average homes in 1920, especially in rural Ireland. I'd read Thomas's journal entry about Gallagher, about his stepfather, about the wealth he'd inherited, and the responsibility he felt because of it. I collected all the food from the plates and put it into a bowl, afraid to throw it away. Didn't pigs eat scraps? I knew Thomas had pigs and sheep and chickens and horses that the O'Tooles looked after. I rinsed the plates and saucers, stacking them on top of each other in one basin, unable to locate anything that resembled dish soap. Thomas cleared the dining room table, shoved the leftovers into the icebox, and put the bread and butter in the larder. I wiped off the counters, admiring the heavy wood surfaces worn and well used by hands more able than mine. I was sure Bridget would be down to check my work, but until I had some practical instruction, it was the best I could do.
Why are you afraid?
Thomas asked quietly, letting me finish. I turned off the water and blotted my hands dry, satisfied that we'd cleaned up enough to keep the mice away.
You said when you're not terrified, you're incredibly grateful. Why are you terrified? He pressed.
Because everything is very uncertain.
Bridget is afraid you will take Owen and leave. That is why she's behaving so badly, Thomas said.
I won't. I would never. Where would I go? I stammered.
That depends. Where have you been? He asked, and I pivoted away from the question he persisted in asking.
I would never do that to Owen, to Bridget, or to you. This is Owen's home, I said.
And you are his mother.
I wanted to confess that I was not, that I had no claim to him beyond love. But I didn't. To confess would be to sever my access to the only thing I cared about. So I confessed the only truth I could. I love him so much, Thomas.
I know you do. If I know nothing else, I know that. Thomas sighed.
I promise you, I will not take Owen from Gallagher, I pledged, meeting his gaze.
But can you promise that you won't leave? Thomas said, finding the chink in my armor.
No, I whispered, shaking my head. I can't.
Then maybe you should go, Anne. If you're going to go, go now, before more damage is done.
He wasn't angry or accusatory. His eyes were grim and his voice was soft. And when tears rose in my throat and welled in my eyes, he drew me to him gently and embraced me, stroking my hair and patting my back as though I were a child. But I did not relax against him or let my tears fall. My stomach roiled and my skin felt too tight. I pulled away, afraid that the panic scratching at my heels and oozing out the palms of my hands would break free in his presence. I turned and walked from the kitchen as swiftly as I was able, holding the stitch in my side, focused only on the safety of a closed door.
Anne, wait,
Thomas called behind me. But a door slammed, and excited voices filled the kitchen as a worn couple, their clothes tidy but a little tattered, crowded around Thomas, keeping him from pursuing me as I slipped down the hallway toward my bedroom. Our Eleanor says Mrs. Gallagher dismissed her doctor. She cried all the way home, and I'm beside myself. If there's a problem, you'll tell me, won't you, Dr. Smith? The woman cried.
You've always been fair with us, Doctor, more than fair. But if the girl doesn't know what she's done wrong, how can she fix it?
The man joined in. The O'Tooles had interpreted Eleanor's early night exactly as Thomas said they would. Poor Thomas. It must be hard always being right. He was right about so many things. If I was going to go, I should go now. He was right about that, too. I just didn't know how.
28 November, 1920. I sat with Mick in Dublin last Saturday, eating eggs and rashers at a place on Grafton Street called the Café Cairo. Mick always eats like it's a race, shoveling food into his mouth, his eyes on his plate, focused on the task of refilling so he can keep moving. It never fails to amaze me how freely he moves about the city. He usually wears a neat grey suit and a bowler hat, rides his bike as often as not, and smiles and waves and makes small talk with the very people who are hunting him. He hides in plain sight and runs circles, literally and figuratively, around everyone else. But he was fidgety last Saturday, impatient. At one point, he shoved his plate aside and leaned across the table towards me until our faces were mere inches apart. "You see the cocks at the back tables, Tommy? Don't look right now. Wait a bit and drop your napkin." I took a deep pull of the black coffee in front of me and knocked my napkin to the floor as I set my cup back down. As I retrieved the napkin, I let my eyes trip across the half-filled tables along the far wall. I knew instantly which men he was referring to. They wore three-piece suits and ties, not uniforms. Their hats were pulled lower on the right than the left, demanding your gaze, while their eyes warned you to quickly look away. I didn't know if they were Cockneys, but they were Brits. There were 5 at one table and a few more at the next. Maybe it was the way they surveyed the room or talked around their cigarettes, but they were together, and they were trouble. "That's not all of 'em, but they'll be gone tomorrow," Mick said. I didn't ask what he meant. His eyes were flat, his mouth turned down. "Who are they?" I asked. "They call them the Cairo gang, 'cause they always meet here. Lloyd George sent them to Dublin to take me out." "If you know who they are, isn't it possible they know who you are, and you and I are about to get pumped full of lead?" I murmured around the rim of my cup. I had to set it down again. My hands were shaking. Not from fear, at least not for myself. For him. And I was angry at the risk he'd taken. "I had to see them off," Mick said mildly, shrugging. His jitters were gone. He'd passed them on to me. He put his hat on his head and stood, counting out a few coins for our breakfast. Neither of us looked back as we walked out of the cafe. The next morning, in the early hours before dawn, 14 men were gunned down across Dublin, many of them members of the special unit sent in to deal with Michael Collins and his squad. By afternoon, the Crown forces were in an uproar. Reeling from the blow to their officers, they sent armoured cars and military lorries to Croke Park, where Dublin was playing Tipperary in a football match. When the ticket sellers saw the armoured cars and the packed lorries, they ran inside the park. The Tans chased them down, claiming they thought the ticket sellers were IRA men. Once inside the park, the Black and Tans opened fire into the crowd of spectators. People were trampled. Others were shot. 60 injured. 13 dead. I spent the evening offering my services to the wounded, riddled with guilt at my part in the mayhem, seething with anger that it had come to this, and filled with longing for it all to end. T.S.
11. Before the world was made. If I make the lashes dark and the eyes more bright and the lips more scarlet, or ask if all be right from mirror after mirror, no vanities displayed, I'm looking for the face I had before the world was made. W. B. Yeats. Thomas knocked on my door after the O'Tooles, clearly reassured that all was well, left. I watched the couple walk past my window, their arms laden with loaves of bread and the mutton, potatoes, and gravy Eleanor had prepared for dinner. I was buried in my covers, my face hidden and the light extinguished. The door was not locked, and after a moment Thomas opened it carefully. "Anne, I want to check your wound," he said, coming no farther than the threshold. I feigned sleep, keeping my swollen eyes shut, my face buried, and after a moment he left, closing the door softly behind him. He'd said I should go. I considered pulling on the clothes that sat on my top shelf, dressing myself for the life I'd lost, and tiptoeing out to the loch.
I would steal a boat and sail home. I pictured the morning dawning as I sat in a stolen boat on the loch, waiting to return to 2001. What if nothing happened? What if Thomas had to rescue me again, me dressed in my odd clothes with nowhere to go? He would think I was truly crazy. He wouldn't let me near Owen. I moaned, the thought snatching my nerve and quickening my heartbeat. But what if it worked? What if I could go home? Did I really want that? The thought brought me up short. I had a beautiful apartment in Manhattan. I had enough money to comfortably last a lifetime. I had respect, acclaim. My publicist would worry. My editor would fret. My agent might even grieve. Would anyone else? I had thousands of devoted readers and no close friends. I had hundreds of acquaintances in dozens of cities. I'd dated a handful of men a handful of times. I'd even slept with 2 of them. 2 lovers, and I was 30 years old. The term lovers made me wince. There had been no love involved. I had always been married to my work, in love with my stories, and committed to my characters, and I'd never wanted anyone or anything else. Owen had been my island in a very lonely sea, a sea I'd chosen, a sea I'd loved. But Owen was gone, and I found I had no desire to cross the waters if he wasn't waiting for me on the other side. Thomas had left before I rose the next day, and was home again after I retired that night. I changed my bandages with very little trouble, confident that Thomas wouldn't have to tend to them again, but he obviously didn't agree. When he knocked the following night, I had not yet extinguished my light, and was sitting at the small desk. Feigning sleep would not be possible. I knew Owen's birthday was coming on Monday, and I wanted to make something for him. I'd found paper in the drawer in Thomas's office, along with a few pencils and a fountain pen that I had no idea how to use. Maeve had helped me put a long, fat stitch down the center of a thick stack of paper, binding the pages and making a spine. Owen had danced around, knowing it was going to be for him, and I'd let him help me spread glue on the stitches to strengthen and harden them. When it dried, I'd folded the pages in half over the seam. Now I had to create a story just for him. He wouldn't see the finished product until Monday, which was only 3 days away. Now Thomas was at my door, and I didn't want to see him. The memory of his words made my chest burn. I'd not gone like he'd asked, and I'd been dreading the moment when I had to face him again, with no answers, no explanations, and no invitation to remain under his roof. I wore the sweater and trousers I'd worn the day Thomas pulled me out of the lake. I hadn't expected company, and I had no pajamas other than the voluminous nightgowns that tangled around my body and strangled me in the night. I was still flirting with the future, with going home. Plus, wearing the clothes made me feel more like myself, and I needed to be Anne Gallagher, the writer, to create a special story for a perfect little boy. Thomas knocked again and gently turned the knob. "May I come in?" he asked. He had his medical bag in his hand, the dutiful doctor till the end. I nodded, not looking up from the small stack of paper I was using to jot down my ideas before I committed them to the pages that waited. He drew up behind me, a warm presence at my back. "What's this?" "I'm making Owen a book for his birthday, writing him a story that's never been told before. Something just for him." "You're writing it?" There was something in his voice that made my heart quicken. "Yes." "He always made Declan read to you. You said the letters moved when you tried to read them. I assumed writing would be difficult as well," he said slowly. "No, I don't struggle with reading or writing," I whispered, setting the pencil down. "And you're left-handed," Thomas said, surprised. I nodded hesitantly. "I guess I never knew that. Declan was left-handed. Owen is too." Thomas was silent for several seconds, musing. I waited, afraid to resume my writing for fear he'd notice something else. "I need to check your wound, Anne. It should be sufficiently healed to remove the stitches." I rose obediently. His brow furrowed as his eyes traveled down my clothing and back up to my unbound hair. "Countess Markievicz wears trousers," I blurted, defensive. Constance Markievicz was a leading figure in Irish politics, a woman born to wealth but more interested in revolution.
She'd been imprisoned after the Rising and enjoyed a certain notoriety and respect among the people, especially those sympathetic to the cause of Irish independence. The fact that she'd married a Polish count only made her more fascinating.
"Yes, so I hear. Did she give you those?"
he countered, a sardonic twist to his lips. I ignored him, walking to the bed and stretching out carefully on the crisp spread. I'd caught Maeve pressing it. Then she'd given me a quick lesson in using the iron, though she'd insisted I wouldn't need to press my own clothes. They'd already been ironed and hung in the huge wooden wardrobe in the corner. I raised the hem of my sweater to uncover the bandages, folding the bottom over my breasts. But the waistline of the trousers still covered the edge of the bandage. I unbuttoned them and eased them down an inch, my eyes fixed on the ceiling. Thomas had seen me in less, much less, but bearing my skin this way felt different, like I was engaging in a striptease. And when he cleared his throat, his discomfort magnified my own. He pulled the chair from the desk to the side of my bed and sat, removing a small pair of scissors, some tweezers, and a vial of iodine from his bag. He removed the bandage I'd applied the day before, swabbed the area, and with steady hands began to pluck the neat stitches from my side.
"Beatrice Barnes informed me when we were at the department store that there were several things you still need. Since you had to resort to wearing Countess Markiewicz's trousers, I am inclined to believe her."
"I didn't intend for you to pay for my clothes," I said.
"And I didn't intend for you to think I wanted you to leave,"
he countered softly, slowly, making sure I understood him. I swallowed, determined not to cry, but felt a traitorous tear scurry down the side of my face and disappear into the whirl of my ear. I had never cried much in my life before Owen died. Now I cried constantly.
"My car is filled with parcels. I'll bring them in when I'm finished here. Beatrice has reassured me that you now have everything you need."
"Thomas."
"Anne,"
he responded in the same tone, raising his blue eyes to mine briefly, before he continued his careful snipping. I could feel his soft breath on my skin, and I closed my eyes against the flutter in my belly and the curling of my bare toes. I liked his touch. I liked his head bowed over my body. I liked him. Thomas Smith was the kind of man who could quietly slip into and out of a room without drawing much attention. He was handsome if one stopped to contemplate each feature. Deep-set blue eyes, more glum than glittering. Long grooves in his cheeks when he flashed a brief smile. Straight white teeth behind well-formed lips that perched above a dimpled chin at the apex of a clean-cut jaw. Yet he had a slight stoop to his shoulders and an air of melancholia that had folks respecting his space and his solitude, even as they sought him out. His hair was dark, more black than brown, though the glint of stubble he removed from his cheeks each morning was decidedly ruddy. He was lean, his ropey muscles giving his spare frame girth. He wasn't tall. He wasn't short. He wasn't a big man. He wasn't a small man. He wasn't loud or obtrusive, even as he moved and acted with an innate confidence. He was simply Thomas Smith, as ordinary as his name, and yet not ordinary at all. I could have written stories about him. He would be the character that grew on the reader, making them love him simply because he was good, decent, dependable. Maybe I would write stories about him. Maybe I would. Someday. I liked him, and it would be easy to love him. The knowledge was sudden, a fleeting thought that settled on me with butterfly wings. I had never met someone like Thomas. I'd never once been intrigued by a man, even the men I'd temporarily let into my life. I'd never felt that pull, that pressure, that desire to discover and be discovered in return. Not until now. Not until Thomas. Now I felt all those things.
"Tell me the story,"
Thomas murmured.
The story you are planning for Owen's book. I'd like to hear it."
"Oh." I thought for a moment, putting the threads of my ideas into sentences. "Well, it is about a boy who travels through time. He has a little boat, a little red boat, and he takes it out on the water, on Loch Gill. The boat is just a child's toy, but when he sets it in the water, it becomes big enough for him to climb inside. He rows across the lake, But when he reaches the other side, he is always somewhere else. America during the Revolution, France with Napoleon, China when the Great Wall was being built. When he wants to go home, he simply finds the nearest lake or stream, sets his little boat in the water, and climbs inside.
And he finds himself back on the loch.
Thomas finished, a smile in his voice. Yes, home again, I said.
Owen will love that.
I thought I would write the first story, the first adventure, and then we can continue to add more, depending on what he is most interested in.
What if you give him the book you've already made, the one with empty pages, for that purpose, and I help you construct another?
Thomas straightened, drawing my sweater down over my stomach and tucking his tools away, the operation completed.
I'm a decent artist. I can certainly draw a picture of a wee boy in a red boat.
I'll write the words, and you'll draw the pictures? I asked, pleased.
Yes. It will be easier to do that on loose pages. When we're done, we'll organize the words and pictures so they correspond. Stitching and gluing will be last.
We don't have much time.
Then we should get started. Countess.
Thomas and I worked into the early morning hours on Friday and Saturday. How he managed to work all day and make a child's book most of the night was beyond me. He created a system so that the pictures and text would align once he bound them, and I began to craft the tale, keeping it pithy, limiting the narrative to a small paragraph per page. Thomas added simple pencil sketches beneath the words, interspersing a full-page picture here and there to make it more fun. He gave me a fountain pen with a little well at the top that was big enough to insert ink tablets and a few drops of water. I had to hold the pen just so to keep it from dripping all over the page. I was so inept I resorted to writing in pencil, and Thomas traced my words in ink, his tongue between his teeth, his shoulder hunched over the page. Bridget, Owen, Thomas, and I went to Mass on Sunday. Thomas said missing Mass 3 Sundays in a row would cause almost as big a stir as coming back from the dead, which was what I'd done. I found myself eager to see the chapel at Ballinagar again, but was filled with dread at the attention I would get. I took extra care with my appearance, knowing I would be judged by it. I decided I would wear the deep rose dress with the cream-colored cloche hat Beatrice had sent home with Thomas. She'd also sent a box of baubles, earrings that worked with several outfits, several pairs of gloves, and a charcoal gray handbag that was neutral enough to carry with anything. Beatrice had tucked a shaving kit in the parcels as well, one that was identical to Thomas's, a little box of blades and a thick handle with a wide head, all kept in a small tin box with an eagle emblazoned on the cover. I wondered if Thomas had noticed that I borrowed his a few times and purchased another so that I would stop. The razor was bulky and unwieldy compared to what I was used to, but with care and attention it worked. I didn't know if women of the era shaved, but if Thomas had provided me with a razor of my own, it couldn't be completely unheard of. I experimented with the cosmetics, smoothing on the vanishing cream, following it with the powder, the rouge, and the eyelash tint, and was pleasantly surprised by the effect. I looked fresh-faced and appealing, and Beatrice had been correct about the shade of pink on my cheeks and lips. Subtle, yet becoming. My hair continued to be the most difficult part of the costume, and I wrangled it into a French braid, weaving the curls into place and wrapping the tail of the braid into a knot at my nape. I stuck the knot with a few long pins and willed it to stay put. I wore a corset for the first time, attaching my stockings to the long straps, and I was so tired and winded after dressing, I pledged to never wear it again. Bridget sniffed when I climbed into the rear seat of the car with Owen, leaving the front seat to her, but Owen's countenance brightened considerably.
"Mass is very long, Mother," he whispered, warning me, "and Nana won't let me sit by my friends. But if you sit by me, maybe it won't be so boring."
"Someday you will like it. It can be very peaceful being surrounded by people you care about and who care about you. That is really what church is for. It's a chance to just sit still and think about all the wonderful things God has made and count all the blessings we have."
"I am a good counter," Owen said hopefully.
"Then you won't be a bit bored." We drove through Dromahair and into the fields, following the same road, albeit an unpaved one, I'd taken with Maeve O'Toole's instructions ringing in my ears. When I saw the church, it was like glimpsing a familiar face, and I found myself smiling despite my apprehensions. We rumbled to a stop among cars of a similar shape and style, and Thomas opened his door and stepped out, lifting Owen from the back seat and helping Bridget alight before doing the same for me.
"Bridget, take Owen and go inside. I need to talk to Anne for a moment,"
Thomas instructed. Owen and Bridget frowned in tandem, but Bridget took the little boy's hand and started across the grass to the open doors that welcomed the stream of congregants arriving in cars, delivery trucks, and the occasional horse-drawn wagon.
"I saw Father Darby early this morning. He was given last rites to Sarah Gillis, Mrs. O'Toole's grandmother."
"Oh, no."
"The woman was so old, she was praying to go," he said. "She was 100 years if she was a day. Her passing is a blessing on the family."
I nodded, thinking of Maeve and the longevity she would inherit.
"But that's not why I need to speak to you. I asked Father Darby to make an announcement today from the lectern. He makes announcements every week, church picnics, death notices, birth notices, pleas for help for this parishioner or that parishioner. You know the kind,"
Thomas explained. He took off his hat and placed it on his head again.
"I asked him to announce that you've returned home after a long illness, and that you are residing at Garvaglebe with your son. I thought it would be easier than trying to tell people one at a time, and no one can follow up Father Darby's announcement with questions, although they will try when Mass is over."
I nodded slowly, both nervous and relieved. "What now?"
"Now, we have to go inside,"
he said with a wry smile. I balked, and Thomas tipped my chin to meet my gaze beneath the trim of my hat.
"People will talk, Anne. They'll talk, and they'll speculate about where you've been and what, and who you've been doing it with. What they don't know, they might fabricate, but in the end, none of that really matters. You're here, impossible as it seems, and no one can dispute that."
"I'm here, as impossible as it seems," I repeated, nodding.
"What you say to fill in the blanks, or not, is entirely up to you. I'll be beside you, and eventually they'll lose interest."
I nodded again, more firmly, and linked my arm through his. "Thank you, Thomas." My words were paltry, considering how much he'd done for me, but he let me hold on to him, and we entered the church together.
8 July, 1921. She is the same, but not the same at all. Her skin has the same luster, her eyes the same tilt. Her nose, her chin, and the shape of the fine bones of her face are all unchanged. Her hair has grown so long that it brushes the middle of her back. But it is still dark, and it still curls. She is as slight as I remember, and not especially tall. Her laugh made me want to weep, a memory come to life, the sound of a sweeter time, of an old friend and new pain. New pain because she has returned, and I'd given up on her. I didn't find her. She found us, and oddly, she isn't angry. She isn't broken. It's almost as if she isn't Anne. Her voice is the same, musical and low, but she speaks slowly now, almost gently, like she's not sure of herself. And the stories she tells, the poetry that trips so effortlessly from her lips. I could listen for hours, but it's so unlike the girl I knew. The old Anne used to spit out her words, and she couldn't release them fast enough. She was fiery and full of ideas. She could never sit still. Declan would laugh and kiss her to slow her down. She would try to kiss him back while finishing her point. Anne has a quiet about her now, an inner calm that is very different, like a contented Madonna, though I wonder if it's because she has been reunited with Owen. She watches him with such love and devotion, such fascination, that I am ashamed for doubting her. Her joy in him makes me angry at the years she lost. She should be angry too. She should be sorrowful. She should be scarred, But she's not. The only visible scar is the gunshot wound on her side, and that she won't explain. She refuses to tell me where she's been or what has happened to her. I've tried to imagine plausible scenarios, and I can't. Was she wounded in the rising? Did someone find her and care for her? Did she lose her memory, only to regain it 5 years later? Was she really in America? Is she a British spy? Did she have a lover? Or did Declan's death send her over the edge? The possibilities, or lack thereof, will drive me mad. When I press her for answers, she seems truly afraid. Then her terror makes her mouth tremble and her hands shake, and she struggles to meet my gaze. And I give up and give in and postpone the questions that must be answered. Eventually. She has holes in her ears, and diamonds until she sold them, but no gap between her front teeth. I noticed it when she begged to clean them the first time, and I don't know what to make of it. Maybe my memory's flawed, but the straight white row of perfect teeth seems wrong. When I pulled her from the lake, she answered immediately to her name, yet she didn't call me by mine. I shudder to think what would have happened had I not been there. I'd been returning from checking on Polly O'Brien across the loch, the first time I'd been there in ages. A complete fluke that I was there at all. I heard a crack, unmistakable, and nothing more. Minutes later, she called out, leading me to her. She has been leading me by the nose ever since, and I have no idea what to do about it. When she is out of my sight, I don't breathe easy until I see her again. Bridget thinks Anne will take Owen and run if given the chance. I'm afraid of that too, and though I am drawn to her like never before, I don't trust her. It's made leaving much harder. For Owen's sake, I don't want to frighten Anne off. And if I'm being honest, I can't bear to see her go. I went to Dublin in June, making rounds to Dublin's jails, using my medical credentials to check on the political prisoners Mick was negotiating to get released. Lord French has resigned from his duties, but the clearance he gave me during the hunger strikes still got me in almost everywhere. I was denied visits with a few prisoners, which most likely meant the prisoners were in rough shape, too rough for an official inspection. I threatened and waved my papers around, insisting I be allowed to do my job, which got me in a few more doors, but not all. I made special note of where the men were being kept, gathered as much information as I could from their jailers, and made sure Mick knew which prisoners were in the greatest danger of not making it out again. It took me 3 days to make my rounds, write up my reports, and draw my diagrams. Mick was already putting plans in motion for several breakouts when I left. I haven't been back again. But with rumors of a truce Anne predicted would come, I need to see where Mick's head is. He was shut out of the negotiations between De Valera and Lloyd George, though Mick ran the government and the war, while De Valera sat in America for 18 months, raising money, tucked away from the hell that is Ireland, from the front lines of a war fought without him. T.S.
12. A First Confession. Why those questioning eyes that are fixed upon me? What can they do but shun me, if empty night replies? W.B. Yeats. You're very good, you know. These illustrations are delightful, I said on Sunday evening, after Owen had been coaxed into bed.
When I was a boy, I was sick a lot. When I wasn't reading, I was sketching,
Thomas replied, his eyes on the picture he was creating, a picture of a man looking out onto a lake where a tiny boat floated in the distance. The book was finished, but Thomas was still drawing. I had already stitched the finished pages together and glued the thick seam into the spine of a cloth-bound cover Thomas had removed from an old ledger. The cover was a plain blue cloth, which served our purposes perfectly. Thomas had written The Adventures of Owen Gallagher across the front in his ornate hand and drawn a small sailboat beneath the title. We'd created 3 different voyages for Owen to take, one back to the days of the dinosaurs, one to the building of the pyramids, and one to the future when man walked on the moon. Owen's boat had to sail through the Milky Way to return home, and Thomas was quite impressed with my imagination.
With my input, his sketches of a rocket ship and a space traveler were unsurprisingly prescient. "Did you live in this house?" I asked. I stood and began to tidy the space so I could wrap our gift. "I did. My father died before I was born." His eyes shot to mine, gauging whether he was telling me things I already knew. "And your mother remarried an Englishman," I provided. "Yes. He owned this house, this land, and my mother and I became part of the landed class." His tone was wry. "I spent most of my childhood days staring out the window in the room where you now sleep. I couldn't play or run or go outside. It would make me cough and wheeze, and a few times I even stopped breathing." "Asthma?" I asked absent-mindedly. "Yes," he said, surprised. "How did you know? It isn't a well-known term. My doctors called it bronchospasms. But I came across an article in a medical journal published in 1892 that introduced the term. It comes from the Greek word azin, which means to pant or breathe with an open mouth." I didn't comment. I waited, hoping he would continue. "I thought if I learned enough I could heal myself, since no one else seemed to be able to. I dreamed of running down the lane, running and never stopping. I dreamed of hurling and wrestling. I dreamed of a body that wouldn't grow tired before I did. My mother was afraid to let me go to school, but she didn't argue with me or dictate what I read or studied. She even asked Dr. Mostyn if I could look at his anatomy books when I showed an interest. I read them and then read them again, and sometimes the doctor would come and sit with me and answer my questions. My stepfather hired a tutor, and the tutor humored me too. He sent away from medical journals, and in between sketching and reading Wolfe Tone and Robert Emmet, I became a bit of a medical expert." "You're not sick anymore?" "No. I like to think I cured myself with regular doses of black coffee, which eased the symptoms immensely. But besides staying away from things that seemed to exacerbate it, like hay, certain plants, or cigar smoke, I think I mostly outgrew it. By the time I was 15, my health was good enough for me to go to St. Peter's College in Wexford for boarding school. And you know the rest of that story." I didn't. Not really. But I remained quiet, wrapping Owen's book in brown paper and tying it securely with a long piece of twine. "What did you think of Father Darby's announcement this morning?" Thomas asked, his tone perfectly measured. I knew he wasn't talking about the announcement that had caused every head to turn and neck to crane toward me. I'd kept my eyes focused on my lap when Father Darby had welcomed me home, as Thomas had asked him to do. Owen had wiggled and waved beside me, enjoying the attention, and Bridget, sitting on his other side, had pinched his leg sharply, reining him in. I'd glared up at her, angered by the nasty welt she'd raised on his leg. Her cheeks had been bright with embarrassment, her jaw tight, and my anger had fizzled into despair. Bridget was suffering. Through the announcement, her eyes had never strayed from the stained glass depiction of the crucifixion, but her discomfort was as great as my own. She'd relaxed slightly when Father Darby had moved on to political matters, and captured the congregation's attention with the news of a truce that had been brokered between the newly formed Dáil, Ireland's unrecognised parliament, and the British government. "My dear brothers and sisters, word has spread that tomorrow, July 11th, Eamon de Valera, President of the Irish Republic and the Dáil Éireann, and Lloyd George, Prime Minister of England, will sign a truce between our two countries, ending these long years of violence and ushering in a period of peace and negotiation. Let us pray for our leaders and for our countrymen that order can be maintained and freedom in Ireland can finally be achieved." Cries and exclamations rang out, and for a moment Father Darby was silent, letting the news settle on his jubilant flock. I peeked up at Thomas, praying he'd forgotten my prediction. He was staring down at me, his face carefully blank, his pale eyes shuttered. I held his gaze for a heartbeat, then looked away, breathless and repentant. I had no idea how I was going to explain myself. He'd said nothing about it after Mass, nothing at dinner, discussing the news benignly with Bridget, and later with several men who stopped by to speak with him. They'd argued in the parlour about what the truce really meant, about partition, and about every member of the IRA having a target on his back. They talked so loudly and so long, puffing cigarettes that made Thomas wheeze, that he finally suggested they move to the rear terrace, where the air was cold and fresh, and their conversation would not keep the rest of the house from retiring. Bridget and I had not been invited to join the discussion, and eventually I helped Owen get ready for bed. I spent a long time in his room, telling him stories and reciting Yeats, until he finally drifted off to Baila and Alan, the only story he cared nothing about. When I'd sneaked down to my room to finish Owen's book, the men were gone, and Thomas was already there, sitting at my desk, waiting for me. And even then, we spoke of easy things. Now he looked up at me, weary. His fingers were smudged with lead, and he smelled of cigarettes he didn't smoke. His expression was no longer mild, the conversation no longer easy.
"I know you aren't Declan's Anne," Thomas said quietly.
I was silent, heart quaking, waiting for recriminations. He stood, moved around the desk, and stopped in front of me, still an arm's length away. I wanted to step into him. I wanted to be closer. Being near him made my belly flutter and my breasts tighten. He made me feel things I hadn't felt before, and even though I feared what he would say next, I wanted to move toward him.
"I know you aren't Declan's Anne, not anymore. Because Declan's Anne never looked at me the way you do."
The last words were said so simply, I wasn't certain I'd heard him right. Our eyes clashed and held, and I swallowed, trying to dislodge the hook from my throat. But I was caught as surely as I'd been when he pulled me out of the lake.
"And if you keep looking at me that way, Anne, I'll kiss you. I don't know if I trust you. I don't even know who you are half the time. But damn if I can resist when you look at me like that."
I wanted him to. I wanted him to kiss me. But he didn't close the distance between us, and his lips didn't press into mine. "Can't I just be Anne?" I asked, almost pleading.
"If you aren't Declan's Anne, who are you?"
he whispered, as if he hadn't heard me at all. I sighed, my shoulders drooping, my eyes falling away. "Maybe I'm Owen's Anne," I said simply. I had always been Owen's Anne. He nodded and smiled sadly.
"Yes, maybe you are. Finally."
"Were you in love with me, Thomas?" I ventured, suddenly brave. My shamelessness made me wince, but I needed to know how he'd felt about Declan's Anne. His eyebrows rose in slow surprise, and he stepped back from me, distancing himself farther, and I felt the loss even as I filled my lungs in relief.
"No, I wasn't. But you were Declan's always. Always," Thomas said. "And I love Declan."
"And if I hadn't been Declan's, would you have wanted me to be yours?" I pressed, trying not to slip and use the wrong pronoun. Thomas shook his head as he spoke, almost denying the words as he said them.
"You were wild. You burned so hot that none of us could help but draw closer, just to bask in your warmth. And you are so beautiful. But no, I had no wish to be consumed by you. I had no desire to be burned."
I didn't know what to feel, relief or despair. I didn't want Thomas to love her, but I did want him to care about me, and the two were suddenly intertwined.
"Declan could withstand the heat," Thomas continued. "He loved it. He loved you so much. You lit him up inside, and I always thought you felt the same way about him."
To not come to Anne's defense would be wrong. I couldn't let Thomas doubt her, not even to save myself. "I'm sure she did. I'm sure Anne Finnegan Gallagher felt the exact same way," I said, head bowed. He was quiet, but I felt his turmoil even as I refused to meet his gaze.
"I don't understand. You speak as if you were two different people," he pressed.
"We are," I choked, struggling for my composure. He took one step, and then another, drawing close enough to lift my chin and search my eyes, his fingers soft on my face. I saw my emotions, grief, loss, fear, uncertainty, reflected in his gaze. None of us are the same, Anne. Some days I hardly recognize myself in the mirror. It's not my face that has changed. It's the way I see the world. I've seen things that have permanently altered me. I've done things that have distorted my vision. I've crossed lines and tried to find them again, only to discover that all my lines have disappeared. And without lines, everything blurs together.
His voice was so heartsick, his words so heavy, that I could only gaze back at him, moved to tears and silenced by his sadness.
But when I look at you, I still see Anne, he whispered. Your lines are sharp and clean. The faces around you are faded and dull. They've been faded and dull for years now, but you are perfectly clear.
I am not her, Thomas, I said, needing him to believe me and not daring to make him understand. Right now, I almost wish I were, but I am not that Anne.
No, you're right. You've changed. You don't burn my eyes like you once did. Now I don't have to look away.
My breath caught at his confession, the sound ricocheted between us, and he leaned in to gently free it, brushing my mouth with his. His lips were so soft and shy, they slipped away without letting me greet them. I followed, frantic to call them back, and he hesitated, forehead pressed to mine, hands on my shoulders, letting my bated breath extend an invitation before he accepted it and returned. His hand slid around to my back as his mouth lowered and stayed, letting me feel the warmth and the press of his kiss, so real, so present, so impossible. Our mouths moved in a halo of swollen caresses, a brush and a slide, a nudge and a pause, reveling in the weight of lips against lips. Over and over, and then again, plying and persuading, urging and unraveling, until the pounding of my heart trembled in my mouth and quivered in my belly. Need, it panted. More, it roared. The hound of Culzean, baying a warning at the door. We both drew back in breathless wonder, eyes wide, hands clinging, lips parted. For a moment we simply stared at one another, inches apart, our bodies changed and howling. And then we widened the distance, releasing each other. The clanging in my chest and the rushing of my blood was slower to ebb.
Good night, Countess,
Thomas murmured.
Good night, Satanta,
I said. And a smile ghosted past his lips as he turned and left my room. I was drifting off to sleep when I realized he'd never demanded an explanation about the truce. The next few weeks I moved in a sort of haze, straddling reality and an existence that was both illogical and absolutely undeniable. I stopped questioning what had happened to me, what would happen to me, and accepted each day as it came. When one dreams terrible dreams, part of the unconscious mind reassures that wakefulness will summon reality and banish the nightmare. But it was not a terrible dream. It had become a sweet sanctuary. And though that stubborn voice still whispered that I would wake, I stopped caring if I slept. I accepted my predicament with the imagination of my childhood, lost in a world that I'd created, and fearful that the story would come to an end, and that I would return to my previous life, where Owen and Ireland and Thomas Smith no longer existed. Thomas had not kissed me again, and I had not given him any indication that I wanted to be kissed. We'd established something that we were not ready to explore. Declan was gone, and Anne was gone. At least the Anne he thought I'd been. Thomas was still caught between the memory of them and the prospect of me, and I was snagged between a future that was my past and a past that might be my future. So we settled into an ever-narrowing circle of discovery, talking of nothing and everything, of this and that, of now and then. I asked questions, and he freely answered. He asked questions, and I tried not to lie. I was happy in a way that made no sense, content in a manner that called into question my sanity, and surrounded by people who made me glad to be alive, if alive is what I was. Thomas took me with him once or twice a week, or when he thought he would need an extra set of hands, and I'd done my best to provide them. I'd been raised by a doctor. I knew basic first aid, and I wasn't prone to freakouts or fainting at the sight of blood, which was about all I had going for me.
But Thomas seemed to think it was enough. When he could, he left me home to spend time with Owen, who would be starting school in the fall. Owen introduced me to all the animals at Garvaglebe and told me their names, the pigs, the chickens, the sheep, and the pretty brown mare who was expecting a foal. We began taking long walks along the shore and down the lane, over the green hills and across the low rock walls. I was traipsing over Leitrim's fields with Owen babbling at my side. Ireland was grey and green, shot with the yellow of the gorse that grew wildly on the hills and in the valleys, and I wanted to know her intimately. Sometimes Bridget came too, first because she feared Owen and I would disappear together, and then because she seemed to enjoy the exercise. She started to soften toward me infinitesimally, and sometimes she could be coaxed to talk of the days when she was a girl living in Kiltyclare, in northern Leitrim, giving me a glimpse into her life. It seemed to surprise her that I listened so intently, that I cared to hear her stories, that I wanted to know her at all. I discovered she had 2 sons and a daughter, all older than Declan, and a little girl buried in Ballinagar. I hadn't seen a stone, and wondered if the child's marker was just a plot of grass with a heavy rock to mark her resting place. Her oldest daughter was in America, in New Haven, Connecticut. Her name was Mary, and she'd married a man named John Bannon. They had 3 children, grandchildren Bridget had never seen, cousins Owen had never told me about. Bridget's 2 sons were unmarried. One, Ben, was a train conductor in Dublin, and the other, Liam, worked on the docks in Sligo. Since I'd been at Garvaglebe, neither had come to visit. I'd listened to Bridget provide updates on each one of her children, and I hung on her words, trying to absorb things I should have known, things Anne would have known, and doing my best to bluff my way through the rest.
"You are kind to her, to Bridget,"
Thomas remarked one day, when we returned from our walk to find him already at home.
"She has never been especially kind to you."
Maybe the difference between the real Anne Gallagher and me was that Bridget was her mother-in-law, and Bridget was my great-great-grandmother. Bridget's blood ran in my veins. She was part of me. How big a part only my DNA would tell. But she belonged to me, and I wanted to know her. The first Anne might not have felt the same sense of belonging. Thomas went to Dublin for a few days in the middle of August. He wanted to bring me along, and Owen too, but changed his mind in the end. He seemed reluctant to leave and anxious to go, but he made me promise, as he stuck his medical bag and a small suitcase in the back seat of his Model T, that I would still be at Garvaglebe when he returned.
"Don't leave, Anne,"
he said, his hat in his hands, fear in his eyes.
"Promise me you'll stay close. Promise me so I can do what I need to do in Dublin without my head running back here."
I nodded with only a flicker of fear. If I hadn't gone home yet, I was doubtful I ever would again. Maybe Thomas saw that flicker in my eyes, faint as it was, for he pulled in a sigh and held it, weighing it, considering it, before he released it with a gust of submission.
"I won't go," he said. "I'll wait a bit longer."
"Thomas, go. I'll be here when you get back, I promise." He looked for a moment at my mouth as if he wanted to kiss it, to taste it for the truth. But Owen rushed out of the house and threw himself at Thomas, demanding affection and wheedling a prize from Dublin if he was very good while Thomas was away. Thomas lifted him easily and hugged him close before extracting his own promises.
"I'll bring you back a present if you mind your nana and look after your mother. And don't let her go near the loch,"
he said to Owen, raising his pale blue eyes to mine as he set the boy back on the ground. My heart lurched, and a memory flooded back, bringing with it an odd sense of déjà vu, and a line tripping through my mind. "Don't go near the water, love. The loch will take you far from me," I murmured, and Thomas cocked his head.
"What?"
he asked. "Nothing. Just something I read once."
"Why can't Mother go near the loch?" Owen asked, confused. "We go there all the time. We walk on the shore and skip rocks. Mother showed me how."
Owen had taught me how to skip rocks once upon a time, yet another dizzying circle of what came first. Thomas frowned, ignoring Owen's question, and sighed again, as if his head and stomach were at war with one another. "Thomas, go. All will be well while you're gone," I said firmly.
22 August, 1921. I drove to Dublin with both hands on the wheel and my heart in my throat. I'd had little contact with Mick since de Valera had returned, and Lord French had been replaced as General Governor. I wasn't much help to Mick in the scheme of things. I was nothing but a sounding board, a friend, a financial backer and a secret keeper who did what I could, where I could. But still, I'd been away too long, and despite the truce, I was worried. I met Mick and Joe O'Reilly, Mick's personal assistant, at Devlin's pub. They were huddled in the back room Mick had been given for an office. The door was left ajar so he could see trouble coming. The rear exit provided a quick escape. Mick was at Devlin's more than he was at his own apartment. He rarely stayed in one place too long, and if it weren't for the loyalty of average citizens, who knew exactly who he was, and never said a word despite the reward on his head, he would have been captured long ago. His reputation had grown to epic proportions, and I was afraid much of the rub with the president of the Dáil was due to Mick's popularity. I became alarmed when he told me de Valera, was considering sending him to America to get him out of the fight. I couldn't believe what I was hearing. Mick is the fight, and I told him as much. Without him, our Irish rebellion is all symbolism and suffering with no results, just like every other Irish rebellion over the last several hundred years has been. Joe O'Reilly agreed with me, and I wondered for the first time how old Joe O'Reilly was. Young. He had to be younger than me, but the man was worn thin. Mick was too. His stomach had been bothering him, the pain so intense I suspected ulcers, and made him promise to adjust his diet. Dave won't send me away. He can't get any support for it. But he might send me to London, Doc. He's making noise about sending me to negotiate the terms of a treaty, Mick said. I told Mick I thought that was good news, until he told me de Valera wanted to stay behind, in Dublin. Mick said, "He's been meeting with Lloyd George for months over the truce, yet now he wants to stand back when it's time to negotiate a treaty? Dev isn't stupid. He's wily. He's playing puppet master. So you're the scapegoat." It wasn't a hard conclusion to arrive at. I am. He wants me to take the fall when it fails. We won't get everything we want. We might not get anything we want. And we sure as hell won't get an Irish Republic with no partition between the North and South. Dev knows this. He knows England has the power to crush us in a head-to-head conflict. We have 3, maybe 4,000 fighting men. That's it. He knows nothing about the strategy we've engaged in. Mick's heels dug into the floor with agitation, and I could only listen as he paced and talked through his fears. We've fought dirty, and we've fought lean. We've relied on the Irish people to hide us, to shelter us, to feed us, and to keep their mouths shut. And they have. God damn it, they have. Even when farms were burned in Cork last year, and businesses were torched in every county. When reprisals were being carried out in Sligo, and priests were being shot in the head by oxys who were refusing to point fingers at their parishioners. When young men who had nothing to do with Bloody Sunday were being tortured and hung because someone had to pay. Nobody talked. Nobody turned. Mick fell into a chair and took a deep swallow of the stout in front of him, wiping at his mouth before he continued. All we're asking, all we've been asking for centuries, is for them to leave, to let us govern ourselves. Lloyd George knows that to declare all-out war on the Irish people will not go over well in the World Court. The Catholic Church has made a statement of condemnation against Britain's tactics. They've begged George to consider an Irish solution. America has even gotten involved. And that is our linchpin. But we can't continue on this way. Ireland can't. Ireland can't, and Mick can't. Joe O'Reilly can't either. Something has to give. Will you go? I asked Mick, and he nodded. I don't see any other way. I'll do my best, whatever that is. I'm not a statesman. Thank God for that, Joe O'Reilly said, clapping him on the back. Dev's surely not sending you alone. You know Lloyd George will have a team of lawyers and negotiators, I worried. He wants to send Arthur, too. He belongs there, and he'll represent us well. There will be a few more, I'm sure. I'll be there too, in London, if you need me, I said. They won't let me sit at the negotiating table, but you'll have my ear if you need it. He nodded and sighed heavily, as if talking through it had already helped. His eyes were clearer, his posture less agitated, and he suddenly smiled, a wicked twist of his lips that put me immediately on edge. I heard through my network of spies that you have a woman living in your house, Doc. A beautiful woman you've made no mention of in your letters. Is she the reason you've stayed away from Dublin so long? Has the mighty Thomas Smith been smitten at last? When I told him it was Anne, Declan's Anne, his mouth fell open, and he had nothing to say for a good stretch. Joe hadn't known Declan or Anne, and sipped his stout quietly, waiting for me to explain, though he probably welcomed the silence. I didn't suppose Joe or Mick ever sat for long. Joe rode his bike all over Dublin, delivering Mick's dispatches and keeping the cogs oiled. "She's been alive all this time, and she never sent word," Mick whispered. I told him how I'd found her in the loch, a gunshot wound in her side, and he stared at me, dumbfounded. "Oh, Tommy, be careful, my friend. Be very, very careful. There are forces at work you can't even begin to understand. Spies come in all shapes and sizes. You don't know where she's been or who's gotten to her. I don't like the sound of this at all." I nodded wordlessly, knowing he was right. I've been telling myself the very same things from the moment I pulled her from the water. I didn't tell Mick she knew about the truce before it even happened. And I didn't tell him that I'm already in love with her. T.S.
13. Her triumph. I did the dragon's will until you came, because I had fancied love a casual improvisation, or a settled game. And then you stood among the dragon rings. I mocked, being crazy, but you mastered it and broke the chain and set my ankles free. W.B. Yeats. I promised Thomas everything would be all right while he was gone, but it was a promise I was unable to keep. 2 days after he left, long after the house had grown quiet and the night had grown black, Maeve, in her nightgown and a shawl, woke me with frantic whispering. "Miss Anne, wake up! There's trouble in the barn. Dr. Smith isn't here, and I know you help him sometimes. We need bandages and medicine. Da says we might need whiskey too." I got out of bed, pulling on a deep blue robe Beatrice had picked out for me, and Thomas had purchased in spite of me, and hurried to Thomas's clinic, filling Maeve's arms with bandages and whatever else seemed useful, before visiting the liquor cabinet and helping myself to 3 bottles of Irish whiskey, taking a quick pull-off one for courage. I didn't let myself think about what was waiting for me, or if I'd be able to do a damn thing about it. Instead, I ran out the back door, across the veranda, and through the heavy rain that had begun some time after I'd gone to bed. The stables and the large barn were separated from the house by a wide lawn rimmed in trees, and the grass was cold and wet against my bare feet. A lantern flickered through the trees, beckoning us, and Maeve ran ahead, trailing bandages that wouldn't do much good if they were drenched. A young man, unconscious and soaking wet, lay on the barn floor, surrounded by a handful of men who weren't much older or drier. One held a lantern high over the body of a wounded man, and when I entered behind Maeve, every head turned and every weapon was raised.
"Doc is still in Dublin, Da. Miss Anne is all we've got."
Her voice was fearful, as though she worried she might have made a mistake. I rushed past her to where Maeve's father was doing his best to mop up the blood from the young man's head with his shirt, begging sweet Mary, Mother of God, to intercede for his son. "What happened?" I demanded, sinking down beside the boy.
"His head. Robbie's eye is gone,"
Daniel O'Toole stammered.
"A bullet, ma'am. The boy took a bullet,"
someone said from the circle standing watch above us. "Let me see, Mr. O'Toole," I demanded. I pulled his dirty, smeared shirt away from his son's face.
Robbie's right eye was a bubbling mess. Miraculously, he moaned as I turned his head toward the light, letting me know he still lived. Another hole, black and jagged, gaped at his temple, just an inch from his eye socket, as if the bullet had skimmed past his eye at an extreme angle and taken a chunk off the side of his head. I didn't know enough about head wounds or the brain to make a better guess, but if the bullet had come out again, that seemed positive. I knew there was nothing I could do but try to stop the bleeding and keep him alive until Thomas got home. I shouted for Maeve to bring me the bandages and pressed a thick section of gauze to Robbie's eye and another to the exit wound. His father kept the gauze in place as I began to wrap the boy's head as securely as I dared, layering another round of gauze as I went, until his entire head from his eyes up was swaddled tightly. "We need blankets, Maeve. You know where to find them," I instructed. Maeve nodded and was out the door in a flash, running back toward the house before I finished speaking.
"Should we try to bring him home, ma'am?" Daniel O'Toole asked. "Where his mother can look after him?"
"The less we move him, the better, Mr. O'Toole. He needs to be kept warm, and we need the bleeding to stop. That's the best we can do until the doctor returns," I answered.
"What about the guns?"
someone murmured, and I was reminded of the dripping audience looking down on me.
"How many guns are we talking about?" I asked. "The less you know, the better," a man argued from the shadows, and I nodded. "We can hide them below the floor. I'll show you," Daniel O'Toole offered, unable to meet my gaze. "We might have tans on our tail. They were all over the shore. We couldn't get to the keys without leading them right to the rest of the stash." "Shut up, Paddy," someone snapped.
"How did Robbie get shot?" I asked, my voice level, my hands shaking.
"One of the tans riddled the trees, hoping to spook us out. Robbie didn't even cry out. He kept moving until we were all inside."
Maeve was back, her arms full, but her face was white. "Miss Anne, there are tans coming down the lane. 2 lorries. Mrs. Gallagher is awake, and Owen too, and they're afraid. Owen is asking for you."
"If they come out here and see Robbie, they'll know. Even if we hide the guns in the loft and the rest of us scatter, they'll know. They'll search this place, maybe torch it, and they'll take Robbie," the man with the lantern said.
"Take Robbie back into the tack room," I said. "There's a bed back there. Douse him in what's left of the whiskey in this bottle and put the bottle on the floor by his bed. Then cover him well and warmly. Cover his head too, leaving his lower face exposed, like he's fallen asleep with the pillow over his head. Mr. O'Toole, get the mare, the one who's pregnant. Lay her down and fuss over her, like she's close to delivering. The rest of you, hide the guns, hide yourselves. I'll keep them out as long as I can. Maeve, come with me," I directed, and streaked back across the grass, the girl at my heels. I raced through the house, pulling off my bloodied robe and the nightgown beneath it, stuffing them under my bed, and pulling on the dress I'd worn the day before, pausing to spritz myself with perfume and run a hand over my loose braid.
"Miss, you've blood on your face and your hands,"
Maeve cried as I met her in the hall, and I tumbled toward the kitchen sink, scrubbing at my hands and face as a sharp rap echoed through the house. Soldiers at the door. "Go to Bridget and Owen. Tell them to stay upstairs. Stay with them, Maeve. I'll be all right." She nodded and was gone again, flying soundlessly up the huge staircase as I walked to the door, a character in my own story, my head flying with plot lines and possible scenarios, before I opened the door with a fluttering hand and greeted the stony-faced men standing in the rain like I was Scarlett O'Hara, entertaining a dozen callers.
"Oh my,"
I said, abandoning the Irish accent I'd worn like armor since waking up at Garvaglebe.
"You all scared me. It's miserable out there. I was just outside myself, in the barn. We have a foal coming. Our girl is suffering. I had to sit with her for a while. Do any of you know any husbandry?"
I laughed like I'd told a joke.
"I mean animal husbandry, of course,"
I prattled, allowing the rain to soak the front of my dress and wet the curls around my face, before moving back and swinging my arm wide, inviting them in.
"What can I do for you? The doctor is gone, I'm afraid. I hope none of you are in need of medical attention."
"We're going to need to search the house, ma'am, on the grounds,"
the man in charge said, though he made no move to enter. He wore a Glengarry cap and tall boots, and I remembered what Thomas had said about the auxiliaries. They didn't answer to anyone. All right, I said, frowning. But whatever for?
We have reason to believe there are gun smugglers in the woods round this house.
Oh my, I said again, and the fear in my voice was very real. Well, you may certainly search the house, Captain. Can I call you Captain? I stepped aside out of his way. It's awfully wet for being outside, and I was just in the barn. I didn't see anyone. And if you all go tromping through our barn, our poor mare is likely to lose her foal. Could I just escort a few of you to peep inside so you don't upset her?
Who else is in the house, ma'am?
The Oxy asked, dismissing my request. For goodness sake, Captain, I insisted, stamping my foot. I'm getting absolutely soaked to the skin. The man's eyes dropped to my chest and rose again. All of you, please come inside if you're going to come inside. The captain, he hadn't argued with the rank I'd assigned him, barked orders for 6 of the men to circle the house and wait for further instructions, and the rest to come inside with him. There were 10 men in total, and 4 of them eagerly stepped into the foyer and let me close the door behind them. Can I take your coats and hats, gentlemen? I asked, knowing they wouldn't comply.
How many in the house, ma'am?
The captain asked again, his eyes roving up the stairs. A lamp from the upper corridor and the light I'd left on in the kitchen were the only lights on in the house. I flicked on the chandelier overhead, flooding the men in light. My son, he's 6 and he's sleeping, so please search quietly, and my mother-in-law and a servant girl. The doctor is in Dublin. Our overseer is in the barn with the mare. His son is probably with him too, though he might have given up and gone to bed.
They were there when you left?
Yes, Captain, but I left them with a bottle of whiskey, so they weren't too unhappy about waiting up with the mare. I smiled conspiratorially.
You're an American, ma'am?
One of the other men asked, and I realized I recognized him from Sligo. He was one of the men who broke the windows of Lyon's department store. Yes, I am. I haven't mastered the brogue, I'm afraid.
No loss there,
the man said, and his captain pointed up the stairs.
Barrett, you and Ross search the rooms upstairs. Walters and I will search down here.
Do be mindful, please, Officers Barrett and Ross, I pled sweetly. My mother-in-law is quite crotchety. I wouldn't want either of you to be struck with a poker. They blanched and hesitated before traipsing up the stairs. I wavered, not knowing which men I should shadow, hoping Bridget would keep her head and help Owen keep his. I had no doubt Maeve would be fine. Could I get you something to warm you? Some tea or brandy, Captain? I asked lightly.
No, ma'am,
the captain said, striding through the foyer. I stayed with him, making inane conversation, and he ignored me, searching my room, the bathroom, and the kitchen, before the man named Walters called out to him.
Captain, what do you make of this?
My heart thundered as I accompanied the captain to the back of the house, where Walters was standing in Thomas's clinic, staring at the open cupboards and drawers, which had clearly been rummaged through.
Ma'am?
Yes, Captain, I said innocently.
The rest of the house is as neat as a pin. Who needed medical attention?
The mare, Captain, I laughed. I was looking for laudanum. The doctor hides it from me. He worries that I like it too much. But my father told me that if you put a little on a horse's tongue, it'll calm them right down. Have you ever tried putting laudanum on a horse's tongue, Captain? He looked at me doubtfully. I can see you haven't. It's easier said than done.
Did you find any? He queried.
No, I didn't, but I made a mess, didn't I?
I think we need to go see that mare, ma'am.
Yes, sir. Let me grab my shawl, please. I walked through the house, breathing through my nose to stay calm, smiling as the 2 constables came down the stairs. There had been no commotion, and I prayed Owen had stayed asleep through it all. I pulled a shawl from my wardrobe and stuffed my feet into Anne's old boots, tying them as swiftly as I could. I didn't want the captain searching without me. I wanted his eyes to see the picture I had already painted. I just prayed the men in the barn and the guns were long gone. We walked through the drizzle, some cadets walking to the edge of the lawn, looking into the trees, and some remaining back at the house. A lantern still flickered from the barn, and I stumbled purposefully, reaching for the captain. He slowed, and I took his arm with a grateful smile. "Well, we've had an adventure, haven't we?" I said. "The doctor will be all ears when he gets home, and hopefully he'll have a new foal as well."
"When do you expect the doctor, Mrs.
"Gallagher," I replied. "Tomorrow or the next day. He used to go to Dublin a great deal more when Lord French was Governor-General. The doctor's late father was a friend of Lord and Lady French. Do you know Lord French, Captain?"
"I haven't had the pleasure, Mrs. Gallagher,"
the captain replied, but I heard a softening in his tone. Thomas might not have wanted me to share that information, but under the circumstance, a friendship with a British loyalist could only reassure the captain. When we walked into the barn, Daniel O'Toole was leading the sweat-slicked mare around in circles, stopping every now and again to murmur to her, before he began walking again. His shirt was still covered in blood, and his one arm, his shirt sleeves rolled above his elbows, was streaked with it. He jerked in surprise upon seeing us, a convincing act, though I doubted the fear in his face was anything but genuine. "How's the mare, Mr. O'Toole?" I said brightly, as if the men around me were simply special visitors. Daniel's eyes snapped to mine, noting the American accent.
"I'm walking her for a bit, Mrs. Gallagher. Sometimes it helps." "You're covered in blood, man," the captain snapped. "Oh, I am not, sir,"
Mr. O'Toole agreed heartily.
"It looks worse than 'tis. Her waters broke when I checked her, but I felt the wee one's head, I did. 2 little front hooves, too." "Are you the only one here, Mr. O'Toole?" the captain barked, clearly not interested in the grittier details of birthing a foal. "My son Robbie is in the bunk and back. He's sleeping now. He had a little too much to drink, he did. But it's almost dawn, Captain. We've been up with the mare all night."
The captain was unimpressed, and he walked the length of the barn, directing some of his men to climb to the loft and another to search the back room. I held my breath, afraid for Robbie. His bandages could give us away. But the man returned minutes later, wiping his mouth. I had an image of an open bottle of fine Irish whiskey sitting ever so innocently where a tired, wet constable could help himself.
"It's just as the man says, Captain," he said amiably. "Mrs. Gallagher, I will be scouring the fields and the shore over the next few hours. I would recommend that you keep your servants and your family inside. I will check back sometime tomorrow."
"Are you sure I can't offer you something to drink, Captain? I will have a full staff at dawn, and my cook could prepare a large breakfast for you and your man." He hesitated, and I wondered if I'd gone too far. The sooner they left, the better.
"No, thank you, madam."
The captain sighed. His men began filing out, and just before the captain turned to go, he cocked his head.
"Mr. O'Toole, have you ever heard of giving laudanum to a mare in labour?"
Daniel frowned, and my heart sank.
"We've never had any to spare, Captain, but if an I did, I don't see how it could hurt." "Oh, Mrs. Gallagher seems convinced of it." "Well, the lady would know, Captain. She's very clever."
Daniel nodded, not even looking at the man. Hysterical laughter bubbled in my throat, and I followed the captain from the barn. The rain stopped just after dawn, and the sun rose on Garva Glebe, as though the night before had been one of peaceful slumber. Robbie O'Toole gave us all a fright when he staggered out onto the lawn, disoriented and howling in pain. His legs and his lungs worked fine. We spirited him into the house and into my room. I was afraid of infection setting in, but didn't dare remove his bandages to check the ugly wound. The bleeding had stopped, and he had no fever, so I doused him with the same syrup Thomas had given me, and he fell into a deep and mercifully quiet sleep. The men with Robbie had dispersed into the night, the guns hidden in a cellar located directly below where Daniel O'Toole had paced with the pregnant mare. She wasn't even close to delivering, which presented another concern if the Tans came back. But for now we'd escaped the worst of it, and the O'Tooles, except for Robbie, congregated in the kitchen at Garva Glebe. Maggie, the mother of the crew, kept vigil over her oldest son, and I did my best to keep her brood inside, just as the captain had instructed. He came back at sundown, reporting that a patrol would continue in the area.
I thanked him as though he and his men were keeping us all safe, and waved him off like he was an old friend. I had questions for Daniel, and I knew he had questions for me, but we both stayed quiet, going about the day as best we could, eyes and ears peeled for Thomas's return. At dusk, Daniel took his children home, as exhausted as I after a night with no sleep, and Maggie remained at Garva to sit with Robbie. Bridget cornered me briefly, hissing a stream of questions about the Thames, what they'd wanted, and why Robert O'Toole was lying wounded in my bed. I didn't tell her about the men in the barn or the weapons they were hiding. I pled innocent and told her none of us knew what had happened. Robbie had been hit by a stray bullet, and we were taking care of him. She complained mightily, cursing the English and the IRA, grumbling about truces that weren't truces, doctors who weren't ever home, and women who kept dangerous secrets. I ignored the last bit and prayed harder for Thomas to return. I'd been sleeping in his empty bed in the room beside Owen's, because I'd been ousted from my own. Thomas returned in the early morning hours, 4 days after he'd left. Maggie O'Toole had intercepted him as soon as he entered the house, and he'd removed Robbie's bandages, sterilized and irrigated the wound as best he could, and wrapped it up again, telling Maggie that Robbie had the luck of the Irish. He might not have a working right eye, but he would still have a life. Daniel O'Toole had come in not long after Thomas, and he'd filled Thomas in on the excitement he'd missed. The O'Tooles had failed to mention I was asleep in his bed, and Thomas had come in and lain down beside me, waking me and surprising us both.
"Jesus, Anne," he said, gasping. "I didn't even see you there. I thought it odd that my bed wasn't made, but I figured that with all the commotion it had been missed. I thought you were in Owen's room."
"How's Robbie?" I said, so relieved to see him I felt like crying. Thomas told me what he'd told Maggie and Daniel, adding that if it could be kept from infection, it would heal, and the young man would recover. We were silent for a moment, our thoughts heavy with what might lie ahead.
"Daniel told me you hatched the whole plan," Thomas said softly. "He and Liam and Robbie and the rest of the boys would have been sunk without you, not to mention Garva. The towns have torched homes for less, Anne."
"I find I am a very good actress," I mumbled, embarrassed and pleased by his praise.
"Daniel said the same thing. He also said you sounded like a lady all the way from America."
He brooded for a moment.
"Why America?"
"I did everything I could to make them think I wasn't a threat. Everything I could to distract them. If I wasn't Irish, why would I care about the Irish Republican Army? I let them in without protest, chatted like a mindless girl, and made it all up as I went. I thought I was done for when they found the clinic had been rummaged through."
"The laudanum?"
Thomas asked, his lips twitching. "Yes, the laudanum. Daniel O'Toole's not a bad fibber either."
"What made you think of the mayor? It was really quite brilliant. The blood, the distraction, all of it."
"I once read a story about a family in Louisville, Kentucky, in the mid-1800s, who raised and sold horses to the wealthiest people in America." I was lying again, but it was a white lie. I hadn't read a book like that. I'd written one. Thomas gazed at me, his eyes heavy with fatigue, waiting for me to continue. "There was a scene where the family used the birth of a foal to distract the authorities, only it wasn't guns they were hiding, but slaves. The family was part of the Underground Railroad."
"That is amazing," he whispered.
"The book was based on a true story, too," I said.
"No, Anne. You are amazing."
"And you are exhausted," I whispered, watching as his eyes closed and his face relaxed. We lay, turned toward each other on the big bed, like old friends at a sleepover.
"I knew I shouldn't leave. I could feel it the whole time I was gone. I left Dublin at 2 o'clock in the morning, and gave my report to the big fella, and drove straight here,"
Thomas mumbled. "Rest, Satanta," I said, wanting to smooth the hair on his forehead, to touch his face. But I contented myself with watching him sleep instead.
25 August, 1921. Liam Gallagher, Declan's older brother by several years, was the one who decided to bring the guns to Garva. I'd known for some time that Mick was using Liam's access on the docks at Sligo to move cargo around under the noses of the Tans. When the tide was high, they moved down the long canal from the sea to the loch and hid the weapons in the caves on the shore, distributing them inland from there. Ben Gallagher, the oldest of Bridget's boys, is a conductor on the route from Cavan to Dublin, and I have no doubt there are frequently guns stowed on his train. Mick talked a while back about a shipment of Thompson guns that would give the IRA another level of firepower, but so far the shipment hasn't materialized. The guns Liam and his boys brought to Garva Glebe are now stacked in a 10-by-10 space beneath the wooden slats that make up the barn floor. Daniel and I carved out the space and lined it in rock years ago. It's hard to find the trap door unless you know it's there. A little spring lock mechanism on the inner corners makes a handle unnecessary. Ben and Liam have kept their distance over the years. I suspect that it's guilt and helplessness more than anything else. They were relieved when their mother moved to Garva Glebe with Owen. Neither of them are in any position to support her or the boy. Two groups of people exist in Ireland, farmers with huge families and single adults. With immigration one of the only viable options to find work, men and women who don't want to leave Ireland are waiting longer than ever to marry, the fear of being unable to provide for a family keeping men from committing to anything but their own survival, and women from welcoming a man to their beds. Bridget talks about her children. She misses them. She writes them letters and begs her sons to come to Garva Glebe to visit. They don't come often. Since Anne has returned, I haven't seen or heard from either of them. Until now. Liam visited his mother this evening. He ate dinner with us, made small talk with his mother, and roundly avoided conversing with Anne, though his eyes were continually returning to her. She seemed just as uncomfortable with him, sitting silently beside Owen, her eyes on her plate. I wonder if it's his resemblance to Declan that pains her, or the unanswered questions hanging over her head. She's won Daniel over, though. He is convinced she's saved them all. Liam doesn't seem so sure. When dinner was through, Liam asked for a private word, and we walked to the barn, our voices low and our eyes wide, as we scanned the darkness for eavesdropping shadows. "I'll wait for the Tans and the Oxys to suspend the patrol," he told me. "They're supposed to be pulling back, though we all know the truce is just an excuse for them to double down. We're not twiddling our thumbs either, Doc. We're stockpiling, planning, preparing for it to ramp up again. In 3 days, the guns will be moved, and I'll do my best not to put you in this position again." "It could have ended very badly, Liam," I said, not to reprimand, but to remind. He nodded glumly, his shoulders hunched, his hands stuffed in his pockets. "It could have, Doc, and it still might." "How so, Liam?" "I don't trust Anne, Thomas. Not at all. She turns up, and suddenly the Tans are on to us. We've been running guns through here for 3 years. The day you dragged her out of the loch, we had to ditch the weapons in the West Shore caves instead of unloading them on O'Brien's dock like we've done every other time. We had 24 Tans waiting for us on the dock. If the fog hadn't rolled in, we would have been sunk." "Who told you I dragged her out of the loch, Liam?" I kept my voice level, but alarm bells were ringing in my head. "Eamon Donnelly. He thought I should know, being family and all," he answered, defensive. "Huh. The way Daniel tells it, if Anne was working with the Tans, you wouldn't have survived the night," I said. "That woman isn't Anne," Liam hissed. "I don't know who she is, but that's not our Annie." He scrubbed at his eyes like he wanted to erase her, and when he spoke again, weariness had replaced his adamancy. "You've taken care of my mother and my nephew. You take care of a lot of people, Thomas. Everyone knows it, and none of us will ever be able to repay you. But you don't owe Anne anything. None of us do. You've got to get rid of her. The sooner the better." Liam left without saying goodbye to Bridget. Anne took Owen to his room without saying good night to me. I moved Robbie onto a cot in the clinic so Anne doesn't have to sleep in my bed. The thought tightens my body and loosens my mind. From my desk, I can hear her in the next room, telling Owen the legend of Niamh and Oisin and the land of the young. I stop writing to listen, entranced once again by her voice and her stories. I am no longer haunted by Anne, but enchanted. Liam says she isn't Anne. He's lost his mind. But deep down, I am half convinced he's right, which makes me just as daft as he. T.S.
14. I am of Ireland. I am of Ireland, and the holy land of Ireland, and time runs on, cried she. Come out of charity, come dance with me in Ireland. W. B. Yeats. Liam Gallagher, Declan Gallagher's brother and Bridget's son, was the man who shot me on the loch. He was one of the men on the riverboat, the one who raised his arm, pointed a gun at me, and pulled the trigger. Part of me had believed that I'd fallen through time and into 1921 as an odd way of saving myself from something in 2001. But Liam Gallagher was as real in 1921 as he'd been on the lake that day, before I'd even realized where I was. I'd rowed away from the shores of 2001 and into another world. And in that world, Liam Gallagher had tried to kill me. He must have been among the men in the barn, the men who brought the guns. But my attention had been riveted on Robbie, my fear and apprehension focused on the threat to Garva Glebe and the people she sheltered, and I hadn't looked at any of the men closely. But Liam had been there, and he'd seen me, and tonight he came back again, sitting down to a supper of roast beef, potatoes, and carrots in a caramelized sauce, as though the day on the loch never happened. Maybe it didn't. I considered for the umpteenth time that I might be mistaken, that the trauma of my trip through time had skewed my vision and altered events. But there was a thick pink scar on my side as evidence to the contrary, and Liam Gallagher was a gunrunner. He'd already been seated at the table when I'd walked into the dining room that evening. He and Bridget had ignored me, and Owen had patted the chair next to him, excited that I would be sitting by him for the first time. I'd almost fallen into the chair, sick and shocked. Thomas had come in a few moments later, and he'd been drawn into conversation with Liam, leaving me to shrink in petrified silence. I'd excused myself as quickly as I could, but Owen had slipped his hand in mine and begged me to give him his bath and a story. Bridget had agreed eagerly, clearly wanting to spend time with her son. Now I sit in Owen's room in the dark, watching him sleep, afraid to be alone, afraid to move at all. I will have to tell Thomas. I will have to tell him Liam shot me, but he will want to know why I'd said nothing before. If I was Anne Gallagher, I would have recognized Liam, and Liam would have recognized Anne. Yet he tried to kill her. Me. Us. A terrified moan slipped through my lips, and Owen stirred. I pressed my hand over my mouth to muffle my distress. Liam hadn't been afraid. He'd sat across the table from me and made small talk with Thomas and his mother, eating everything on his plate and asking for seconds. He must feel safe. I'd been at Garva Glebe for almost 2 months, and I hadn't made a single accusation. If I did, it was my word against his, and I was the one with the most to explain. I spent the night sitting in the chair in Owen's room, too afraid to return to my own. Thomas found me there early the next morning. I was curled in an unnatural position, my neck stiff and my dress rumpled. He leaned over the chair and touched my cheek. I came awake, gasping and flailing, and he shushed me, putting a hand to my mouth. Your bed hadn't been slept in. I was worried, Thomas said softly. I thought... He straightened, not finishing his sentence. What's wrong? I asked. I wasn't the only one still dressed in the clothes from the night before. Robbie's taken a turn for the worse. He needs a hospital. I think he's got some swelling, maybe bone fragments in his brain. I don't have the facilities or the expertise to do what needs to be done. I'm taking him to Dublin. Can I come with you? I asked. I didn't want to be left behind again, not yet, not with Liam Gallagher still lurking around. When the guns were gone, maybe he would go too, and I would have nothing to fear. My question surprised Thomas.
You want to come with me to Dublin?
You drive, and I'll do my best to take care of Robbie. He nodded slowly, as if considering.
I want to come too, Owen mumbled from his bed. I'll help take care of Robbie.
Not this time, Owen,
Thomas soothed, sitting on Owen's bed and pulling him close for a quick embrace.
I miss you, lad. I would like nothing better than to bring you with me everywhere I go. But Robbie's very sick. This won't be an outing you would enjoy.
But Mother will enjoy it?
Owen asked doubtfully.
No, she won't enjoy it either. But I might need her help.
But we're working on our book,
Owen protested.
She's writing a new adventure for Owen Gallagher.
The book for his birthday had been a great hit. I'd written another and was working on a third, and Owen had already asked for adventures in Japan and New York and Timbuktu.
Are you leaving room for pictures?
Thomas asked. Owen nodded.
At the bottom. You'll never catch up, Doc, he said sadly.
I promise I will. And you might want to try drawing some of the pictures too,
Thomas suggested.
Your drawings always make me smile.
Owen yawned and nodded. Rejected and still sleepy, he rolled over, and Thomas pulled the covers over his shoulders. I kissed Owen's cheek and whispered my devotion, and we crept out.
We need to leave as quickly as possible. I'll have Daniel help me get Robbie to the car. Can you be ready in 15 minutes?
Thomas asked. I nodded eagerly and stared down the hall, making a mental list.
Yes? You'll need to pack a nice dress. The red one. There's a suitcase in the closet beneath the stairs.
I nodded, not questioning him, and raced to my room. The drive between Dublin and Dromahair took much longer than it had in 2001. Dirt roads, lower speeds, and a patient in the rear seat all contributed to a stressful ride. However, traffic was minimal, and I was not the one behind the wheel, dodging oncoming traffic and praying for deliverance like I'd done a lifetime ago. We stopped once for gas, petrol, and I had to disembark because the gas tank, much to my surprise, was located under the front seat. Thomas noted my surprise and frowned, asking,
Where else would it be?
3.5 hours after we left Dromahair, we arrived in Dublin. I should have been prepared for the clothes and the cars, the streets and the sounds, but I wasn't. Thomas remarked with relief at the absence of checkpoints, the most glaring sign of the truce. I could only nod and stare, trying to take it all in. It was 9 on a Friday morning, and Dublin was dingy, dilapidated, and completely unrecognizable until we neared the center of the city. The old pictures I'd studied were suddenly bustling backdrops. The black and white photos were now drenched in life and color. Sackville had been renamed O'Connell Street, I remembered that much, and Nelson's Pillar had not yet been blown up. The post office was a burned-out shell, and my eyes clung to its skeletal remains. From what I remembered of the maps in 1916 Dublin, one of which was still pinned to my office wall, I didn't think we were taking the most direct route to the Mater Hospital. I suspected Thomas wanted to gauge my reaction to the war zone. If my wonder confused him, he kept it hidden. We drove past a row of tidy, connected brownstone-style homes, and Thomas nodded toward them.
I sold the old house on Mountjoy and bought another, 3 houses down. No bad memories there.
I nodded, grateful that I wouldn't be expected to remember a home Anne Gallagher would have been familiar with. We pulled in front of the Mater, the soaring columns and stately entrance not unlike the pictures of the GPO before the Rising. I stayed in the car with Robbie, parked at the front entrance, while Thomas ran inside for a gurney and assistance. He was back within minutes, along with a nun in a white habit, accompanied by 2 men and a stretcher. Thomas gave a brief explanation of Robbie's condition, as well as a request for a particular surgeon, and the nun nodded, telling him they would do the best they could. She seemed to know him, referring to him as Dr. Smith, and clicked her tongue and shot instructions to the orderlies. We parked the car, and I spent the rest of the day walking the halls and waiting for news. Nurses in long white pinafores and pert hats strode through the halls, pushing patients in ancient chairs and rolling beds. And though medicine had improved dramatically in 80 years, the atmosphere of a working hospital had not. There was the same sense of frantic competence, of sadness layered with relief, and most of all, the sharp tang of tragic endings. Owen had spent his entire adult life in a hospital. I suddenly understood why he hadn't wanted to die in one. Thomas was able to observe the surgery, and at 6 p.m. he joined me in the hospital mess hall, where I'd purchased us both some bread and soup that had long ago grown cold. I'd eaten my portion huddled over the pages of a new story for Owen. I'd decided I should plant the seed of Brooklyn in his little head. In this episode, Owen Gallagher crossed through Loch Hill and found himself in New York Harbor, looking up at Lady Liberty. He walked across the Brooklyn Bridge on one page, walked to the corner of Jackson Street and Kingsland Avenue on another, and strode through the halls of an old Greenpoint hospital built in 1914, where my grandfather had worked until it closed in the early 80s. I included a page where the young adventurer watched the Dodgers play Ebbets Field, sitting in the upper deck that hung over the left field, listening to Hilda Chester ring her cowbell when Gladys Gooding wasn't playing her organ. I described the brick arches and the flagpole and the Abe Stark advertisement on the bottom of the scoreboard that said, "Hit sign, win suit." I'd never been to Ebbets Field. It was demolished in 1960, but Owen had loved it, and he'd described it to me in great detail. Owen said baseball was never the same after the Dodgers left Brooklyn, but he'd always said it with a nostalgic smile, the kind of smile that said, "I'm just glad I got to be there." I sketched a small picture of Coney Island, with little Owen eating a hot dog and staring up at the Ferris wheel, another thing my grandfather had loved. It wasn't as good as Thomas's renderings, but it would do. When Thomas sat down beside me, a cup of black coffee in his hands, and declaring Robbie's surgery a success, I read the story to him. He tensed, his eyes far away, his hair tousled. "Baseball in Brooklyn, huh?" he murmured. "Owen said he wanted an adventure in New York," I said. Ebbets Field was completed before 1921. I knew I was safe with my dates, but his attention made me squirm. "Owen wants an adventure in New York. But do you want an adventure in Dublin, Anne?" he asked softly. "What did you have in mind, Dr. Smith?" He set his coffee down and took a chunk of the hard bread and dipped it into the cold soup. He chewed slowly, his eyes still on me, considering. When he swallowed, he took another swig of his coffee and sighed as if he'd come to a decision. "There's someone I'd like you to meet." Beatrice Barnes, the pretty sales clerk at Lyons department store, had chosen a red figure-skimming dress with a boat neckline, cap sleeves, and a slight dropped waist. It swished around my lower legs, making me feel like I should break into the Charleston like a flapper girl, which I wouldn't be doing. But I could not fault her taste or her eye. It fit me perfectly, and the color made my skin glow and my eyes sparkle. She'd included a red rouge and a matching pair of silk gloves that enveloped my arms past my elbows, leaving only my upper arms uncovered. I put them on and immediately pulled them off again. August, even in Ireland, was too hot for full-length silk gloves, whatever the fashion. I parted my hair deeply on the side, wrapped it into a loose knot low on my neck, and gently pulled a few curls free to brush my collarbones. Powder, lash tint, and the red rouge on my lips made me look like I'd made an effort, and I stepped back from the mirror, hoping I would please him. Thomas rapped on the door, and I called out for him to come in. He stepped inside, freshly shaved, his hair slicked back in sooty waves. He was wearing a black three-piece suit and tie over a crisp white shirt, a long black duster over his arm. "And stamp out. You'll want a coat over that dress," he suggested, walking to the wardrobe where I'd hung my things. The room was well appointed in rich tones and dark furniture, nothing ostentatious, yet nothing inexpensive. The whole house was furnished in the same manner, timeless and unassuming, welcoming yet slightly aloof, like a gracious butler. Like Thomas himself. "There's no curfew. Dublin's celebrating the truce," he said.
His eyes soft on my face, and I had to mentally amend my description. He was not always aloof. I smiled, welcoming the warmth of his gaze. "Are we celebrating?" I asked.
"I suppose we are. Do you mind walking? It's not too far."
"Not at all." He escorted me to the door, helped me with my coat, and offered his arm. But instead of taking it, I threaded my fingers through his. His breath hitched, and his eyes flared ever so slightly, making my pulse quicken and my heart quiver. We stepped out into the night and made our way down the street, hand in hand, our footsteps echoing in clicking syncopation. The mist hung low, making the street lamps look like candles behind a cloth, smeared and tepid. Thomas didn't stroll. He strode, his long black coat making him blend oddly into the fog, just another shape melding in and out. The stockings, secured to my legs by the corset straps I couldn't get used to, were a little protection against the damp, but the air felt good against my skin. I left my hat behind, not wanting to flatten my hair, but Thomas had pulled on his peaked hat, the style he seemed to favor, the kind Owen had worn his entire life. It sat above Thomas's deep-set blue eyes, a hat jaunty and boyish, so unlike the man. I noticed many men wore a bowler hat, the hat of a more genteel set. But Thomas rarely wore one. It was as though he liked the statement the peaked hat made. "I'm just a regular fellow, nothing to see here."
"We're going to the Gresham Hotel. A friend of mine was married today. Since we're in town, I thought we should attend the celebration. We missed the ceremony at St. Patrick's, but the party is just beginning."
"Is this friend the someone you'd like me to meet?"
"No," he said, and his hand tightened around mine. "Dermot Murphy is a hell of a guy, but he'll only have eyes for Sinead tonight. You might remember Sinead."
I was certain I would not remember Sinead, and I swallowed back my nerves. We turned off Parnell and onto O'Connell, and the Gresham loomed, overlooking the street. It was the matriarch of the city centre, well lit and lively, her occupants spilling out into the misty evening, only to turn back again for another go. We were greeted like royalty, our coats checked with swift efficiency, and we were directed up a set of wide stairs to a private ballroom. Lights twinkled and music trickled, luring us into the wide expanse where the band played and people danced on a floor rimmed by small tables filled with men and women in their wedding finery. A huge bar ringed by stools and hanging lamps sat just beyond the dance floor, and Thomas paused to survey the room, his hand at the small of my back.
"Tommy!"
someone yelled, and a few voices joined in, creating a chorus from the back left corner. He looked down at me and grimaced a little, and I ducked my head, trying not to smile. He removed his hand from my arm and squared his shoulder.
"He always calls me Tommy, and then everyone else thinks they can too. Do I look like a Tommy to you?"
A flashbulb went off suddenly, blinding us, and Thomas and I winced, stepping back. We'd paused in just the right place, and the photographer, set up in front of the entrance to capture guests as they arrived, stuck his head out from behind a camera that looked more like a one-eyed accordion, and gave us a smile.
"You like how that one turns out, folks? It's not often I get such a candid shot."
Seconds later, we were swarmed by several men clapping Thomas on the back and greeting him with cries of welcome at his surprise appearance.
"I thought you'd gone back home, Doc."
It was a gleeful refrain, until the men parted and someone else joined the fray.
"Introduce us to the lady, Tommy,"
the man said, and I looked up into the speculative gaze of Michael Collins. His hands were shoved in his pockets, his weight on his heels, his head tipped to the side. He was young. I knew his story, the history, the basic details of his life and his death, but his youth shook me all the same. I stuck out my hand, doing my best not to tremble and squeal like a fan at a rock concert, but the significance of the moment, the weight of the past, and the measure of the man made my heart quake and my eyes shimmer. "I'm Anne Gallagher. It's an honor to meet you, Mr. Collins."
"Feckin' Anne Gallagher,"
he said, each syllable deliberate. Then he whistled long and slow.
"Mick,"
Thomas rebuked. Michael Collins looked slightly chagrined and bobbed his head in apology at his language, but he continued to study me, holding my hand in his.
What do you think of our Tommy, Anne Gallagher?
I started to answer, but he squeezed my hand and shook his head slightly, warning me.
If you lie to me, I'll know. Mick.
Thomas cautioned again.
Tommy, quiet,
he murmured, his gaze locked on mine.
Do you love him?
I breathed deeply, unable to look away from the dark eyes of a man who wouldn't live to make his own wedding vows, who wouldn't see his 32nd birthday, who wouldn't ever know how truly remarkable he was. He's easy to love, I answered softly, each word like an anchor mooring me to a time and place that weren't my own. Collins whooped and swung me up in his arms, as if I'd just made him a very happy man.
Did you hear that, Tommy? She loves you. If she'd said no, I was going to wrestle her for you. Let's get a picture, he demanded,
pointing at the smiling photographer.
We need to mark this occasion. Tommy has a lass.
I couldn't look at Thomas, couldn't breathe. But Michael Collins was in charge, and he drew us around him and slung an arm over my shoulder, smirking at the camera as though he'd just bested the Brits. I was flooded with the feeling that I'd seen and done this all before. The bulb flashed, and realization dawned. I remembered the picture I'd seen of Anne standing in a group beside Michael Collins, and the picture of Thomas and Anne, the suggestion of intimacy in the line of their bodies and the angle of their gazes. Those weren't photos of my great-grandmother at all. They were pictures of me. Was Thomas in love with Anne? I'd asked my grandfather.
Yes and no,
Owen had answered.
Oh, wow, there's a story there, I'd crowed.
Yes, there is,
he'd whispered.
A wonderful story.
And now, I understood.
26 August, 1921. I'll never forget this day. Anne has gone to bed, and still I sit, watching the fire as though it holds a different, better set of answers. Anne told me everything, and yet I know nothing. I called Garva Glebe before we left for the Gresham Hotel, knowing the O'Tooles would be hovering, waiting for word on Robbie's condition. There are 2 telephones in all of Dromahair, and Garva Glebe boasts 1. I'd rationalised the expense of phoned lines. A doctor needed to be easily accessible. But no one else had telephones in rural Ireland. They didn't call me, they fetched me. The only calls I ever received were from Dublin. Maggie was waiting breathlessly on the end of the line as the operator patched me through, and I could hear her tears when I told her my patient had come through surgery well, and that the swelling had receded substantially. She was crying the rosary as she handed the telephone to Daniel, who thanked me profusely, though he knew better than to specify what for. And then, oddly, he gave me an update on the foal that wasn't due for another 2 weeks. We went in to check on her this afternoon, Doc, and the foal was gone, Daniel said, his voice slow and heavy with meaning. It took me a moment to understand. Someone's been in the barn, Doc. It's gone. Nobody knows where. Liam's been by to see Bridget, and I had to tell him. He's upset. He had plans for the foal, as you know. Now, with her being gone, we need to figure out who took her. Tell Miss Anne, will you, Doc? Liam is certain she already knows, but I don't imagine how. I was silent, reeling. The guns were gone, and Liam was blaming Anne. Daniel was quiet for a moment, too, letting me process his metaphor. I told him we would inquire further when I returned from Dublin. He agreed, and we signed off. I almost told Anne we weren't going to the Gresham after all, but when I stepped into her room and saw her, lithe and lovely, her curling mass of hair loosely bound, her eyes warm and her smile eager, I changed my mind once more. She held my hand, and I walked, half numb and wholly unprepared for the risk I was taking. All I knew was I wanted Mick to meet her, to reassure me, to absolve me. It was madness bringing Anne to see him. I don't know what compelled me to do it, or what compelled him to draw a confession from her red lips. It was his way. I knew that well enough by now. He was completely unconventional, but he never failed to surprise me. He asked her what she thought of me, asked her if she loved me, and with only a small hesitation, the kind that comes from admitting personal things publicly, she said she did. The world spun, my heart leapt, and I wanted to pull her back out into the night where I could keep Mick safe and kiss her silly. Her colour was high, her eyes were bright, and she couldn't meet my gaze. She seemed as dazed and dazzled as I, though Mick has that effect on people. He insisted we pose for a picture, then coaxed her onto the dance floor, despite her protestations. "I can't dance, Mr. Collins," I heard her say, though she'd always been a frenetic dancer, dragging Declan to his feet whenever there was music. Mick made up for whatever skill she thought she lacked by tucking her close and doing a simple two-step to the ragtime rhythm that mostly kept them in the same spot. And he talked to her, eyes boring down into hers like he wanted to know all her secrets. I understood the desire. I watched her shake her head and answer him with great seriousness. It was all I could do not to cut in, to save him, to save her, to save myself. It was all madness. I was pulled towards the corner table, Joe O'Reilly at my side. Tom Cullen put a drink in my hand, while the newly released Sean McOwen, who I had seen and administered to in Mountjoy jail in June, pushed me into a chair. They were ebullient, the calm of the truce and the cessation in hiding and fighting making them loud and loose in their conversation and celebration. I could only marvel. How long had it been since they could sit at the wedding of a friend and not have guards stationed at the doors, watching for patrols, for raids, for arrests? Mick brought Anne back to the corner table as well, and she fell into a seat beside me and took a long pull from my drink, wincing as she set it down. "Dance with the woman, Tommy. I've monopolized her long enough," Mick ordered. His eyes were shadowed, and his mood was not nearly as jubilant as his men. They had been relieved, temporarily, of their burdens. He had not, and his nomination to attend the treaty talks, to play the dancing puppet, was not sitting well on him. I stood and extended my hand to Anne. She didn't refuse me, but begged patience with her abilities, just like she'd done with Mick. She was light in my arms, her curls brushing my cheeks, her breath tickling my neck. I am an accomplished dancer, not from any desire to be so. It is actually the opposite. I feel no pressure to impress, no desire to be noticed, and I approach dancing with the same attitude I have approached most everything else in my life. Dancing was just a skill to be learned and, in the case of traditional Irish dance, an act of defiance. Anne followed along, stepping as little as possible, swaying against me, her pulse thrumming, her lip caught between her teeth in concentration. I reached up and set it free with the pad of my thumb, and her eyes found mine, looking at me in that very un-Anne-like way. We didn't speak of her confession, of the growing feelings between us. I didn't mention the missing guns at Gallagher. Then something cracked, and someone screamed, and I pushed Anne behind me. Laughter ensued immediately. It wasn't a gun, it was champagne. It bubbled and overflowed from a newly uncorked bottle, and Dermot Murphy raised his glass and made a traditional toast about death in Ireland. Death in Ireland meant a life in Ireland, not a life as an immigrant somewhere else. Glasses were raised in agreement, but Anne had grown still. "What day is it?" she asked, a note of panic in her voice. I answered that it was Friday, the 26th of August. She began to mumble, as if trying to remember something important. "Friday the 26th, 1921. August 26th, 1921. The Gresham Hotel. Something happens. Something happens at the Gresham Hotel. A wedding party. Who is getting married? Their names again." "Dermot Murphy and Sinead McGowan," I answered. "Murphy and McGowan. Wedding party. Gresham Hotel." She gasped. "You need to get Michael Collins out of here, Thomas. Right now." "Anne, right now," she demanded. And then we have to figure out how to get everyone else out as well. Why? Tell him it's Tharp. I think that was the name. A fire is set, and the door is barricaded so no one can get out. I didn't ask her how she knew. I simply turned, grabbing her hand, and strode to the corner where Mick was drinking and laughing with hooded eyes. I leaned over and spoke in his ear, Anne hovering behind me. I told him there was a threat of arson from a man named Tharp. I had no idea who he was, and the room needed to be cleared immediately. Michael turned his head and met my gaze with an expression so weary I felt my own bones quake. Then he snapped to attention, and the weariness fell away. I need a man at every exit, boys, right now. We might have some fire starters on the premises. The table cleared at once. Glasses were emptied and slammed down again, and hair was smoothed back, as if vigilance demanded a certain appearance. The men scattered, moving towards the doors, but Mick stayed at my side, waiting for a verdict. A moment later, a shout rose up. Gerard O'Sullivan was kicking at the main entrance door, which appeared to be barricaded, just like Anne had said. Mick met my gaze, and then his gaze touched on Anne briefly, his brow furrowed, his eyes troubled. "This one's open!" Tom Cullen cried from behind the bar. The bartender stammered, "You can't go out that way." Cullen just shouted over him, "Everybody needs to file out. Let's go. Girls first, gents. We're okay. Just a little precaution to make sure the Gresham isn't on fire. Again." The Gresham, sitting in Dublin's city centre, has seen more than its fair share of havoc in its 100 years. Mick was already striding towards the exit, hat in his hand. Joe was at his side, loping to keep up. There was some nervous chuckling, but the wedding party made haste, filing out the door into the damp darkness of the August night. Even the bartender decided staying was foolish. I was the last to go, pushing Anne and O'Sullivan, who had abandoned his efforts to break down the other door, out before I scanned the room once more, making sure we'd left no one behind. Smoke had begun to billow through the vents. T.S.
15. Ere time transfigured me. Although I shelter from the rain under a broken tree, my chair was nearest to the fire in every company that talked of love or politics, ere time transfigured me. W.B. Yeats. It was the groom's toast, Death in Ireland, that had triggered my memory. I'd read about an attack on a wedding party when I'd researched the Gresham Hotel. I planned to stay there when I returned to Dublin after my pilgrimage to Dromahair. I'd chosen the Gresham for its history and for its central location to the Rising of 1916, and the tumultuous years that followed. I'd seen pictures of Michael Collins standing at her entrance, meeting contacts in a restaurant, and drinking in her pub. I'd read about Moya Llewellyn-Davies, one of the women who'd been in love with him, staying at the Gresham after she'd been released from jail. The Gresham plot, yet another attempt on Michael Collins's life, was just one of many. But the fact that it had come after the truce, and that so many people had been targeted, made it notable. The British government had vehemently denied any knowledge or responsibility in the conspiracy. Some believed it was an attempt to undermine the peace process, and was ordered by people who profited from conflict. A double agent known only by the name Thorpe was also suspected. Michael Collins fingered him in his personal accounts, but no one ever knew for sure. I didn't know if I'd saved lives or simply incriminated myself. I didn't know if I'd changed history or just modified it by sounding the alarm. For all I knew, I'd been part of the history all along. Regardless, I'd planted myself firmly in the middle of it, and, however innocent, my foreknowledge of the fire was still impossible to explain. As I ran beside Thomas, my pulse pounding, lifting my skirt so I could keep up, I knew I'd only made things worse for myself. Michael Collins had leaned down and spoken in my ear as we'd stood waiting for his men to check the doors. "I don't want to kill you, Anne Gallagher, but I will. You know that, don't you?" he'd said. I had nodded. Oddly, I wasn't frightened. I'd simply turned my head and met his gaze. "I'm not a good man," he'd said grimly. "I've done terrible things I will have to answer for, but I've always done them for good reason. I am no threat to you or to Ireland, Mr. Collins. I give you my word. He'd replied, "Only time will tell, Mrs. Gallagher. Only time will tell." Michael Collins was right. Only time would tell. Only time could tell. And time would not defend me. The members of the wedding party moved up the alley toward O'Connell, joining the guests now streaming from the front entrance. The fog and smoke were mating and recreating, distorting the shapes and the shrieks of the guilty and the guileless, and no one knew which was which. Michael Collins and his entourage disappeared into the night, piling into cars that came out of nowhere and screeched away. Clanging fire trucks and emergency personnel approached from 2 directions, and Thomas began moving among the people, creating triage across the street from the hotel, checking guests for smoke inhalation, sending those who seemed the worse for wear away in the St. John's ambulances that had arrived on the scene, and releasing others to secure new lodgings. As I tried to stay out of the way and keep Thomas in my sights, the rain began to fall, aiding the efforts of the firemen. Curious onlookers in the milling crowd scurried for cover, effectively clearing the area. Our coats were still inside the Gresham, and were as good as gone, at least for the time being. My dress was soaked, my hair streaming. Thomas shook off his suit coat and slung it over my shoulders, and he found me waiting for him, huddled beneath it, as the last ambulance pulled away from the hotel.
"There's nothing more I can do here. Let's go," he said.
His shirt was plastered to his skin, and he swept his hair back from his face, running his hands over his soot-streaked cheeks, moving the water only to have it replaced again. The water streamed from the eaves, running from the wrath of sodden skies, finding shelter in the cracks and crevices, and covering the streets and buildings in a wet blanket. He held my hand as we rushed through the streets, steadying me on the red heels that slowed us down and made me slip. But I felt his tension against my palm, radiating from his tight fingers and sculpting the line of his jaw. We had entered his neighborhood when Thomas stopped suddenly, cursing. He pulled me into an alcove out of the rain and began searching his pockets.
"My house key is in my coat," he said.
I reached into the pocket of his suit jacket I was wearing, before realizing he was talking about the overcoat, still hanging in the Gresham Hotel's cloakroom.
"Let's go back. Maybe someone can get us into the cloakroom or retrieve it for us," I offered,
bouncing in place to keep warm. The alcove shielded us from the worst of the downpour, but not from the cold, and we couldn't stay there all night. Thomas shook his head slowly, his lips pursed, his face pensive.
"One of the firemen I treated said the fire was started in the cloakroom, Anne. All the coats were doused in petrol. The door was locked and the vents opened. It's right next to the ballroom where the wedding party was gathered. Or didn't you know that part of the plot?"
He looked down at me and then away, water dripping from the lock of hair on his forehead, his expression as dark as the shadows where we stood. His voice was quiet, perfectly level, but infused with bleak expectation. I had no way to defend myself. Nothing I could say would make things any better, so I said nothing. We stood silently under the overhang, staring out at the storm. I stepped closer to him so our bodies were pressed together along my right side. I was cold, miserable, and I knew his misery exceeded my own. He stiffened, and my eyes shot to his face, catching on the clean line of his jaw. It was clenched, a muscle ticking like a clock, warning me I had seconds to start talking. I didn't. I turned my head with a sigh and peered out into the deluge, wondering if the mist could take me home again, like the mist on the lake had brought me here.
"I talked to Daniel earlier this evening,"
Thomas continued, his tone brittle.
"He said the guns are gone on. Liam thinks you might know something about that too. In fact, he's convinced you aren't Anne Gallagher at all."
"Why?" I gasped, caught completely off guard. "Why would I know anything about Liam's guns?" I latched onto the accusation that wasn't true.
"Because you know all kinds of things you have no business knowing," Thomas shot back. "Jesus, woman, I don't know what to think anymore."
"I didn't have anything to do with the guns or their disappearance. I didn't have anything to do with the fire at the Gresham or anything else," I said, trying to maintain my composure. I stepped out of the alcove and began walking again, moving toward his house in the square. We were almost there, and I didn't know what else to do.
"Anne!"
Thomas shouted, and I could hear his desperate frustration. His distrust was the hardest thing to bear. I understood it, even sympathized with it. But it was corrosive and exhausting, and I was dangerously close to falling apart. I didn't want to hurt Thomas. I didn't want to lie to him. And I didn't know how to tell him the truth. In that moment, I wanted nothing more than to escape, to close the book on this impossible tale. I want to go home.
"Wait until the rain eases," Thomas said. "We'll figure something out."
I hadn't realized I'd spoken out loud, but it didn't slow. "I can't live like this." Again, I spoke without meaning to.
"Like what?"
Thomas scoffed, incredulous, matching his steps to mine. "Like this," I mourned, letting the rain disguise the tears that had begun to streak down my cheeks. "Pretending to be someone that I'm not, being punished for things I can't explain, and blamed for things I know nothing about." Thomas grabbed my arm, but I pulled free, stumbling and warding him off. I didn't want him to touch me. I didn't want to love him. I didn't want to need him. I wanted to go home. "I am not the Anne Gallagher you think I am," I insisted. "I am not her."
"Who are you, then? Huh? Don't play games, Annie," he said, moving around me, heading me off. "You ask me things you should know. You never speak of Declan. You never speak of Ireland. Not like we used to. You seem lost half the time, and you're so different, so changed, that I feel like I'm seeing you for the first time. And damn it if I don't like what I see. I like you."
He ran an impatient hand over his face, wiping the rain from his eyes.
"And you love Owen. You love the boy. And every time I'm convinced you really are someone else, I see the way you look at him, and the way you watch him, and I feel like a frickin' lunatic for doubting you. But something has happened to you. You aren't the same, and you won't tell me anything."
"I'm sorry, Thomas," I cried. "You're right. I'm not the same Anne. She's gone."
"Stop it. Stop saying that," he begged.
He raised his face to the sky, as if begging God for patience. Hands fisted in his hair, he took a few steps toward the long row of homes along the square, putting distance between us. The lights of his house beckoned weakly, taunting us. A shadow moved behind the drapes, and Thomas froze, watching the dark silhouette against the tepid smear of light.
"Someone's here already," Thomas said. "Someone's in the house."
He cursed and supplicated the heavens once more.
"Why now, Mick?"
he said under his breath. But I heard the words. Thomas turned back to me, pulling me into his side, keeping me close in spite of it all. My control broke. I wrapped my arms around him, burying my face in his chest, clinging to him, and the impossibility of us. Before our time ran out. The rain drummed against the pavement, counting off the seconds, and Thomas welcomed me into his body, his lips pressing against my hair, his arms encircling me, even as he groaned my name.
"Anne. Ah, lass. What am I going to do with you?"
"I love you, Thomas. You'll remember that, won't you, when this is over?" I said. "I have never known a better man." I needed him to believe that, if nothing else. I felt a tremor shake him, but his arms tightened around me, a vice of desperation that spoke of his turmoil. For a moment more I embraced him, then let my arms fall as I pulled back. But Thomas didn't release me, not completely.
"It'll be Mick inside. He's going to demand answers, Anne," Thomas warned, his voice weary. "What do you want to do?"
"If I answer every one of your questions, will you promise to believe me?" I begged, looking up at him through my tears.
"I don't know,"
Thomas confessed, and I watched his frustration disintegrate, washed away in the downpour, leaving resignation in its wake.
"But I can promise you this. Whatever you tell me, I'll do my best to protect you, and I won't turn you away."
"Liam was the one who shot me on the loch," I blurted. It was the truth I was most afraid of, the truth that pertained to this time and place, and the truth Thomas might be able to explain, even understand. Thomas froze. Then his hands rose from my arms to cradle my face, as if he needed to keep me still while he examined my eyes for veracity. He must have been satisfied with what he saw, because he nodded slowly, his mouth grim. He didn't ask why or how or when. He didn't seek clarification at all.
"You'll tell me everything? Mick too?" he asked.
"Yes," I breathed, surrendering. "But it's a long, impossible story, and it will take me a while to tell it."
"Then let's get out of this rain."
He tucked me against his body, and we moved toward his house, toward the soft light that glimmered in the windows.
"Wait,"
he commanded, and climbed the stairs to the front stoop without me. He knocked on his own door, rapping a rhythm that was clearly pre-established, and the door swung open. Michael Collins took one look at the two of us and pointed to the stairs.
"I'll talk when you're dry. Joe made a fire. Mrs. Cleary left bread and meat pies in the larder. Joe and I helped ourselves, but there's plenty left. Go. It's been a hell of a night."
Mrs. Cleary was Thomas's Dublin housekeeper. Joe O'Reilly, Mick's right-hand man, looked on sheepishly. The fact that it was Thomas's home and Michael Collins was giving orders was clearly not lost on him, but I didn't need any further encouragement. I climbed the stairs, my shoes squelching and my teeth chattering, and stumbled into the room Thomas had assigned to me, peeling off his suit coat and my red dress, hoping Mrs. O'Toole could rehabilitate the clothing like she'd saved my blood-stained blue robe. Our clothes were covered in a layer of soot, and they reeked of smoke, just like my hair and skin. I wrapped my robe around me, gathered my things, and took a hot bath. If Michael Collins objected to the time I was taking, too bad. I scrubbed my hair and skin, rinsed it, and scrubbed it all once more. When I finally made my way downstairs, my hair was still wet, but the rest of me was clean and dry. The three men were huddled around the kitchen table, speaking in voices that quieted when they heard my footfalls. Thomas stood, his face scrubbed free of the grime, but not the concern. He wore clean, dry trousers and a white shirt. He hadn't bothered to button on a collar, and his sleeves were rolled up, revealing the wiry strength of his forearms and the tension in his shoulders.
"Have a seat, Anne. Right here."
Michael Collins patted the empty place beside him. The kitchen table was perfectly square, with a chair on each side.
"Can I call you Anne?"
he asked. He stood, shoved his hands into his pockets, and sat down again, agitated. I sat next to him obediently, the sense of an ending all around, like I was caught in a dream I was about to wake from. Joe O'Reilly sat on my right, Collins sat on my left. Thomas sat directly across from me, his blue eyes troubled and oddly tender, his teeth clenched against the realization that he could not save me from what was about to go down. I wanted to reassure him, and tried to smile. He swallowed and shook his head once, as if apologizing for his failure to return my offering.
"Tell me something, Anne,"
Michael Collins said.
"How did you know what was going to happen tonight at the Gresham? Tommy here tried to pretend it wasn't you who tipped him off, but Tommy's a terrible liar. It's the reason I like him."
"Do you know the story of Oisin and Niamh, Mr. Collins?" I asked softly, letting my mouth find comfort in the sound of their names, Oisin and Niamh. I'd learned the story in Gaelic, speaking the language before I'd learned to write it. I'd startled Michael Collins. He'd expected an answer, and I'd asked a question instead. An odd one.
"I know it,"
he said. I fixed my gaze on Thomas's pale eyes, on the promise he'd made not to turn me away. I'd thought of Oisin and Niamh more than once since I'd fallen through time. The similarities of our stories were not lost on me. I began to recite the tale the way I'd learned it, in Gaelic, letting the Irish words lull the table into a hushed silence. I told them how Niamh, princess of Tir na Noch, the land of the young, had found Oisin, son of the great Fiann, on the banks of Loch Lean, not so different from the way Thomas had found me. Collins snorted and O'Reilly shifted, but Thomas was still, holding my gaze as I wove the ancient tale in a language every bit as old. Niamh loved Oisin. She asked him to go with her, to trust her, and she promised to do all in her power to make him happy, I said.
"This is an odd way of answering my question, Anne Gallagher," Michael Collins murmured.
but there was a softness in his tone, as if my Gaelic had calmed his suspicions. Surely one who spoke the language of the Irish could never work for the crown. He did not stop me as I continued with the legend. Oisin believed Niamh when she described her kingdom, a place that existed separate from his own world, and he went there with her, leaving his land behind. Oisin and Niamh were very happy for several years, but Oisin missed his family and his friends. He missed the green fields and the loch. He begged Niamh to let him return, if only for a visit. Niamh knew what would happen if she let him go back, and her heart broke because she knew Oisin would not understand unless he saw the truth for himself. My throat ached, and I paused, closing my eyes against the blue of Thomas's steady gaze to gather my courage. I needed Thomas to believe me, but didn't want to see the moment when he stopped. Niamh told Oisin he could go, but to stay on Moonshadow, her horse, and to not let his foot touch Irish soil, and she begged him to return to her.
Poor Oisin. Poor Niamh,
Joe O'Reilly whispered, knowing what came next. Oisin travelled for several days until he returned to the lands of his father, but everything had changed. His family was gone, his home too. The people had changed. Gone were the castles and the great warriors of the past, he said. Oisin stepped down from Moonshadow, forgetting in his shock what Niamh had begged him to remember. When his foot touched the ground, he became a very old man. Time in Tir na Nog was very different from time in Éire. Moonshadow ran from him, leaving him behind. Oisin never returned to Niamh or the land of the young. Instead, he told his story to whomever would listen, so the people would know their history, so they would know they descended from giants, from warriors.
I always wondered why he couldn't return, why Niamh never came for him. Was it his age? Maybe the fair princess didn't want an old man,
Collins mused, locking his hands behind his head, completely serious.
Cadata ara agata ein,
Thomas murmured in Gaelic, and I met his gaze again, my stomach trembling, my palms damp. He wanted to know what I was really trying to say. Just like Oisin, there are things you won't understand unless you experience them for yourself, I urged. Joe rubbed his brow wearily.
Can we speak English? My Irish isn't as good as yours, on. A story I already know is one thing, conversation is another, and I want to understand.
When Michael was a child, his father predicted he would do great things for Ireland. His uncle predicted something very similar. How could either of them possibly know such a thing? I asked, reverting to English once more.
Andara Shala,
Michael murmured, his eyes narrowed on my face.
Second sight. Some say there's a touch of it in my family. I think it was just the pride of a father in his young son. But time has proven your father right,
Thomas said, and Joe nodded, his face filled with devotion. I cannot explain what I know. You want me to give explanations that will make no sense. I will sound crazy, and you'll be afraid of me. I told you I was no threat to you or Ireland, and that is the only reassurance I can give you. I cannot explain how I know, but I will tell you what I know, if it will help. I knew that the doors would be barred and a fire would be started only moments before it happened. When Murphy made his toast, I just knew. I also knew the truce would be signed before it was. I knew the date, and I told Thomas, though even he had no knowledge of an agreement. Thomas nodded slowly.
She did, Mick.
I know that in October you will be sent to London to negotiate terms of a treaty with England, Mr. Collins. Mr. de Valera will stay behind, and when you return with a signed agreement, the people of Ireland will overwhelmingly support it. But de Valera and some members of the Dáil, those loyal to him, will not. Before long, Ireland will not be fighting England anymore. We will be fighting each other. Michael Collins, his eyes full of tears, pressed a fist to his lips. He rose slowly, burying his hands in his hair, his anguish terrible to watch. Then, with violent emotion, he picked up his saucer and teacup and smashed them against the wall. Thomas handed him another, and it shared the same fate. The dish that held the single slice of meat pie followed, raining bits of potato and crusts across the kitchen. I could not lift my eyes from his empty chair as he made short work of anything that would shatter. The shaking in my belly had moved my legs, and beneath the table my knees bounced uncontrollably. When he sat back down, his emotion was banked, and his eyes were hard.
"What else can you tell me?"
he asked.
26 August, 1921. Continued. If I had not seen it, not heard it, I wouldn't have believed it. Anne entered the lion's den and calmed the beast with nothing but a tale delivered in perfect Irish and a well of knowledge that should have condemned her, not saved her. Ireland had long since abandoned her heathen roots, but my Anne has Druid blood. I'm convinced of it. It's in her soft eyes and her purring voice, in the magic she weaves with her words. She's not a countess. She's a witch. But there's no evil in her, no ill intent. Maybe that, in the end, is what won Mick over. He asked her a dozen questions, and she answered him without hesitation when she could, and with calm denial when she claimed she couldn't. I watched her, amazed, stricken, proud. Mick didn't want to know where she'd been or how she'd come to be in the lake. Those were my questions. He wanted to know if Ireland would survive, if Lloyd George would uphold his end of the treaty, if partition would be defended, and if the British would actually leave Irish soil once and for all. It was only when Mick asked if his days were numbered that she hesitated at all.
"Time will not forget you, Mr. Collins, nor will Ireland," she said. "That is all I can tell you."
I don't think he believed her, but he didn't press her. And for that, I was grateful. When Mick and Joe finally left, slipping out the back and into a waiting car, she wilted in relief, laying her head down on the kitchen table and clinging to the edge. Her shoulders shook, but she cried silently. I tried to draw her up, to comfort her, but her legs wobbled and she swayed. I picked her up instead, carrying her from the kitchen to the rocking chair by the fire, to the place where Mrs. Cleary knitted on nights when I asked her to keep watch for men or materials. Anne curled into me, letting me hold her. I held my breath, fearful I would startle her, that she would bolt, or that I would. She tucked her legs beneath her and turned her face until it was resting against my shoulder. Her breath was warm against my shirt, and her tears wet, making me long to hold her tighter, to draw her even closer, to be nearer. My rough exhalation stirred her hair, the breath I'd been holding, and I tightened my arms and dug in my heels. Our combined weight deepened the sound of the swaying chair against the wood floor, echoing the beat of my heart in my chest, reminding me I was alive, mind and body, and so was she. My hand mimicked the rhythm of the chair, stroking her back as we rocked to and fro. We didn't speak, but there was a conversation happening between us. The window closest to the fire rattled suddenly, making her breath catch and her head lift infinitesimally. "Shh," I soothed. "'Tis just the wind."
"What story is it trying to tell?"
she murmured, her voice rough with spent emotion.
"The wind knows every story."
"You tell me, Anne," I whispered. "You tell me."
"I had a teacher who told me fiction is the future. Non-fiction is the past. One can be shaped and created. One cannot," she said.
"Sometimes they are the same thing. It all depends on who is telling the story," I said. And suddenly I didn't care any more. I didn't care where she'd been or what secrets she guarded. I just wanted her to stay.
"My name is Anne Gallagher. I was not born in Ireland, but Ireland has always been inside of me,"
she began, as though she were simply reciting another poem, telling another tale. Our eyes clung to the fire, her body clung to mine, and I let her words take me away once more. It was the legend of Oisin and Niamh, where time was not flat and linear, but layered and interconnected. A circle that retraced its path again and again, generation after generation, sharing the same space, if not the same sphere. I was born in America in 1970 to Declan Gallagher, named after his paternal grandfather, and Hannah Keefe, a girl from Cork who spent a summer in New York and never went home again. Or maybe she did. Maybe Ireland claimed her when the wind and water took them away, she whispered. I hardly remember them at all. I was 6, just like Owen is now. In 1970? I asked, but she didn't answer. She just continued, not rushing, the lilt and flow of her voice quieting my questions, even as my head rebelled against my heart. We've traded places, Owen and I, she said, inexplicably. Who is the parent, and who is the child? For a moment, she was silent, contemplative, and I continued rocking, staying in one place while my thoughts went in all directions. My grandfather recently passed away. He was raised in Dromahair, but he left as a young man and never went back. I don't know why, but I'm starting to believe he did it for me. That he knew this story, the story we're living now, before I was even born. What was your grandfather's name? I asked, dread coating my mouth. Owen. His name was Owen Declan Gallagher, and I loved him so much. Her voice broke, and I prayed that her account would turn from parable to confession, that she would abandon the storyteller and just be the woman in my arms. But she pressed on, her agitation growing with every word. He made me promise I would bring his ashes back to Ireland, to Lough Gill. So that's what I did. I came to Ireland, to Dromahair, and I rowed out onto the lake. I said my goodbyes, and I spread his ashes in the water. But the fog grew so thick I couldn't make my way back. I couldn't see the shore anymore. Everything was white, like I'd died without knowing I'd passed. A riverboat appeared out of nowhere, and there were 3 men on board. I called out to them, alerting them and asking for help. The next thing I knew, one was shooting, and I was in the water. Anne, I pled. I needed her to stop. I didn't want to hear any more. Please. Shh, I soothed. I buried my face in her hair, muffling my moan. I could feel her heart pounding against mine. The softness of her breasts couldn't mask her terror. She believed what she was telling me, every impossible word. Then you came, Thomas. You found me. You called me by my name, and I thought I was saved, that it was all over. But it was just beginning. Now I'm here. It's 1921, and I don't know how to go back home, she cried. I could only stroke her hair and rock back and forth, desperate to forget everything she'd just said. She didn't take it back or laugh it off, but her tension slowly ebbed the longer we sat, lulled by the movement and lost in our private thoughts. I've crossed the loch, and I can't go back, can I? She murmured, and her meaning was all too clear. Words spoken could not be unheard. I stopped believing in fairies long ago, Anne. My voice was heavy, like a death knell in the quiet. She was still curled in my lap, but she pushed herself up from my chest so she could look me in the eyes, the waving strands of her hair creating a soft riot around her beautiful face. I wanted to sink my hands into that hair and pull her mouth to mine, to kiss away the madness and the misery, the doubt and the disillusionment. I don't expect you to believe in fairies, Thomas. No. My voice was sharper than I intended, but I had to get away from her before I ignored the howling in my heart and the warning in my veins. I could not kiss her. Not now. Not after all that had been said. I rose and set her gently on her feet. Her eyes were steady as she gazed up at me, their green warming to gold in the firelight. "No," she answered softly. "But will you try to believe in me?" I touched her cheek, unable to lie, but unwilling to wound. But my silence was answer enough. She stood and walked up the stairs, bidding me a soft good night. And now I sit, staring at the fire, writing it all down in this book. Anne has confessed all, and still I know nothing. T.S.
16. Tom the Lunatic. Sang old Tom the lunatic that sleeps under the canopy. What change has put my thoughts astray, and eyes that had so keen a sight? What has turned to smoking wick, nature's pure, unchanging light? W.B. Yeats. I read somewhere that a person will never know who you really are unless they prioritize what they love. I had always loved two things above everything else, and from those two things, I had formed my identity. One identity grew from what my grandfather had taught me. It was wrapped around his love for me, our love for each other, and the life we'd had together. My other identity was formed from my love of storytelling. I became an author, obsessed with earning money, making bestseller lists, and coming up with the next novel. I had lost one identity when I'd lost my grandfather, and now I'd lost another. I was no longer Anne Gallagher, New York Times best-selling author. I was Anne Gallagher, born in Dublin, widowed wife of Declan, mother of Owen, friend of Thomas. I had assumed several identities that were not my own, and they had begun to chafe and rub, even when I did my best to wear them well. In the weeks after Dublin, Thomas kept his distance, avoiding me when it was possible, remaining politely aloof when it was not. He treated me like Declan's Anne again, though he knew I was not. I told him a truth he could not accept, so he wrapped me tightly in her role, refusing to cast me in another. Sometimes I caught him staring at me like I was dying from an incurable illness, his countenance stricken and sad. Thomas returned to Dublin and brought a healing Robbie O'Toole back to Garvagleep. He had a jaunty patch over his missing eye, an angry scar on the side of his head, and a mild weakness on his left side. He moved slowly, a young man grown old, his days of smuggling arms and ambushing tans behind him. No one spoke of Liam or the missing guns, but the foal was finally born, making honest men of us all. Thankfully, the auxiliary captain did not return to Garvagleep either, and whatever suspicions and accusations had been leveled against me were quietly shelved. Still, I slept with a knife beneath my pillow and asked Daniel O'Toole to put a lock on my bedroom door. Liam Gallagher might feel safe from me, but I didn't feel safe from him. There would be a point of reckoning, I had no doubt. The worry made me weary, and the wondering stole my sleep. I thought about the loch relentlessly, pictured myself pushing a boat out onto the waves and never coming back. Each day I walked along the shore, considering, and each day I turned away, unwilling to try, unwilling to leave Owen, to leave Thomas, to leave myself, this new Anne, behind. I ached for my grandfather, the man, not the boy. I mourned for my life, the author, not the woman. But the choice was easy to make. Here I loved, and in the end, I wanted to love more than I wanted to return. The years ahead, years that would come and go, years that, for me, had already come and gone, weighed heavily on me as well. I knew what was to come for Ireland, not every twist and bend or every turn and tumble, but I knew the rocky destinations, the conflicts, the never-ending fighting and turmoil, and I wondered what it was all for, the death and the suffering. There was a time to fight, but there was a time to stop fighting too. Time had not proven especially helpful, not in Ireland's case, in ironing it all out. Owen was the light in the continually darkening tunnel that was closing around me. But even that joy was dimmed by the truth. Loving him didn't excuse lying to him. I was an imposter, and all my devotion didn't change reality. My only defense was that I had not set out to harm or deceive. I was a victim of circumstance, improbable, impossible, inescapable, and I could only make the best of it. Owen and I had filled several books with expeditions and adventures to far-off places. Thomas had made the connection between my confusion in Dublin and Owen's stories. I had climbed into a boat on Loch Gill and found myself in another world, just like the little boy in Owen's tales. Thomas had stared at the words and then looked at me, realization flooding his face like a black cloud. He'd made himself scarce after that, adding pictures to the stories after Owen and I had gone to bed. When we weren't writing stories, I'd begun to teach Owen how to tell time and how to read and write. He was left-handed like me, or maybe I was left-handed like him. I showed him how to hold his pencil and form his letters in neat little rows, so he would be ready when he started school, which came sooner than either of us would have liked. The last Monday in September, Thomas, Owen, and I walked in silence to the schoolhouse, Owen dragging his feet, unhappy about our destination.
"Can't you just teach me at home, Mother?"
Owen whined softly.
"I would like that so much better."
"I need your mother to help me on my rounds, Owen, and you will be with friends. Your father and I met when we were boys. You might miss a chance at making a lifelong friend if you are tutored at home," Thomas said.
Owen looked skeptical. Owen already had a few good friends, and probably figured he could see them without attending school. Plus, Thomas hadn't been asking me on his rounds since we returned from Dublin. He didn't want to be alone with me. Seeing that Owen was unconvinced, Thomas pointed at a little cottage peeking out of the trees in a small clearing, a cottage I'd seen before but never thought much about. It was clearly abandoned, and the foliage had begun to overwhelm it.
"Do you see that cottage, Owen?"
Thomas asked. Owen nodded, but Thomas kept walking, moving us along. There was rain in the air.
"A family once lived in that cottage, a family like us. But then the potato blight came, and the family was hungry. Some of them died. Some of them went to America to find work so they could eat. There are abandoned homes all over Ireland. You must go to school to learn how to make Ireland better for her people, so that families don't die, so our friends don't have to leave."
"Wasn't there any food, Doc?"
Owen asked.
"There was food, just no potatoes,"
Thomas answered, his eyes on the landscape as if he could still see the blight that had ravaged the country 70 years earlier.
"Couldn't they eat something else?"
Owen asked, and I could have kissed him for his curiosity. I really didn't know the answer, and I was expected to. I should know these stories better than I did. The research I'd done had